cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 War Machines. The insect tide is over. 3 days, 7 first-level insect monsters. Lu Feng felt a little exhausted. The first-level insect monsters were not even worth a look in front of him. When Lu Feng started to fight, he only needed to move his body to solve them. But when the number of first-level insect monsters increased, it was inevitable that he would be unable to split himself into two. Lu Feng was alone. If first-level insect monsters appeared in multiple places at the same time, he would not be able to cut himself in half and deal with two insect monsters far apart at the same time. The Verdant Tower also had powerful war machines. Relying on the magic cannons of the Verdant Tower, one shot could kill a first-level insect beast. The alchemical puppets that were ready to go, when they took action, 3 or 5 could kill the first-level insect beast. There were also various other war machines that had arrived at the battlefield under the arrangement of Tower Spirit Irene. If there was a situation that Lu Feng could not handle, these war machines would immediately take action to protect the land of the Verdant Tower. However, these things were all activated by the energy pool of the Verdant Tower. While exerting great power, they consumed a lot of energy. The insect tide is only 2/3 of the way through now. The last few days of a month will be the strongest time for the insect tide. At that time, these war machines may be fully loaded. Lu Feng naturally knows the benefits and functions of war machines. He looked at the small golden tree in front of the square and thought of the first-level witchcraft, Natural Call, he had learned. The witchcraft, Natural Call, allows him to summon tree monster helpers from trees. The small golden tree in front of him has been standing in the square for who knows how many years. In addition, the small golden tree is a special magical plant, and the branches and leaves of the tree have strong spirituality. It is an excellent carrier of witchcraft. Lu Feng checked and confirmed the spirituality of the small golden tree. He felt that he had 70% to 80% confidence in converting the small golden tree in front of him into a powerful tree monster of the first-level formal wizard level through Natural Call. I'll give it a try. Anyway, this tree is the asset of the Green Tower. It's not a loss to summon it into a tree monster of the first-level formal wizard level. Lu Feng did not hesitate. He did not have the free time for the first-level insect monster for the time being, so he directly used the witchcraft, Natural Call. The emerald green witchcraft aura lit up from Lu Feng's hand, and then merged into the trunk of the small golden tree. Fearing failure, Lu Feng quietly spread the water and wood spirit veins, covering the small golden tree, nourishing the small golden tree with the power of the spirit veins, and increasing the success rate of witchcraft transformation. Wow! A breeze blew, and the golden leaves rustled. The aura of witchcraft, Nature Call, became brighter and brighter. Lu Feng, who controlled the spirit veins, felt that under the brilliance of his witchcraft, the spirituality in the trunk of the small golden tree was slowly growing. Under Lu Feng's gaze, half an hour later, the small golden tree, which was 50 or 60 meters high, suddenly trembled, like a giant waking up from a deep sleep, moving its stiff body in a daze. Who disturbed my sleep? Suddenly, a low voice came from the trunk of the small golden tree. Lu Feng glanced to the witchcraft aura in his hand. The Natural Call spell had not yet been cast, but the small golden tree area had changed its shape and slowly turned into a huge tree demon more than 30 meters high. Well, this little golden tree has long been transformed into a tree demon. It has been rooted here and has been sleeping and growing. Facing the awakened little golden tree demon, Lu Feng smiled awkwardly. Respected wizard, hello. Shuai greets you. When the little golden tree demon regained consciousness and saw Lu Feng, he became respectful and greeted him politely. Lu Feng looked at the little golden tree demon and found that its strength was average, about the beginning of the middle stage of the first level. A tree demon with this strength did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Lu Feng. After Lu Feng asked a little, he learned that this little golden tree demon was planted by Teacher Tia when the Green Tower was established and transformed into a tree demon. Teacher Tia planted a lot of little golden tree demons like Shuai under the Green Tower, and there were tree demons like Shuai in the little golden tree squares everywhere. So it seems that Teacher Tia has left a lot of fighting power to protect the Green Tower. Lu Feng himself learned the call of nature and converted a lot of tree demons in the greenwood spirit realm. Although their strength was a little weak, there were still a lot of them. He thought that if one day these tree demons developed, they could provide him with a little support. And the witchcraft-like call of nature, planted in one's own territory, accompanied by the growth of the green tower, the effect is even better. Can I mobilize you to participate in the defense of the insect tide? Facing these small golden tree demons planted by teacher Tia, Lu Feng still showed some respect and asked, "Of course there is no problem, Master Wizard. Do you need me to call other tree demons to participate in the defense together?" Hearing Lu Feng's question about defending against the insect disaster, Shuai did not refuse, but gave his greatest support. "Then help me summon some companions. There are too many areas for me to defend alone, and it is difficult to take care of the overall situation." Lu Feng was happy and nodded. Although he didn't get a free first-level fighter, he had the support of the little golden tree demon and his companions. More first-level tree demons could at least greatly alleviate the lack of high-end combat power in his defense zone. Even if the tree demons couldn't easily kill the insect monsters of the same first level, they could still hold them back and buy time for Lu Feng. With the help of some war machines, the difficulty of killing insect monsters would be greatly reduced. It's a good opportunity to let my companions get up and move their bodies. After receiving Lu Feng's order, the golden tree took out a golden wooden horn from its trunk and blew it to its mouth. Woo! A low horn sounded, which was not loud, but very penetrating. It was transmitted to other defense zones in a few breaths. When Rocco and Jeppis heard the horn, they were a little surprised, and then they found that the little golden trees in the little golden tree square in their defense zone shook and slowly transformed into huge tree demons. Where did these tree monsters come from? They all look stronger than me. When Luoke was frightened, the Irene doll beside her started beeping, sending her Lu Feng's message in time. So that's how it is. These tree monsters are helpers. Great, we can finally deal with those annoying bugs easily. Seeing Lu Feng's explanation, Luoke smiled happily. She was the weakest among the people in the Green Tower. Her innate witchcraft had not yet been solidified. She had a defensive secret treasure and a green wooden staff in her hands, but she was still suppressed by the first-level insect monsters with thick skin and flesh. The last time she encountered a first-level insect monster, if Lu Feng had not arrived in time, her defense zone would have mobilized war machines to support her. On the other side, Jeppis also received Lu Feng's message and happily counted the active tree monsters that stood up. There are a total of 6 tree monsters, all first level. With them, it will be much easier for me to deal with the first-level insect monsters. With the support of the 6 tree monsters, the wizard Jeppis felt his back straightened. The tree demon's skin was thick and tough, enough to entangle the first-level insect monster. Standing behind the tree demon, Jeppis also had enough space and time to cast witchcraft to kill the insect monster. Ms. Natasha also received the support of the 7 tree demons, but the insect monsters in the area they were guarding were relatively strong, and multiple first-level insect monsters had begun to attack the defense line together. These 7 first-level tree demons were at most icing on the cake, better than nothing. These tree demons were planted by Tia a long time ago. If it weren't for Rest awakening them this time, I would have forgotten the existence of these tree demons. With a casual witchcraft, a first-level insect monster attacking the defense line was nailed to the ground, and Ms. Natasha chuckled. With the support of the small golden tree demon, Lu Feng's defense area was suddenly free of pressure. For the next 3 or 4 days, he sat in the small golden tree square without moving, and the first-level insect monsters that rushed out of the wormhole were all eliminated by the small golden tree demon. Lu Feng didn't need to do anything at all. Lu Feng was also happy to be free and practice with peace of mind. On the 5th day of the countdown, the number of insects gushing out of the wormhole increased further, and the quality of the insect monsters was also much stronger. On the defensive wall in front of the number 1 wormhole, the wizards once again felt tremendous pressure. In the number 1 wormhole alone, there were 4 or 5 first-level insect monsters thrown out in a day. Even with the active participation of the little golden tree demon, it was difficult to defend, and Lu Feng had to once again devote himself to the busy work of putting out fires everywhere. On the 3rd day of the countdown, an overwhelming tide of insects swarmed in, and the number of first-level insect monsters reached dozens. At this time, the wizard apprentices and knights in the defensive buildings in front of the wormhole in Lu Feng's defense zone had already withdrawn to the safe area defended by the magic circle. Tailing area number 334, The puppet's eyes lit up with red light, and began to enter the extremely dangerous killing mode. In waves of emotionless voices, errand number 334 activated the war machinery in the defense zone. The magic cannon begins to charge, aiming at the first-order insect monsters, ready to go. The first war sequence, the blood beast puppet begins to start and wake up, targeting the first-order insect monsters. Start the killing mode. The meteorite star witchcraft array is preparing to charge, and a fatal blow can be launched at any time. The blazing sea of fire witchcraft array is preparing to charge, and a fatal blow can be launched at any time. The wizard apprentices who were huddled in the safe area looked up at the sky and saw a series of dazzling magic array lights lit up from behind them. The terrifying fluctuations rolled up the energy particles between heaven and earth, making them feel a little difficult to breathe. Alice, we finally made it to this moment. Compared with the verted tower with perfect war machinery, our previous defense is just like a child playing house. Lu Feng chuckled. Come on, let me send you a big rocket first as a greeting gift. Lu Feng stretched out his hand to operate tower spirit number 334, lock the place where the first-order insect monsters gathered most in the insect tide with his mental power, and then activated a meteorite star witchcraft array. Buzz! The moment the magic circle was activated, the sky darkened, and huge meteorites passed through the clouds, carrying flames and huge kinetic energy, and crashed down. In the target area, countless insect monsters were instantly smashed into powder and ashes by the large number of meteorites, and countless people were killed and injured. Is this the power of the wizard tower? The powerful energy pool, combined with the powerful witchcraft magic circle, exerts a witchcraft power far beyond that of wizards of the same level. Lu Feng witnessed the power of the meteorite star magic circle and sighed in his heart. After all, manpower is limited, while the power of the energy pool and witchcraft magic circle is unlimited. As long as the energy is sufficient, Lu Feng can activate such magic circle attacks many times. Magic energy cannon attack. Alchemy puppet attack. The meteorite star magic circle destroyed the main force of this wave of insect swarms, and then the shells of the magic crystal cannon followed one after another to sweep away the remaining resistance. Finally, the alchemy puppet appeared and swept away the last remnants. Under Lu Feng's control, waves of insect tides were destroyed on the land under the verdant tower. Not only Lu Feng, but also Luo Kei's defense zone and Jep's defense zone are engaged in fierce battles. Countless insect monsters died in front of the terrifying war barrier of the verdant tower. When Teacher Tia built this verdant tower, she did not think of cutting corners. For his future wizard path, Teacher Tia invested a lot of effort and arranged almost the best war machines. At this time, these war machines played their power to the fullest in the war against the insect tide. Not only Lu Feng's defense zone, but also the rear of the verdant tower guarded by Ms. Natasha was also caught in a fierce battle. The insect tide here of Ms. Natasha not only had a large number of first-level insect monsters participating in the battle, but also a large number of second-level insect monsters participating in the battle. Ms. Natasha was strong, but she could not withstand the siege of more than a dozen second-level insect monsters, so she had to activate a large number of war machines. Her strength here was much stronger than Lu Feng's. The witchcraft array, magic crystal cannon, and alchemy puppets are all running at full capacity, cleaning the place where the insect tide is over and over again. If someone can check the energy pool at the core of the green tower at this moment, they can see that the liquid energy particles stored in the energy pool are being consumed at a very fast speed. Even for a powerful wizard tower like the green tower, the energy pool cannot support the full load of various war machines. When the energy in the energy pool is consumed by half, without Ms. Natasha's active instructions, the alchemy puppets next to the energy pool immediately take out space pockets and pour tons of magic stones into the energy pool like mud and sand to replenish energy. One replenishment will consume more than 100,000 magic stones. When the energy pool's natural energy recovery cannot keep up with the energy consumption, Ms. Natasha can only use the simplest and crudest method to ensure the energy supply of the green tower. When the cannon sounds, 10,000 magic stones. No matter how rich the green tower is, it can't withstand such endless consumption. Fortunately, the last fierce attack of the insect tide did not last long. After enduring the most painful last 3 days, the sky and the earth suddenly became clear. The dense insect plague was never revived under the witchcraft attack of the magic circle. It's over. After experiencing the last madness of the insect tide, countless wizard apprentices cried with joy when they saw the insect tide disappear, and they danced and sang happily. Lu Feng stopped the almost numb posture of releasing the magic circle, looked into the distance, and was also moved in his heart. The insect tide is really too strong. Chapter 177, Divide the Spoils, and Advance the Water Spirit Vein. With Lu Feng's last sigh, the insect tide ended, and the world became clear. After controlling the war machine for a long time, even Lu Feng felt a little mentally exhausted. Now that he relaxed, he felt a little dizzy in his mind. Clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. After a while, Lu Feng regained his spirit and immediately commanded the wizard apprentices who were huddled in the defensive magic circle to clean up the battlefield. The insect tide is finally over, great. Finally, they no longer had to face the disgusting insects. The wizard apprentices cheered. After a long rest, they led the knights and adventurers out of the magic circle and into the messy battlefield to clean up the mess. Under the destruction of the development of powerful witchcraft, the battlefield was full of the flesh and blood fragments of insect monsters. While bloody, it also brought a bit of horror. However, the wizard apprentices had already experienced these days of defense. Facing such a terrifying scene, they did not feel uncomfortable at all, but were extremely excited. Wow, I found a first-order insect monster's shell here, what a good thing. Your thing is nothing, I have a first-order insect monster's insect crystal here. Tisk, what are you so happy about? These are all killed by the magic array of the high tower, we have to hand them in if we pick them up. You don't have the ability to kill the first-order insects. There were also many surprises on the terrifying battlefield, and the wizard apprentices were overjoyed. Looking at the joy of the wizard apprentices, Lu Feng chuckled, shook his head, and returned to the little golden tree square to rest and recover. During the break, Lu Feng also asked other people in the wizard tower through Irene number 334. Rocco and Jeppes were a little embarrassed in their defense. Although they lost some alchemical puppets and witchcraft arrays, they also held their position steadily. Ms. Natasha was very tired, but there was no problem. Knowing that everything was fine, Lu Feng was relieved. While resting and recovering, he waited for the wizard apprentice to clean up the battlefield. The task of cleaning the battlefield was quite arduous, and it was not until the next morning that half of the battlefield was cleared. However, looking at the piles of insect monster materials in the warehouse of the Verdig Tower that Irene number 334 showed him, Lu Feng smiled. Most of these insect monster materials can be regarded as Lu Feng's spoils of war. Excluding some of the costs of consuming the energy pool during his defense and some of the costs of maintaining the war machinery, the remaining materials and the magic stones sold will go into Lu Feng's pocket. This is also the benefit of Lu Feng and other formal wizards who work hard to participate in the defense. According to Irene number 334's estimate, Lu Feng can at least get about 15 magic stones in this wave. After a busy month, there is no risk, and he has earned more magic stones than his monthly salary. It is a sure profit. Moreover, Lu Feng still has more than a dozen first-level insect monster corpses in his hands, all of which were first-level insect monsters that he killed before the last 3 days. Although the value of a first-level insect monster is slightly inferior to that of an ordinary first-level extraordinary magic beast, it can also be sold for 10,000 or 20,000 magic stones. Some precious insect monsters can be worth more than that. After a month of hard work, Lu Feng made a profit without any loss, and also gained a lot of resources for cultivating Kingmu Spirit Realm. It was a good deal. 7 days later, the traces of the insect tide war on the land under the Green Tower finally disappeared with the joint efforts of wizard apprentices and a large number of ordinary personnel, and gradually returned to the state before the insect tide. After being nourished and fertilized by the flesh and blood of insect monsters, the land under the Green Tower is expected to be more fertile this year. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Lu Feng returned to the Green Tower. Ms. Natasha called Lu Feng and others for a brief meeting. At the meeting, everyone talked about the gains and losses of the defense against the insect tide, and then reported the spoils of killing the insect tide. Excluding the rewards given to knights, adventurers, and wizard apprentices, and excluding the maintenance of war machinery and the consumption of energy pools, my Green Tower is still doing well in the insect tide this time. It did not lose money and made a small profit. Fortunately, this time, we have rest to help. He greatly shortened the time for the war machinery to be put into the battlefield and reduced the consumption of a large amount of energy pools. Ms. Natasha emphasized on praising Lu Feng. He summoned the little golden tree demon, traveled to 3 places, and cleared a large number of threats from first-order insect monsters in the early, middle and late stages, which was considered a great contribution to the Wizard Tower. At the same time, it also saved a lot of magic stones in the early stage. For the Green Tower, it's all due. Facing the praise, Lu Feng smiled happily. He has made a contribution, and Ms. Natasha will definitely not be short of his benefits later. Sure enough, in the later cake-sharing stage, Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha got the bulk of the spoils. Ms. Natasha got 40%, Lu Feng got 30%, and Jepis and Rocco each got 15%. According to the total value of the spoils, Lu Feng can get a total of 140,000 magic stones as a reward, which is much higher than he estimated at the beginning. With this batch of magic stones, I can at least upgrade 2 more spirit veins to human level middle grade, Lu Feng estimated, very happy. Rocco and Jepis knew his ability and were very happy to have this income. However, it will take some time to sell and process the materials of the corpses of these insect monsters. It will probably take 10 days or half a month for Lu Feng and his friends to get this amount of magic stones. Lu Feng and his friends are not in a hurry, knowing that after this insect disaster, the production of insect monster materials in the botanical garden will explode. Not only is there a wizard tower in the Green Tower resisting the insect tide, there are countless wizard towers like them on the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The amount of insect monster materials produced at one time can be imagined. If you don't want to sell it at a low price, even if it is the Chamber of Commerce channel of the botanical garden, it will take some time to digest and circulate. After the meeting, under the organization of Ms. Natasha, several people gathered together to celebrate. Afterwards, Lu Feng and his friends returned to work and became ordinary workers of the Green Tower again. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. These days, in addition to work, Lu Feng also handed over the corpses of the 16 first-level insect monsters in his Kingmu spirit realm to the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce for processing. The number of first-level insect monsters is estimated to be quite large, considering the insect tide in the botanical garden. However, compared with ordinary insect monsters, they are still considered to be relatively high-quality monster materials. In addition, Lu Feng acted quickly, and the corpses of the insect monsters were relatively intact. Dongmu Chamber of Commerce directly purchased all the corpses of insect monsters in Lu Feng's hands at the market price. Before the dividends at the end of the month arrived, Lu Feng had an extra 230,000 magic stones in his hands. With a large number of magic stones in hand, Lu Feng did not hesitate to place an order directly with Dongmu Chamber of Commerce, purchased a large number of materials with 5 elements attributes, and sent them to Kingmu Spirit Realm. I have never fought such a rich battle, it's really comfortable. Lu Feng looked at the piles of 5 elements attribute materials in Kingmu Spirit Realm, and his heart was happy. The 5 element spirit veins were activated, and a large amount of 5 elements energy was absorbed by the spirit veins, rising in the spirit space. The 5 element spirit veins appeared in the air, and the 5 elements energy was freely refined, slowly growing and becoming stronger. Every minute and every second, Lu Feng could feel his own progress. The 5 elements of spiritual veins flow, generating a large amount of 5 elements of origin, which nourishes the heaven and earth of Kingmu Spirit Realm and strengthens it. Bathed in the 5-color light derived from the 5 elements of spiritual veins, whether it is the human beings living in the spiritual realm or various extraordinary creatures, they all feel like they have taken a tonic, full of energy and vigor. In daily practice, it is as if they have divine help, and each of them seems to have become a little genius. They know that this is a gift from Lu Feng. In addition to gratitude, they also work hard to practice and try their best to show themselves, hoping to get Lu Feng's attention and favor. Lu Feng sensed their thoughts and did not appear in Kingmu Spirit Realm at ordinary times. Most of the time, he managed and handled various affairs in Kingmu Spirit Realm as the spiritual body of General Shenwei. Kingmu Spirit Realm is thriving with the accumulation of resources, and Lu Feng himself is also constantly getting stronger. His mental power is also steadily improving, and the second-level formal wizard realm is within reach. At the end of the month, Lu Feng received this month's salary, as well as the magic stone dividends from the sale of insect monster materials in the Green Tower. Another large amount of magic stones came into the account, and Lu Feng did not hesitate to purchase more. Seeing the lavish consumption of magic stones, Ms. Natasha frowned slightly, and was about to say something, but stopped herself after thinking for a while. For wizards, personal practice is still a relatively private matter, and no one wants others to point fingers at them. Lu Feng is also an adult and has his own choices. Although Ms. Natasha is Lu Feng's predecessor, she has no right to say anything. The materials of the 5 elements are piled up in the Qingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng's life has become stable. While working and slacking off, he continues to refine the materials of the 5 elements and improve the level of the 5 element spirit veins. In the stable days, time flies. In a blink of an eye, it is the original month of 4039. Half a year has passed, and Lu Feng has experienced more than 400,000 magic stones from the insect tide, plus the salary of more than 100,000 magic stones in the past half year, and all the materials of the 5 elements that he bought have been consumed. With the filling of a large amount of magic stones, the quality of the 4 spirit veins of gold, water, fire and earth in Lu Feng's Qingmu spirit realm has rapidly improved. Especially the water spirit vein. With the convenience of resources in the Qingmu spirit realm, the octopus monster made rapid progress in the black water method and successfully condensed a green wave spirit realm in the beast pill. The space is not large, only the size of a pond, and the water surface inside is about 300 or 400 square meters. Since this green wave spirit realm was born in the Qingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng soon discovered that he actually had absolute control over the octopus monster's green wave spirit realm. In a moment, he could even let the Qingmu spirit realm directly swallow up the octopus monster's green wave spirit realm. This special ability of control made Lu Feng very happy. After the octopus monster built the spirit realm, it was still in the pool to the north of the Qingmu spirit realm. The water spirit vein in the spirit realm also followed the connection between the green wave spirit realm and the Qingmu spirit realm and entered the octopus monster's green wave spirit realm. Lu Feng's water spirit vein naturally merged into the green wave spirit realm, took root in it, and as it flowed, the green wave spirit realm seemed to have become a node of the water spirit vein. As the water veins flowed, the Bibo spiritual realm of the octopus monster and the Qingmu spiritual realm of Lu Feng complemented each other and benefited each other. In the process, Lu Feng also unexpectedly obtained the Tao and principle of the octopus monster's cultivation of the Bibo spiritual realm, which made the water spirit vein go a step further. The success of the octopus monster made other extraordinary monsters and many practitioners in the Qingmu spiritual realm excited. An octopus can cultivate the earth fairy method and build a spiritual realm. There is no reason why they can't cultivate the earth fairy method and build a spiritual realm. Lu Feng sacrificed the 5 elements of the spirit veins and stuffed a lot of resources into the spiritual realm. There is no shortage of living creatures in the spiritual realm. It is easy to cultivate. Gradually, some creatures with good talents have practiced some Taoism of the earth fairy method passed down by Lu Feng. When Lu Feng looked again, there were already several outstanding talents in the Qingmu spiritual realm who had practiced a prototype of the spiritual realm. The earliest one followed Lu Feng's terror claw demon bear, learned the Wu Tuol Yan Shan Bao Yin method, practiced a beast pill, and condensed the prototype of the Wu Tu spiritual realm. There was also a firebird, which was bathing in the sun's glory all day long. It also cultivated beast pills and condensed the prototype of the fiery spirit realm. Most of the ones who produced results were extraordinary magic beasts. When Lu Feng first captured them, they were all masters at the level of third-class wizard or apprentices. They have lived in the Qingmu spirit realm for many years, and their strength has long reached a bottleneck. Just like when Lu Feng first switched to practicing the Earth Immortal method, they have a certain foundation in cultivation. They have made rapid progress in practicing the Earth Immortal method, which does not require much talent. However, Hongye and others still need to accumulate magic power step by step and cultivate the accurate points, which will be much slower. Over the years, although some Taoist children have emerged among Hongye and other death row prisoners, none of them has cultivated a prototype of the spirit realm. Give them some more time, perhaps they can catch up with the extraordinary magic beasts and meet Lu Feng's requirements. Although these creatures have increased the consumption of my Qingmu spirit realm, they have also brought me some extra benefits. At least this time the water spirit vein has reached the human level middle grade ahead of schedule, which I never thought of. Lu Feng felt a much stronger water spirit vein in the spirit realm, and felt satisfied. In the spiritual realm, springs of living water are endless, rivers are flowing, and water vapor is warm and pervasive, nourishing all directions. The grass and trees along the way grow more luxuriantly under the nourishment of living water. The water spirit vein has been promoted to the middle grade of human level, and Lu Feng feels that he is one step closer to the second level wizard. In addition to being happy, Lu Feng suppressed his inner excitement and continued to practice and cultivate the spirit vein. Time flies, and 2 years have passed. During the 2 years, Lu Ok finally completed his green spirit wood meditation method, solidified the powerful innate witchcraft of the ancient tree body, and became a real first-level official wizard. Lu Ok's successful promotion is a big event for the Green Tower. Ms. Natasha is so happy that she held a grand banquet for Lu Ok to celebrate for him. Lu Feng didn't like such a lively scene, but he couldn't resist Lu Ok's invitations, so he had to agree to Lu Ok and attend the banquet with her. Lu Feng was very powerful, and just standing still was enough to make Lu Ok feel at ease, and no blind wizard came to disturb Lu Ok. Nothing happened, and the banquet was spent quietly. Lu Feng also met some of Lu Ok's fellow tribesmen. A group of fairies who were also favored by nature, each of them was small in stature, and most of them were women. Chapter 178, Spiritual Vein Advancement, Second Level Wizard. The Goblin clan is favored by nature. The advantage of bloodline has given birth to some powerful formal wizards among Lu Ok's clan. There are quite a few first-level wizards, and there are also second-level wizards who come to attend the banquet. There are more background and strong people in the clan. It is a force that is much stronger than the Green Tower, and it also has a good reputation in the botanical garden. With Lu Ok's relationship, Lu Feng gains some friendship from the Goblin clan. If there is a need in the future, he can also trade with the Goblin clan. At the banquet, Lu Feng also made some friends in the Green Tower and met several friendly wizards. This can also be regarded as the benefit of Lu Feng from attending the banquet. Apart from the banquet, the days of Green Tower in the past 2 years are still plain, and nothing big has happened. The only thing that can be said is that Ms. Natasha received a letter from Teacher Tia. In the letter, Teacher Tia told Ms. Natasha some of their participation in the plane battle. The plane battle that Teacher Tia participated in was going smoothly for the time being. The formal wizards led by Teacher Tia helped the 4th-level Morning Star wizard to successfully establish an outpost in an alien plane called Norton. The battle with the natives of the Norton plane was being actively carried out, and many advantages were gained. Teacher Tia also gained some benefits in the plane battle and saw the possibility of further progress. Lu Feng's Teacher Tia had already reached the peak of the 3rd level and was trapped in this realm for many years. This time, he was able to see the hope of progress in the plane battle, which was also a huge harvest. Teacher Tia's strength has improved, and Lu Feng and others are happy for him. After all, Teacher Tia is the pillar of the Verdant Tower. The stronger the strength of Tia wizards, the more benefits the wizards who depend on the Verdant Tower, can get. Wizard Era 4041, the Month of Flowers. The grass and trees under the Verdant Tower are full of vitality, and Lu Feng's spiritual realm is also developing in 2 years, full of vitality and booming. The octopus monster was still at the bottom of the pool, breathing in and out the water vapor comfortably, and his life was very comfortable. In Lu Feng's spiritual realm, the octopus monster didn't have to worry about being hungry. There were all kinds of meat and water resources supplied by the channels of the trendy secondary continent and the wizard tower. Here, the octopus monster only needed to practice every day and work hard to cultivate his own green wave spiritual realm. Under the shade of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the medicine garden that was transformed with vitality soil a few years ago also grew various herbs and magic plants under the care of the tree demon and Hongye and others. The output was not much, but it was barely enough for Hongye and others to consume in their daily practice. Lu Feng invested a lot of magic stones, and now this medicine garden has played a role. Lu Feng once again returned to the Red Leaf Tower of the trendy secondary continent. He completed a practice of the Green Spirit Wood meditation method, and his spiritual power in the spiritual space grew stronger. Then, with the fluctuations in the spiritual ocean, a drop of liquid spiritual power slowly condensed and fell into the deep spiritual power ocean below, stirring up a wave. Lu Feng's spirit was lifted, and he opened his eyes happily. It's full, the spiritual power ocean is full again. It's worth my hard work in the past 2 years to upgrade the fire and earth spiritual veins to the human level middle grade. Next, when I upgrade the gold spiritual vein to the human level middle grade, I can smoothly compress the spiritual power ocean and advance to the second level wizard. After the 4 spiritual veins of wood, fire, water and earth were upgraded to the human level middle grade spiritual veins, Lu Feng's physique and spiritual power grew steadily, and he became stronger. Lu Feng's every move exuded the powerful spiritual power fluctuations of a first-level peak formal wizard. After that, Lu Feng's eyes fell on the Qingmu spiritual realm again. With the upgrade of the 4 spiritual veins, his Qingmu spiritual realm space also expanded again, and the radius of the earth has expanded to about 1 kilometer. The expansion of the spiritual realm space is naturally reflected in Lu Feng's cultivation strength. The top of the first level, it won't take much time to reach the second level. Lu Feng was full of confidence. As the 4 spirit veins were upgraded, Lu Feng focused all his energy on the cultivation of the gold spirit vein. Most of the magic stones from his monthly salary were used to buy various metal resources. From ordinary copper and iron to tough mithril, and even better refined gold. Lu Feng never hesitated to buy magic stones for resources that would help the development of the spirit realm. Although magic stones are good, if they are not used, they are just a pile of dead things in his hands. Only by exchanging them for resources to cultivate the Qingmu spirit realm and develop and grow it, can his strength improve rapidly. And only when his strength is strong can Lu Feng obtain more magic stones. Lu Feng is only 72 years old now. To become a top wizard of the first level at the age of 72 is actually fast. Even some genius wizards with 5th level soul qualifications are not much different. After all, before he came into contact with the earthly immortal method, Lu Feng wasted a lot of time. His soul qualification itself was not good, only the 3rd level with no way forward. If it weren't for the golden finger, space gate, that can travel through the world and the special earth fairy method, Lu Feng would probably have spent the rest of his life alone in the trendy secondary continent with his second brother. In the past 2 years, because Luoke officially became a first-level wizard, Ms. Natasha, who was deeply trapped in the daily affairs of the Green Tower, and Lu Feng decided to drag Luoke into the quagmire and share the busy official business of the Green Tower. Luoke lost his freedom at work, but gained experience in handling official business, and a large amount of magic stone salary. With Luoke's selfless dedication, Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha's working hours were reduced from 6 days a week to 4 days a week, and the working hours on weekdays were also reduced from 8 hours to 5 hours. Although part of the work was divided, Lu Feng's salary did not drop. His first-level top wizard realm was seen by Ms. Natasha. According to Lu Feng's progress, it is estimated that it will not be long before the Green Tower may have another second-level wizard. Ms. Natasha is too busy to win him over, so how could she reduce Lu Feng's salary for such a small matter? Anyway, under the care of Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng's days in the Verdant Tower became more and more comfortable. In his spare time, Lu Feng also bought several first-level potion recipes from Ms. Natasha and picked up his first-level pharmacist skills again. When Lu Feng was a wizard apprentice, he followed teacher Tia to practice solid alchemy skills, which was why he was able to master the first-level potion, Water of Vitality, so quickly in the trendy secondary continent. In recent years, Lu Feng was first busy with the cultivation of the Qingmu spiritual realm spiritual veins, and later he was divided by the work of the Verdant Tower. Although his alchemy skills did not fall behind, they were also stagnant. Now that the work of the Verdant Tower is not busy, Lu Feng picked up the alchemy skills again and spent a little magic stone to buy 3 first-level potion recipes from Ms. Natasha. Tesmin Potion, also known as the Little Blue Bottle, can quickly restore the consumed mental power and is widely used in wizards' battles. It is the most common first-level potion along with the Water of Vitality, which is called the Little Red Bottle. Phantom Tears Potion is a first-level potion that can assist in meditation practice. Beast Body Potion is a potion that can strengthen the body and accelerate the physical growth of formal wizards. These potion formulas are more common in the first-level wizard stage and are used in larger quantities. Lu Feng consumed his previous foundation and quickly got started with refining these first-level potions. After becoming proficient, he could make more than 10,000 magic stones by refining some first-level potions every month. If there were not too many formal wizards who were proficient in potion science in the botanical garden, and the industry's internal competition had led to a low price for first-level potions, Lu Feng could have made more money. However, Lu Feng did not pay much attention to the first-level potions. It would not be long before he would advance to the second-level wizard. By then, if he worked hard to refine second-level potions, his income would definitely be easily multiplied several times. Just practice and leave some feeling, the rest can be discussed after Lu Feng is promoted to the second-level wizard. Golden Spiritual Vein, cultivate it slowly. Spiritual vein cultivation cannot be rushed. Lu Feng has persisted in all these years of boredom, and his mentality is very stable. Just cultivate it slowly and wait slowly. Lu Feng walked out of the trendy secondary continent and inspected the Red Leaf Tower. Everything is fine in the Red Leaf Tower. The second brother Andre manages his Red Leaf Principality and practices meditation and plant partner secrets. He has made some achievements over the years. With a gift of the plant partner secret, Andre, who is almost 100 years old, is still strong and alive, not like a centenarian at all. In addition, the Red Leaf Tower has flourished under Annie's management. Lu Feng occasionally resells some materials from the Green Tower, which is enough to make the Red Leaf Tower full and richer over the years. The Red Leaf Tower strictly implements Lu Feng's will. Several principalities have experienced explosive population growth in these years of peaceful development. Without war, with sufficient food and strong bodies, the population naturally grew. From the increasing incense and willpower, Lu Feng saw the development of the trendy subcontinent. The Yin Ghost realm in the Red Leaf Tower has also been growing stronger in the cultivation over the years. A large amount of undead resources have been invested in the realm, and there is also sufficient incense and willpower. A Yin spiritual vein in the Yin Ghost realm is about to take shape. The Yin spiritual vein is somewhat special. The Qingmu realm is a spiritual space full of vitality and Yang energy. Lu Feng has not yet figured out how to integrate the Yin spiritual vein into it, so he can only put the Yin Ghost realm aside temporarily. Fortunately, the Yin Ghost realm has temporarily become the energy pool of the Red Leaf Tower, maintaining the power of the Red Leaf Tower, which can be regarded as making the best use of it, and Lu Feng is not at a loss. If there is no Yin Ghost realm, Lu Feng will have to purchase a new energy pool to supply the energy of the teleportation array and connect his two bases. An energy pool will cost at least tens of thousands of magic stones. These magic stones are enough for Lu Feng to buy a lot of resources to cultivate the Qingmu realm. After inspecting the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng loaded the output of the Red Leaf Tower this month into the Qingmu spirit realm, took the teleportation array, and returned to the Green Tower. The days in the Green Tower were still peaceful. I slacked off at work and practiced with peace of mind. Occasionally, I chatted with Lu OK and played with him. The rest of the time was spent on cultivating the golden spirit vein. Focusing on the cultivation of one spiritual vein, Lu Feng spent several months' salary and magic stones from alchemy income to buy resources, and the quality of the golden spirit vein improved rapidly. In the 4042nd year of the Wizard era, the original moon. After more than half a year of hard work, Lu Feng finally upgraded the golden spirit vein to the human level middle grade, at the same level as the other 4 spiritual veins. The 5 elements of the spiritual veins were of the same quality. The 5 elements of the Qingmu spirit realm seemed to have a little more roundness in circulation. The 5 elements evolved, and the 5-color light in the Qingmu spirit realm illuminated the space and the world. Kakaka. Rumble. Amidst the loud noises, the edge of the Qingmu spirit realm expanded. The land became thicker, the sky became higher, and the radius of the earth directly broke through 1 kilometer, expanding to more than 1,100 meters before slowly stopping. The Qingmu spiritual realm expanded, and Lu Feng's body also shone with the feedback of the Qingmu spiritual realm, and his body and flesh became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pop! As if there was a light sound in his body, Lu Feng felt that his body had broken through a layer of shackles, and the terrifying power burst out, entering a brand new world. Lu Feng clenched his fists, and the power surging in his body made him feel that he could kill his former self with one punch. Breakthrough, the breakthrough of the spiritual realm, let my body break the shackles and directly enter the second-level realm. Lu Feng understood it in his heart. Then he activated the green spiritual wood meditation method to check his spiritual changes. In the spiritual space, Lu Feng's soul seat engraved with ancient tree body, floated in the deep spiritual power ocean without moving. At this moment, Lu Feng slightly practiced a meditation method, and felt the change in his mental power, and touched the opportunity for the liquid mental power to transform and compress again. With a slight movement, the liquid mental power that was already overflowing in the mental space slowly transformed and compressed under Lu Feng's will. The liquid mental power ocean that originally filled Lu Feng's entire mental space slowly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this disappearance was not because Lu Feng's mental power was shrinking, but in his active compression transformation, the energy level was transformed and improved, turning into a more powerful mental power. Half a month later. In Lu Feng's mental space, the transformed and compressed mental power occupied a small area at the bottom of the mental space. At this point, Lu Feng had compressed his liquid mental power to the limit, and there was no further progress. After the transformation and compression, the mental space became empty, and Lu Feng gained more room for growth. I'm a second-level wizard now. The next step is to follow the old routine. I'll engrave another innate witchcraft on the soul seed and build an energy circuit in my body. After everything is done, I'll be a real second-level wizard. Lu Feng stopped the transformation and compression of the liquid mental power with some fatigue, and looked at the soul seed in the center of the mental space. The emerald green seed was shining at this moment. As the realm was upgraded, the soul seed also transformed and grew stronger, and its size doubled. The witchcraft pattern of witchcraft body that originally occupied the entire surface of the soul seed now only occupied a corner of the soul seed. The expanded space on the second-level soul seed can engrave another innate witchcraft, but this time it will be a second-level witchcraft. Chapter 179, King Mu is devoted to witchcraft, Invitation to Norton's Plane. The meditation practice of a first, second, and third-level wizard is a complementary and gradual process. Each level of advancement will solidify a life definition magic in the body and soul seed. When practicing to the third-level wizard, the 3 solidified life definition magics are combined and supplemented to form a powerful combination of magic. The Green Spirit Wood meditation method was created by a powerful wizard in the botanical garden, imitating the energy-absorbing ancient tree of the treasure. It is a combination of 3 life definition magics, and is also intended to reproduce the power of the energy-absorbing ancient tree in human form. The energy-absorbing ancient tree is too powerful, and Lu Feng does not know how much power the Green Spirit Wood meditation method can reproduce. But in the inherited memory of the Green Spirit Wood meditation method, the wizards who have completed the Green Spirit Wood meditation method combination magic have extremely thick blood bars and strong recovery abilities, and can be called human-shaped immortal evil creatures. The second-level innate witchcraft of the Green Spirit Wood meditation method is called Green Wood Pure Heart. It imitates the ability of the energy-absorbing ancient tree to absorb energy. It refers to the construction of the energy pool of the wizard tower and builds a special energy organ in the wizard's body. It can provide sufficient energy support for the second-level wizard's spellcasting and body. However, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to practice the second-level witchcraft, Greenwood Pure Heart. He had just been promoted, and his realm needed to be stabilized, and the new strength needed to be mastered. What's more, Lu Feng was still working in the Green Tower. This time he broke through the spiritual realm and had taken a leave of absence for half a month. If he didn't go back, his salary for this month would be deducted. When he walked out of the practice room of the residence, it was just working time. Lu Feng came to the workshop of the Green Tower. As expected by Lu Feng, Luo Ke was working hard in a pile of documents at this time, while Ms. Natasha was basking in the sun on the side, lazily looking at an unknown book, and occasionally taking a sip of black tea elegantly. Seeing Ms. Natasha's comfortable look from time to time, Luo Ke was so angry that his teeth itched. However, after so many days, Luo Ke had already adapted to the mental torture of this kind of job. Although he had resentment in his heart, he could gradually turn a blind eye to it. "Rester, you are here. Come and help me share the work quickly. I have been helping you for half a month, and I am almost exhausted." Hearing Lu Feng coming in, Luo Ke buried his head in the desk and called Lu Feng to work quickly without raising his head. During the days when Lu Feng took leave to practice and break through, Luo Ke took on all of Lu Feng's work. The workload increased, and Luo Ke was a little overwhelmed. "Okay. I'm here." Lu Feng smiled and sat opposite Luo Ke, and did the work skillfully. The mental power spread, and more than a dozen invisible wizards rolled up the documents one by one. Lu Feng divided his mind into more than 10 parts and quickly processed the documents piled up in front of Luo Ke. As soon as Lu Feng's mental fluctuations spread out, Ms. Natasha, who was enjoying her time leisurely on the other side, immediately sat up from the recliner and looked at Lu Feng in surprise. "Rester, I see you look like this. Have you made a breakthrough?" Ms. Natasha looked again and again, and stood up to confirm. "Yes, Mom, I'm lucky. I caught the opportunity to break through during this retreat. I have completed the transformation of my mental power and finally broke through." Lu Feng nodded, without deliberately concealing it. Hiding strength, as I said before, is unnecessary. Botanical garden is not a third-rate evil force. It is one of the top 10 white wizard organizations on the Trudeau continent. How could Lu Feng, a small second-level wizard, not be able to accommodate it? Great, our verdict tower finally has another second-level wizard. As expected, after getting Lu Feng's affirmative answer, Ms. Natasha's face was full of smiles. The most powerful person in the verdict tower is Teacher Tia, who is at the level of a third-level wizard. The remaining ones who are second only to Teacher Tia in strength are Ms. Natasha and Ms. Apela, and the others are all first-level formal wizards. Now, Lu Feng has broken through and become a second-level wizard. He has suddenly become the fourth person in the Green Tower and the mainstay of the Green Tower. The tower's strength has further increased. How could Ms. Natasha not be happy about such a good thing? Rester, congratulations. Ms. Natasha smiled sincerely, and after thinking for a while, she took out a staff from the space pocket on her waist and handed it to Lu Feng, and then added, "This is a second-level secret treasure. It is a staff I used in my early years. It is called Dropping Wood Staff. There is a second-level witchcraft solidified on the staff, and it can also increase the witchcraft power by 50%. It is also a good little top-quality product. It was given to me by Tia when I broke through the second-level wizard. Now that you have broken through in strength, this staff is a gift from me as a senior to you." Lu Feng's eyes swept over the dropping wood staff. The top of the wooden staff made of twisted and gnarled trees is hollowed out, and the twisted branches wrap around a natural crystal the size of an apple. The rich natural breath waves surge from the wooden staff, which is very scary. The wooden staff is engraved with dense witchcraft runes, forming a second-level witchcraft. Lu Feng has some impression of it, called 100 Flowers Bloom. It can grow a healing flower at the target location, providing a large amount of vitality to multiple injured allies within a range of 50 meters per second, and lasts for 3 minutes. The wooden staff that solidifies the 100 Flowers Bloom witchcraft, combined with the powerful recovery power of the green spirit wood meditation method, can give a second life to a second-level wizard like Lu Feng in a critical moment. The second-level medium-quality witchcraft secret treasure, a two-handed staff type, can be used as a main weapon for daily use. In the trading market of the botanical garden, it is estimated that it can be sold for 500,000 or 600,000 magic stones, which is countless times more precious than the first-level wizard's secret treasure, and it exceeds the price of a thundership. "Madam, this weeping stick is too precious, I dare not accept it." Lu Feng declined because he did not want to receive a gift without merit. Facing Lu Feng's refusal, Ms. Natasha's face was stern, and she directly stuffed the weeping stick into Lu Feng's arms, and said seriously, "Rester, you are a member of the Green Tower, we are all family, and I am also your senior. The senior gave you a gift, why are you still refusing? Don't you want to recognize me as your elder?" "Yes, yes. Rest, just accept it. I was promoted to first-level wizard, and the lady didn't give me anything." Luo Ke heard Lu Feng's hesitation and refusal, and also supported Ms. Natasha beside him. Although Luo Ke was also a little surprised at the speed of Lu Feng's strength improvement, Luo Ke had already seen the changes in Lu Feng over the years. With more shocks, her resistance has improved a lot. In Luo Ke's heart, Lu Feng has already become an invincible genius wizard, and breaking through the second-level wizard has long been within her expectations. Under the persuasion of Luo Ke and Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng had no choice but to accept the drooping wooden staff. "Thank you, Ms. Natasha. If the Green Tower needs me in the future, please let me know." Lu Feng thanked. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Ms. Natasha also smiled and nodded. She was waiting for Lu Feng to say this. At least this second-level secret treasure drooping wooden staff was not given away in vain. "By the way, Rest, you have now been promoted to second-level wizard, which is also a big event for the Green Tower. I plan to hold a warm banquet for you to celebrate. It's a pity that Tia and Apela are still fighting in the Norton Plain and can't come back for a while, otherwise they would be very happy to see you promoted, and the banquet would be more lively." Then, Ms. Natasha seriously considered holding a banquet for Lu Feng. "Let's not have a banquet for now. I have just completed the transformation of my spiritual power, and my innate witchcraft has not yet solidified. I am not even a real second-level wizard. There is no rush for a banquet." When Lu Feng mentioned the banquet, he remembered the boring banquet he held for Luo Ke last time, and politely declined. The banquet has its meaning, but it is not very big for Lu Feng. He is a homebody wizard who cherishes his life. He rarely goes out to hunt for treasures or explore secret places. He does not have many friends. For the opening banquet, Lu Feng does not know which wizards to invite. That's right. You have just broken through, so you should focus on wizard practice. It's a good opportunity for me to contact Tia and others to inform them of your great joy of promotion. If they can come back, we can discuss the banquet. Seeing that Lu Feng was not very interested, Ms. Natasha did not force him. After working together for so many years, Ms. Natasha also knew Lu Feng's character. He was a good seedling who was dedicated to practice. After chatting with Lu Ok and Ms. Natasha for a while, and finishing the chores accumulated during these days of practice, Lu Feng got off work and returned to his residence. Lu Ok followed and took Lu Feng to have a small gathering. On the other side, after get off work, Ms. Natasha also walked into the upper floors of the Wizard Tower, Tia's former residence, and passed the news of Lu Feng's successful breakthrough to Tia through the means left by Tia before leaving. Tia Wizard is now in the Norton plane, which is a different plane far away from the wizard world. It is unknown how far away from the wizard world in the star realm. Tia Wizard went to the Norton plane through the artifact plane gate created by the 4th level Morning Star Wizard, so that he could cross the distant star space in a short time. Ordinary communication arrays could not contact Tia Wizard at all. However, Tia Wizard had anticipated this, and left a means of contacting him in the Green Tower before leaving. After the message was sent, Ms. Natasha stood in front of the window of Tia's room, staring at the scenery outside the Wizard Tower, and muttered to herself, I wonder how Tia will react when she knows about Rest's achievements. 10 days later, the message sent by Ms. Natasha finally entered a huge light gate with a diameter of more than several kilometers after being transmitted through various channels. This light gate is the artifact created by the 4th level Morning Star Wizard that Tia followed, the Gate of Plains. The message passed through the Gate of Plains and came to the distant Norton Plain. Tia, who was stationed in the outpost base of the Norton Plain, soon received the message from the Verdant Tower. A message from the Verdant Tower? What is it? Teacher, take a look. Beside Tia, Ms. Apela, who looked like a slightly shorter silver-haired girl, saw the message Tia received and asked curiously. Tia glanced at the immature Apera, frowned slightly and checked the message from the Verdant Tower, muttering, yes, Natasha's letter. She wrote that there is another 2nd level wizard in the Verdant Tower, it's Rest. The last time we left the Wizard Tower, Rest had just broken through to the 1st level wizard. Rest who picked up dog shit luck after going home. He actually broke through again, the 2nd level wizard. This is too fast. The silver-haired girl Apra screamed. Apra was obviously also shocked by Lu Feng's rapid breakthrough. Rest's breakthrough to the 1st level wizard was such a big thing. Apra, as the 3rd in command of the Verdant Tower, had known about it a long time ago. At that time, she just thought that Lu Feng was just a kid who got lucky. After all, Lu Feng's decades of experience as a wizard apprentice was also well known in the Verdant Tower. Apra had dealt with Lu Feng when she was in the Wizard Tower before, and she had some impression of Rest who was serious about doing things and making plans before making decisions. Although she did not meet Lu Feng who became a 1st level wizard later, she also learned about Rest from Tia Wizard. However, it has only been a few years since they came to the Norton Plain to start the war, and it has only been more than 20 years. In more than 20 years, Apra, a 2nd level wizard, has not broken through a small realm, but Rest has crossed a big realm and directly broken through to the 2nd level wizard. This is an outrageous cultivation speed. Is Rest a genius? I am also a genius with a 5th level solo qualification, and I didn't do it so hard back then. The silver-haired girl compared her own cultivation experience and looked at Tia Wizard with some doubts. It feels like this 5th level genius is fake. Genius? That's not the case. I saw Rest's spiritual soul in the Emerald Dream. He is indeed a 3rd level soul qualification. He can break through to the 1st level wizard because he has practiced other professional systems. The wizard realm is forced to be driven by another profession. Hearing Apra's doubts, Tia Wizard shook his head. However, the other career systems that Rest has studied should be quite powerful, and can support him to quickly break through to the 2nd level wizard, and maybe even quickly break through to the 3rd level wizard. However, when he reaches the 3rd level wizard, the benefits brought by his other career should also end. From the 3rd level to the 4th level, it is a big threshold, and it is not so easy to break through. Can quickly upgrade to the 3rd level wizard, isn't such a career system good? Teacher Tia, You are talking without any pain in your waist. Tia's relaxed words made Apra speechless. She is only in the middle stage of the second-level wizard, and the third-level wizard is a long way off. If there is a way to quickly upgrade Apra to the third-level wizard, Apra feels that she can do anything. Boom. Seeing Apra's eyes rolling around and wondering what she was thinking, Wizard Tia hit Apra on the head with a palm, making her stagger, and taught her a lesson with a look of disappointment. Apra, you should do better for me. Just study the way of wizards honestly, and don't have any crooked ideas. The way of wizards is the most stable and safest way to heaven. How many people want it, but you don't cherish it? You are the worst apprentice I have ever taught. Ah, it hurts. Master, I know I was wrong. Don't hit me. If you keep hitting me, Apra will become stupid again. Apra, who was hit hard, wailed, came to her senses, and quickly hugged her head and retreated to the side, fearing that Teacher Tia would hide her harder. Second-level wizards are thick-skinned and tough, and Wizard Tia showed no mercy to teach Apra a lesson. Apra even had a bump on his head. Alice, it would be great if you were as worry-free as Natasha. Seeing Apela's lazy look, Wizard Tia was also quite troubled, but she was too lazy to teach her anymore. Apela was no longer a child, she was almost 200 years old, and as a teacher, Tia could only guide her, and she would have to walk on her own in the future. Wizard Tia walked to the window of the house, and the sky outside the window was gloomy and depressing. In the distance of the outpost, a large number of strange and terrifying monsters were rushing towards the outpost one after another, attacking the outpost's defense. The brilliance of the spells on the outpost surged, smashing countless monsters into pieces, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Looking at those strange and flesh monsters, Wizard Tia shook her head again and sighed. The road after the third level is not easy. If I take a wrong step, those monsters may be my future, bloody and evil creatures. Here more than 10 days later, Ms. Natasha received a reply from Wizard Tia. In the large office where affairs are handled. Rester, come and take a look. Tia's reply has finally arrived. Let's see what he said. Ms. Natasha showed the reply in front of Lu Feng and said with a smile. I'll take a look too. Lu Feng looked at the message, and Luo Ke, who was standing beside him, also came over after hearing the words. In the reply, Wizard Tia first congratulated Lu Feng on his breakthrough on behalf of several other wizards in the Verdant Tower. Then, Wizard Tia instructed Ms. Natasha to replace Tia first, increase Lu Feng's authority in the Verdant Tower, increase his salary and profit sharing, and let Lu Feng get long-term and tangible benefits. Lu Feng, a first-level wizard, can get 20,000 to 30,000 magic stones a month. As a second-level wizard, Lu Feng can definitely get more. However, Ms. Natasha's salary income has always been a secret. Lu Feng does not know how much a second-level wizard can earn for the time being, so he can only wait for Ms. Natasha to show him in detail later. At the same time, Wizard Tia also instructed Ms. Natasha to give Lu Feng the right to choose 3 treasures from Wizard Tia's treasury at will, which was a belated gift from Wizard Tia. If the 3 treasures were all like the dropping wood staff, the total value would definitely exceed 1 million magic stones. Teacher Tia is so generous. Lu Feng rubbed his hands, and was a little impatient. Teacher Tia has always been so generous to her own people. He has no family, no partner, no offspring, and all the resources he earned were used in his own green tower. Ms. Natasha said with a smile, and Luo Ke nodded vigorously at the side, agreeing with the lady's point of view. Finally, Teacher Tia also sent a special invitation letter, which was branded with the scenery of the Norton Plain, and a mysterious wizard mark composed of branches and rings, which was the symbol of the Morning Star Wizard. This is an invitation letter to the Norton Plain certified by the Morning Star Wizard. Tia asked if you intend to go to the Norton Plain. Ms. Natasha picked up the invitation letter that fell from the message and explained to Lu Feng. Chapter 180 Income Increase, Sunbroken Monument. Norton Plain Invitation. After opening it, it is a certificate to the Norton Plain. Take the invitation to the Wizard Tower of Morning Star Wizard, and you can go to the Norton Plain through the Artifact Plain Gate. What does the Norton Plain look like? It is also shown on this special invitation. Lu Feng touched the invitation with his mental power, and a breath of dust corruption came to his face, making him frown slightly. Accustomed to the ubiquitous breath of life in the botanical garden, Lu Feng suddenly encountered such a negative breath, and he felt disgusted. Through mental power, Lu Feng also saw a plain shrouded in the light of dusk, filled with corruption and dilapidated. Is this the Norton plane? It looks like the Norton plane is a bit miserable. Lu Feng sighed. Studying the Earth Immortal method and building the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng is also aiming to create a world. The Norton plane that he saw at this time seemed like a fellow who had already entered destruction and death. In the last moments of life, he showed his last madness and had a different kind of misery. The Norton plane can help Teacher Tia find a way forward. It seems that even if it is ruined, there are still some good things. However, for me at this stage, going to the Norton plane is completely unnecessary. Lu Feng thought so after thinking about his needs. Lu Feng flipped through the Norton plane invitation letter and did not find a time limit on the invitation letter. It seems that as long as the Norton plane exists for one day, this invitation letter will always be effective. In this case, Lu Feng does not plan to go to the Norton plane for the time being. He has just been promoted to second-level wizard, and there are still many things to do. It is completely unnecessary to go to the Norton plane now. He stays in the Green Tower and has a stable income of magic stones every month, which will increase after he is promoted to second-level wizard. Although going to the Norton plane to participate in the plane battle and risking his life can obtain more magic stone resources, he does not have the mind to do so. He only has one life, but the monsters in the Norton plane seem to be endless. If he makes a mistake once, Lu Feng will end his life, which he has struggled for so many years and has not enjoyed much. It is totally not worth it. Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm cultivation is not picky for the time being. It only needs a large amount of basic 5 elements resources to make the spirit realm grow. There is no need to go to the unknown Norton plane for these ordinary materials. The botanical garden, with countless white wizards, is so safe and convenient. Why run away? Madam, I will accept the invitation letter to the Norton plane first, but I have just been promoted to the second-level wizard, and I still have my own witchcraft to solidify, and I am busy with other things. I will not go to the Norton plane for the time being. If Teacher Tia really needs me to go, I will never refuse. Lu Feng put the invitation letter to the Norton plane in his arms, and then explained to Ms. Natasha. Okay, just do as you say. After all, plane battles are dangerous. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Ms. Natasha nodded and agreed. Ms. Natasha didn't want Lu Feng to go to the Norton plane now. Of course, Ms. Natasha didn't force Lu Feng to stay. It was up to Lu Feng himself whether to stay or go. Since Lu Feng was willing to stay in the Green Tower, Ms. Natasha was naturally very happy. Teacher Tia went to the Norton plane and took away many main wizards of the Green Tower in the plane battle. It made Ms. Natasha busy all day long. Now that Lu Feng and Lu Ok have finally advanced, they can share some pressure with her and enjoy a moment of leisure. Ms. Natasha didn't want to end this leisurely life so soon. The invitation letter is temporarily over. Come with me. Let's discuss your future income and then take you to choose the 3 treasures that Tia promised you. Putting the invitation letter aside, Ms. Natasha took Lu Feng to another room, avoiding Lu Ok in the meeting room. After all, what the two of them are going to talk about next is something involving personal interests, and they still need to keep it confidential. Following Ms. Natasha to an empty room, the lady sat down at a conference table, took out a document from her space pocket, and said with a smile, Rester, you are now a second-level wizard, different from a first-level wizard. As your strength increases, your authority in the Verdant Tower will also increase relatively. After all, under Tia, the second-level wizards in the Verdant Tower are you and me, and Apela who is with Tia. The 3 of us can now be said to be the 3 giants of the Verdant Tower under Tia. Ms. Natasha's words were somewhat joking, and she explained to Lu Feng his future position in the Verdant Tower in an easy-to-understand way. The 3 giants of the Verdant Tower. If Tia is the actual controller of the Verdant Tower, then the 3 second-level wizards are the 3 big bosses of the tower, and the remaining first-level wizards are all workers working for them. Although this analogy is a bit cruel, based on the strength of the wizards, it all becomes reasonable. Well, I understand all this. Lu Feng nodded after understanding. It's good that you understand. Let me tell you about your salary income after you are promoted to the second level. In terms of basic salary, you used to have a basic salary of about 11,000 magic stones a month. After being promoted to the second level, your basic salary increased significantly, directly rising to 33,000 magic stones a month. The commission from the Verdant Tower also increased from 2% per month to 8%. It's about 30,000 to 40,000 magic stones per month, and there are some other subsidies, about 30,000 to 40,000. You can earn about more than 100,000 magic stones a month. Seeing Lu Feng sitting down, Ms. Natasha continued. Compared with when Lu Feng was a first-level wizard, his income suddenly tripled or quadrupled. It's not much, but it's definitely not a small amount. After all, there is nothing else to pay for. The work effort has not changed, but the income has skyrocketed. Of course, these are all your incomes from just reviewing documents. A second-level wizard is different from a first-level wizard. Even in the botanical garden, they can be considered the backbone. At this stage of a second-level wizard, the wizard has a long lifespan and has plenty of time to develop and study some side jobs. Rest, if you can create an industry in the Verdant Tower, the income I just mentioned is just a side job. Ms. Natasha said with a smile. Just like Ms. Apela and I, we are both good at botany. 60% of the medicine garden and magic plant cultivation and processing industry in the Verdant Tower were built by the two of us together. We invested a lot of money, and now it is stable, and we can get a lot of magic stones every month. Antia specializes in pharmacy and built a medicine manufacturing factory in the Verdant Tower, but he has now gone to the Norton Plain. Without his command, most of the functions of the medicine manufacturing factory have stopped, wasting a lot of magic stones. Speaking of this, Ms. Natasha was full of resentment. Listening to the lady's resentful words, Lu Feng subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lu Feng knew something about this matter. He used to be a good pharmacist apprentice under Tia, and he also participated in the work of Tia's potion manufacturing factory and worked as a screw in the potion manufacturing factory. The factory used to be prosperous, but when Lu Feng came back to work in the Green Tower a few years ago, he found that the potion factory in the Wizard Tower had stopped production, and the herbs and magic plants cultivated in the Green Tower had become goods sold outside. Without Tia and the leadership of several first-level wizards, the potion manufacturing factory lacked a core commander, and its efficiency and production capacity declined, and it could not be maintained. Madam, do you mean that you want me to take over the work of the potion manufacturing factory? When Ms. Natasha said this, Lu Feng naturally understood what she meant. Ms. Natasha saw that Lu Feng had been promoted to a second-level wizard and found the core person to support the potion manufacturing factory. But I'm only a first-level pharmacist, and I've only learned a few prescriptions. I'm afraid I'm still a little short of being able to run a pharmacy manufacturing factory. After hearing what Ms. Natasha said about the benefits of the pharmacy manufacturing factory, Lu Feng was also quite tempted. After all, the opportunity to earn a lot of magic stones also represents the resources for the booming development of Kingmu Spirit Realm. Lu Feng didn't want to risk his life, but he could get the opportunity by staying in the Green Tower, so he was willing to give it a try. The level of pharmacist is not a problem. You followed Tia to learn pharmacy in your early years. You have a solid foundation and have been a first-level pharmacist for quite some time. Now that your realm has been improved, you can practice more and become a senior first-level pharmacist without any problem. If you work harder, you may be able to reach the threshold of a second-level pharmacist. I am not in a hurry to urge you. You can practice slowly and study the knowledge of pharmacists. One day, we can reopen the potion manufacturing factory of the Green Tower, right? Ms. Natasha saw the intention in Lu Feng's eyes and continued to persuade him. She also said that she could provide Lu Feng with a first-level potion formula collected by the Green Tower for free for reference. Ms. Natasha said so much, so Lu Feng naturally had no intention of refusing. Learning the skills of a first-level pharmacist well, even if he failed to support the potion manufacturing factory of the Green Tower in the future, it would be a skill. Just refining potions by himself could also bring her a steady stream of magic stone income. Although it didn't bring in the explosive income from building a factory, it was still a good side job. After all, as long as the profession of wizard exists, consumables such as potions will always have a huge market. After discussing the additional work of the pharmacist, Lu Feng looked at his upgraded salary contract again. It was fine, so Lu Feng nodded in agreement and imprinted his wizard mark on the contract. After signing the contract, Lu Feng saw the thin branch that existed in the Emerald Dream space, representing the Verdant Tower. On the branch, the leaf representing Lu Feng became larger, and a golden line appeared on the leaf, indicating that Lu Feng's authority had been improved. After the change, Ms. Natasha called the Tower Spirit Irene again to increase Lu Feng's authority in the Wizard Tower. After becoming a second-level wizard, Lu Feng can already access more things in the Verdant Tower. For example, through this increased authority, Lu Feng can maximize the flow of the energy channel in the practice room in his residence and fully enjoy the benefits of the Verdant Tower's powerful energy pool. After finishing all these, Ms. Natasha took Lu Feng to Tia's treasure house. Tia's treasure house in the Green Tower is not small. He has been a third-level wizard for many years and has accumulated a lot of wealth. Tia chooses to carry important treasures with him for use at any time. Things that are not used but are reluctant to sell are left in the treasure house of the Green Tower to be given to younger generations or used for other purposes. The treasure house is full of dazzling things and colorful, which dazzles Lu Feng. After adapting for a while, Lu Feng walked into it and carefully selected suitable treasures for the cultivation of King Mulingjing. For weapons, Lu Feng has the second-level wizard's secret treasure, dropping wood staff, given by Ms. Natasha, which is enough for the time being. For defense, he also has the Wuta Mountain Seal for protection after the Earth Spirit Bane is advanced, which has stronger defense. In Teacher Tia's treasure house, Lu Feng wants to choose some special treasures that can improve the foundation of King Mulingjing. Things like energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, a dragon corpse, a complete corpse of an earth dragon, even retaining the dragon crystal in the brain. It's really complete. While searching, Lu Feng was attracted by a dragon corpse floating in the air with complete appearance. The rich dragon clan aura exuded, making the fire dragon magic power in Lu Feng's body ready to move. It's a pity that it's not of the fire system, otherwise, I really want to put this dragon corpse into the condensed milk fire spirit bane. Lu Feng sighed, turned his eyes away from the dragon corpse, and continued to walk deeper into the treasure house. There are more good things in the depths of the treasure house. In addition to various first and second level wizard secret treasures, there are also various materials full of elemental energy collected by Tia in the treasure house. First level materials can be seen everywhere, second level materials are not rare, and there are also sporadic third level materials. The things in this treasure house alone can probably buy half of the Verdant Tower. Teacher Tia is indeed a veteran third level wizard. His wallet is really bulging and he is really rich. Following King Mulingjing's instinctive desire, Lu Feng suddenly stopped in front of a broken stone tablet. What is this? Lu Feng frowned and looked at the broken stone tablet carefully, somewhat surprised by King Mulingjing's choice. Next to the broken stone tablet, there was an introduction label left by Teacher Tia, which read, "A special stone tablet found in a broken secret realm. It is hard in texture, with sun patterns engraved on the surface, which can release heat. The stone tablet is enshrined on an ancient altar and buried in the desert of the secret realm. After picking it up by accident, I studied it and found nothing special about the stone tablet." Lu Feng carefully touched the stone tablet. The stone tablet was indeed hot, about 50 to 60 degrees. The sun patterns etched on the surface had long been blurred, and only a very vague outline could be seen. Could it be that this stone tablet contains some magical things? Never mind. Since King Mulingjing wants it, I will just take this stone tablet first. Lu Feng studied it for a while, and his hands were almost red from touching the stone tablet, but he didn't find anything special about it. So he just made up his mind and followed his heart. Chapter 181 Dealing with Treasures, Kang Mu's heart is solidified. Taking the broken stone tablet in his hand, as one of the selected treasures, Lu Feng planned to go back and study it slowly. He always had a feeling that if he could figure out the secret in this broken stone tablet, it would definitely benefit King Mulingjing a lot. Afterwards, Lu Feng continued to wander in the treasure house. However, this time, Lu Feng did not sense the throbbing of King Mulingjing again. It seems that there are still too few things that can make King Mulingjing have an instinctive reaction. I will pick 2 more treasures with rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate the spiritual veins. Lu Feng sighed. After picking and choosing, he chose 2 treasures. A sealed earth element core, which once had the strength of the second level, but it has been sealed for a long time, and the vitality of the earth element core has declined a lot. Putting it in King Mulingjing, Lu Feng can just control it. With the intention of training thugs and improving the earth spirit veins, Lu Feng took this earth element core. Another treasure is the body of a second-level golden man. Golden men, like earth elements, are elemental creatures born in nature. The golden corpse that Lu Feng chose was 3 meters long and weighed 80 to 90 tons. The composition of the second-level golden corpse was not ordinary gold, but an active metal that contained vitality and elemental energy. It was very special and was a very high-quality alchemical puppet material. The second-level golden man's head was broken by a spell, and it was unrecognizable. The elemental core of the golden man was destroyed, but the rest of the body was well preserved. The rich golden energy fluctuations spread, making the golden veins in the Kingmu spirit realm eager to move. After choosing 3 treasures, Lu Feng reluctantly left the treasure house and showed the treasures to Ms. Natasha, who was standing at the door of the treasure house. "Madam, I choose these 3 things." "Well, okay." Ms. Natasha nodded and recorded Lu Feng's choice. Ms. Natasha said she couldn't understand Lu Feng's choice at all. It was the earth element core and the golden corpse. The completely different elemental materials had nothing to do with the green spirit wood meditation method. These were not materials selected for the wizard meditation method, but auxiliary materials selected by Lu Feng for other professions that he was practicing concurrently. What kind of profession would need such things? Ms. Natasha had never seen them before. Unable to figure it out, Ms. Natasha did not continue to dwell on it. After registering the treasures selected by Lu Feng, she closed the door of the treasure house and left with Lu Feng. After bidding farewell to Ms. Natasha in front of the central elevator, Lu Feng took the elevator back to his room. Today's work was done, and Lu Feng did not need to go back to work. "It's comfortable. Now that I have been promoted to 2nd level wizard, my strength has improved, and my benefits and salary have also increased significantly. Joining the Verdant Tower is a very right move for me." Entering the room, Lu Feng could not help but sigh when thinking about the benefits he had gained today. Water flows to low places, and people go to high places. It's good to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. If he was still staying in the trendy secondary continent, how could he enjoy the benefits and generous magic stone income of the Verdant Tower? Without the high salary and magic stone income from the Green Tower, his Kingmu spirit realm could not be cultivated so quickly. Relying only on the output of the Red Leaf Tower and the insignificant wish power resources of the Red Leaf Society, it is estimated that the promotion to the 2nd level wizard will be postponed for decades. Hold on to the thighs of the mountain and walk firmly. Lu Feng reminded himself secretly. After sighing, Lu Feng returned to the practice room. Just now, Ms. Natasha increased his authority in the Green Tower. Now the energy pipeline connected to Lu Feng's practice room has been adjusted to the maximum flow by Lu Feng's tower spirit Irene. At this time, as soon as the practice room was opened, the rich energy of heaven and earth escaped from the formation, forming a thin gaseous smoke floating in the practice room. If an ordinary person was in such an environment, he would definitely be corroded by this rich energy of heaven and earth. But such energy concentration, for Lu Feng, is like a breeze blowing on his face. After closing the door of the training room, Lu Feng walked into it. The 5 elements of spiritual veins in his body spread out from the Kingmu spirit realm, spreading throughout the training room, wantonly absorbing and devouring the rich energy of heaven and earth around him. Comfortable. Lu Feng sat down in the training room, feeling the energy of heaven and earth pouring into the spiritual realm, with a smile on his face. Letting the 5 elements of spiritual veins act on their own, Lu Feng cast his eyes into the Kingmu spirit realm. Now that he has time, it is just right to deal with the 3 treasures he just got from the treasure house. The broken stone tablet, the sealed earth element core, and the golden man's corpse. Lu Feng took out the 3 treasures and put them into the Kingmu spirit realm. The first thing Lu Feng checked was the broken stone tablet. This thing was too mysterious. Neither Teacher Tian nor Lu Feng understood the origin of the broken stone tablet. Broken steel, what should I do with this thing? After the broken steel entered the Kingmu spiritual realm, the Kingmu spiritual realm trembled slightly, but there was no drastic change. Lu Feng looked at it from the god's perspective of the spiritual realm he controlled, and only found that the broken steel could not be seen through, as if there was a cloud of fog covering the essence of the steel. I don't understand. However, Kingmu's spiritual realm wants to put this thing in the solar oven. It's really strange. Is there any connection between this thing and the sun? After studying for a long time, Lu Feng still didn't study the broken steel thoroughly. He had to follow the instinct of Kingmu's spiritual realm and put the broken steel in the solar oven that was used as the sun, allowing the scorching sun flames in the solar oven to roast the body of the broken steel. But what surprised Lu Feng was that under the high temperature flame of the solar oven, the broken steel was not damaged, but seemed to be absorbing the energy of the solar oven flame. It's just that the speed is very slow. If Lu Feng hadn't controlled the spiritual realm and observed the details, it would have been difficult to find the changes in the broken steel. After studying it for a while, there was no other change in the broken stone tablet, so Lu Feng had to give up the idea of continuing to study. He turned around to deal with the other two treasures. The body of the second-level gold man was very easy to deal with. Lu Feng did not plan to forge the body of the gold man into a weapon, so he directly buried the body of the second-level gold man in the mineral veins in the earth. Since the cultivation of the gold spirit vein, Lu Feng has filled a lot of metal into the earth of King Mu spirit realm. Under the action of the gold spirit vein, some small metal veins have already been formed. The body of the second-level gold man was buried in the mineral veins and connected to the gold spirit veins. The dissipated gold attributed energy of heaven and earth just became the resource nutrients for the metal veins in King Mu spirit realm. When the body of the second-level gold man is absorbed and decomposed, it is estimated that it can give birth to several high-quality metal veins in the earth of the spirit realm, greatly improving the quality of the gold spirit veins in the spirit realm. After dealing with the body of the second-level gold man, Lu Feng turned around to look at another treasure, the sealed earth element core. The sealed earth element core is said to be a treasure, but in fact it is still a living elemental creature. However, the earth and stone shell that made up the earth element was broken, leaving only an earth element core, which was also sealed by witchcraft. As long as Lu Feng unlocked the seal and placed the earth element core on the land, this earth element core would be able to absorb the earth element energy, recondense the shell, and quickly restore his original strength. Although this core was sealed for a long time, the core's foundation was still of second-level quality. Because of the seal, its strength dropped a little, but the foundation was there, and as long as there was enough earth element, it would recover quickly. If I control it well, I can also quickly cultivate a second-level earth element biological fighter. Lu Feng had such a plan when he chose it. Controlling the earth spirit vein, Lu Feng broke through the seal and connected the earth element core with the earth spirit vein. Soon, Lu Feng sensed a heavy and steady earth element consciousness. The consciousness of the earth element is not complicated. The simple thinking is filled with hunger and the hope of breaking through the seal and pursuing freedom. Through the earth spirit vein, Lu Feng quickly controlled the earth element core, used the soul lamp secret method, took out a wisp of the earth element's soul, and made a soul lamp in the sky to control the life and death of the earth element. After completely controlling the earth element, Lu Feng unsealed the earth element core and placed the core on the land of the spiritual realm. Breaking the seal, the earth element saw the light of day again. As soon as it touched the earth element core immediately attracted the power of the earth element, gathered the soil, and condensed a body shell for its element core. The soil condensed around the earth element core, and under Lu Feng's gaze, a native condensed from the soil slowly appeared. The native condensed from the soil had a square body, like the pixel man that Lu Feng had seen in the game in his previous life. He was not short, more than 2 meters tall. Alias, meet the wizard master. When the shape of the native was completely completed, the native's consciousness gradually became clear, and he sensed Lu Feng's presence, opened his mouth, and greeted Lu Feng in a sullen voice. Alias, what a nice name. This is the stone turtle. You will follow it from now on. You can ask him if you have any questions in the spiritual realm. In addition, you should also learn the magic formula of the Wu Earth Mountain Treasure Seal to condense the Wu Earth spiritual realm as soon as possible. Seeing that the native had regained consciousness, Lu Feng was very satisfied. He threw the stone turtle sleeping on a hill to the side of the native Orleans, and then made arrangements. The native Orleans once had the strength of the second level. After regaining consciousness, his intelligence was naturally not low. Yes, Master Wizard. Although he didn't understand what the second half of Lu Feng's words was, after realizing that his soul was controlled by the Master Wizard, the native Orleans behaved very well. After his body was broken up and his core was sealed for decades, Orleans now longed for freedom. Even if it was limited freedom, he wanted to strive for it. Beside the native Orleans, the stone turtle woke up slowly from his slumber. After hearing Lu Feng's instructions, he looked at this kind in front of him with some curiosity. Since the stone turtle fled to the vicinity of the Red Leaf Society after its home was shattered, it has not seen its own kind. Now that it sees its own kind again, it feels a different emotion. Your name is Alias, right? What a strange name, but it doesn't matter. Since the master has ordered you to follow me in the future. The stone turtle looked at the native and said. Alias's breath was a little weak, and his body shell was still made of ordinary mud. The stone turtle was still confident that it could suppress Alias. The stone turtle and the earth spirit vein in the King Mu spirit realm came from the same source. Under Lu Feng's cultivation, the earth spirit vein was promoted to the middle level of human level. The strength of the stone turtle also increased accordingly. Within the coverage of the Earth Spirit Vein, it can also exert the strength of the second level. It is not inferior to a weak second-level native alias. Yes. After observing the strength of the stone turtle, alias obediently became the stone turtle's younger brother. In a place where he is unfamiliar with, the native alias plans to hide for a while. Seeing that the stone turtle had dealt with the natives, and began to introduce the Kingmu spirit realm to alias and teach him the earthly immortals, Lu Feng no longer cared about the earth element creature that was slowly recovering its strength. They had all entered his Kingmu spirit realm, and the native alias could not escape even if he wanted to. After dealing with these three things, Lu Feng took a glance at another wizard's secret treasure, the hanging wooden staff, which was inserted into the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. After Lu Feng put the staff given to him by Ms. Natasha into the Kingmu spirit realm, he inserted it into the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was full of vitality. The hanging wooden staff was inserted into the trunk and connected to the wood spirit vein. Lu Feng used some refining methods in the earthly immortal world to continue to sacrifice this staff. At present, it seems that the effect is not bad. Under the vitality of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, the hanging wooden staff is full of spiritual light, and its quality is slowly improving, and it is developing in a better direction. The nature of the weeping wood staff is good, and Lu Feng does not want to throw it away after using it. He uses this method to refine it. As his strength continues to grow, he can use it for a longer period of time. After dealing with the trivial matters in the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng retracted his gaze into the spirit realm. Sitting cross-legged in the practice room, Lu Feng began to study the solidification method of the second-level innate witchcraft, Kangmu Hungsen, in the inheritance of the Kankalingmu meditation method. The second-level witchcraft is more difficult than the first-level witchcraft and involves more knowledge. It is very difficult for Lu Feng to learn the Kangmu Hungsen witchcraft. Fortunately, in the inheritance of the meditation method, the knowledge teaching is very complete. Lu Feng studied it alone like an ant chewing a cake, slowly digesting and absorbing it, and learning countless new knowledge every day. As time passed, in addition to Lu Feng's daily work in the Kankai Tower, he devoted all his energy to learning the Kangmu Hungsen witchcraft. Time passed in a flash, and it came to the month of vitality in the 4043rd year of the wizard era. It's really too difficult to learn a second-level witchcraft from scratch. Walking out of the training room and breathing the fresh air, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. In a year, he finally mastered the knowledge of Kangmu Hungsen witchcraft and learned how to cast Kangmu Hungsen witchcraft. Before officially engraving it, it's a good time to give it a try. Lu Feng's eyes lit up and he thought to himself. Meditating on the witchcraft model, chanting the spell, and coordinating the gestures, Lu Feng cast the second-level witchcraft, Kangmu Hungsen, for the first time. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the heart in Lu Feng's chest beat violently like an 8-cylinder engine filled with fuel. The brilliant emerald green orb bloomed from the heart, dyeing Lu Feng's body green. The thick wizard robe could not cover the emerald green light of the spell. Comfortable, such a strong force. A gust of wind blew up around Lu Feng. The activated Kangmu Hungsen was like the energy pool of the wizard tower, constantly extracting the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, absorbing and transforming it into special energy. With a flow of blood, it was pumped into Lu Feng's limbs and bones, supplying every cell in the body. After Kangmu Hungsen was activated, Lu Feng felt that every cell in his body was reveling, his strength increased dramatically, and his mental strength soared. After using Kangmu Hungsen, my overall strength can be doubled, and the effect of the ancient tree body is also increased several times under the energy supply of Kangmu Hungsen. The wizard who studied Kangmu Hungsen is really a genius. This method is equivalent to installing an energy pool into the body and using the energy pool to supply energy to the body. Lu Feng closed his eyes and experienced it carefully, and estimated. When Kangmu Hungsen solidifies into my innate witchcraft, this special state can always exist. It is really a huge improvement for a second-level wizard. Lu Feng sighed. After experiencing the special state of Kangmu Hungsen, he had a deeper understanding of this second-level witchcraft. Next, Lu Feng began to engrave the runes of his own witchcraft on the soul seed. The runes of the second-level witchcraft are dozens of times more complicated than those of the first-level witchcraft. However, Lu Feng's mental strength is strong, and although it is still a little difficult to engrave, he is also making progress. in the month of flowers in the 4043rd year of the wizard era. 2 months later, Lu Feng completed the engraving of the Keng Mu Hunzin witchcraft on the soul seed. At this time, the soul seed was densely engraved with a witchcraft model of Keng Mu Hunzin. Next, Lu Feng spent another 2 months to complete the construction of the internal energy circuit of Keng Mu Hunzin, the innate witchcraft. The internal energy circuit of this witchcraft is mainly concentrated in Lu Feng's heart, and the other diffused energy enters the energy circuit of the whole body to complement the innate witchcraft of the ancient tree body. Lu Feng practiced many earth immortal methods, and his meridian knowledge was particularly solid. He was very quick to get started with the construction of the circuit. To innate witchcrafts, plus 5 earthly immortal methods, my body is almost full of energy circuits. Lu Feng looked inward at himself, looking at the colorful energy circuits in his body, and laughed at himself. The witchcraft model, the soul seed engraving, and the final internal energy circuit, the Trinity. Lu Feng spent more than a year to finally complete the construction of the second-level innate witchcraft, Keng Mu Hunzin. Activating Keng Mu Hunzin. Again, this time, Lu Feng no longer needed to meditate on the witchcraft model, nor did he need to chant spells or gestures. He just moved his mind, and the heart in his chest was rendered by the emerald green witchcraft aura and beat violently, plundering external energy, digesting and absorbing it, and then pumping it to Lu Feng's body, providing energy for every cell. It's so cool. With the blessing of Keng Mu Hunzin, Lu Feng felt that his physical fitness had improved in all aspects. This state is really good. If I maintain it normally, my physical fitness and mental strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When my body grows to a corresponding level, even if I don't activate the Keng Mu Hunzin, my body can maintain this state. I think I am constantly tempering my body and improving my mental strength. Lu Feng deeply felt the power of the Keng Ling Mu meditation method. While sighing, he noticed the noisy movement when it was maintained and frowned. The Keng Mu Hunzin makes too much noise when it is maintained, mainly the sound of absorbing energy and the beating of the heart. If I use the spiritual realm to maintain the energy supply, what will it be like? Chapter 182, the second stage of witchcraft solidification is achieved. Hongye discusses the plan to poison the dragon. When the Keng Mu Hunzin is activated normally, the energy supplied to the whole body is not created out of nothing. Instead, it is extracted from the surrounding environment like a water pump, refined and absorbed, which is very similar to the energy pool in the wizard tower. With Lu Feng's strength, when the Keng Mu Hunzin is activated, it will directly trigger the space of hundreds of meters around the body, with a huge momentum. When it is used against the enemy, this movement is extremely elegant, and even the energy fluctuations of the world caused by the Keng Mu Hunzin can affect the release of the enemy's witchcraft. However, Lu Feng also considered some special situations. For example, when hiding the body and needing to sneak attack, encountering the situation of low concentration of energy in the surrounding world. In these special situations, it is difficult for the Keng Mu Hunzin witchcraft to play the expected effect after it is activated. While thinking, Lu Feng also read the inheritance records of the Keng Mu Hunzin witchcraft in the Cultivating meditation method. Sure enough, the omnipotent wizard predecessor had already considered all kinds of situations that might be encountered after using the Keng Mu Hunzin witchcraft. When using the Keng Mu Hunzin, you can also choose not to draw energy from the surrounding world, but to connect the activated Keng Mu Hunzin in the chest through magic stones or wizard's secret treasures to provide sufficient energy, thereby reducing the impact and dependence of this life witchcraft on the surrounding environment. Learning the methods in the inheritance of meditation, Lu Feng quickly understood the use of magic stones and witchcraft secret treasures in conjunction with the Keng Mu Hunzin. The use of magic stones is also very simple. You only need to activate the Keng Mu Hunzin witchcraft, absorb the energy of the magic stones into the heart, store it at ordinary times, and then burst out the stored energy at a critical moment to exert the power of the Keng Mu Hunzin witchcraft. Lu Feng also has some magic stones in his hand. He tried to put them on his chest and activate the witchcraft. In an instant, there was a suction force coming from his heart, absorbing the energy in the magic stone on his chest into his heart. He absorbed about 1,000 magic stones until Lu Feng felt a full feeling in his heart and stopped. 1,000 magic stones are probably enough for me to activate the Keng Mu Hunzin for half an hour. This witchcraft is really a big energy consumer. Lu Feng activated the witchcraft, experimented, and came to a conclusion. The energy consumption is not small, but compared with the improvement brought by witchcraft, This consumption is still within Lu Feng's acceptable range. There is also a method for refining witchcraft's secret treasures in the inheritance. The function is similar to that of magic stones, but after refining, it has an additional function of automatically absorbing the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, which can reduce the consumption of some magic stones. The refining of witchcraft's secret treasures is not complicated. This kind of witchcraft secret treasure matched with a Kangmu meditation method is also a common auxiliary cultivation secret treasure in the botanical garden. If Lu Feng wants to buy it, he can probably buy one with tens of thousands of magic stones. However, after Lu Feng studied the witchcraft secret treasures matched with a Kangmu Hongsen, he directly gave up the idea of buying and refining witchcraft secret treasures himself. Lu Feng has the Kangmu spirit realm in his body, so why does he need this kind of witchcraft secret treasure to power his Kangmu Hongsen? The size of the Yin Gui spirit realm is so small that it can be worthy of the energy pool of the Red Leaf Tower. Lu Feng's Kangmu spirit realm has been cultivated so far, so it is naturally no problem to be an energy pool that provides energy. After trying it, Lu Feng found a way to connect the power of Kangmu Lingjing to the Kangmu Hongsen in his chest. With the energy supply of Kangmu Lingjing, the next moment, after Lu Feng activated Kangmu Hongsen, he immediately felt a stronger energy than before pumped from Kangmu Hongsen into his limbs. Sure enough, Kangmu Lingjing is still powerful. With Kangmu Lingjing playing a role, why do I need magic stones and witchcraft secret treasures? Lu Feng experienced the changes in his body and showed a satisfied look on his face. With the energy supply of Kangmu Lingjing, after Kangmu Hongsen was activated, it did not need to absorb the energy from the surrounding heaven and earth, and there was no more disturbing movement. At the same time, the powerful and stable energy supply of Kangmu Lingjing made the blessing and improvement brought to Lu Feng by Kangmu Hongsen even better. With the help of the Kangmu spirit realm, my Kangmu Hongsen has become a complete form. I don't have to worry about the troubles of magic stones and witchcraft secret treasures. The normal activation of the Kangmu Hongsen is estimated to be able to quickly improve my physical strength and let me gain a firm foothold in the second-level realm. Lu Feng felt a stable and powerful power in his body, moved his body to adapt to this state, and concluded. It took less than 3 years for Lu Feng to completely solidify the second-level innate witchcraft, Kangmu Hongsen. From now on, I have completely become a second-level wizard. However, my strength is not just as simple as a second-level wizard on the surface. If someone underestimates me, the Kangmu spirit realm in my body will definitely give them a surprise. Lu Feng smiled lightly. Unconsciously, it seems that he has gone further and further on the road of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. However, Lu Feng stayed in the Green Tower, and the base camp of the botanical garden was very safe. He had no place to use his strength, let alone pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Now let Lu Feng meet a tiger. After officially becoming a second-level wizard, Lu Feng did not rush out of the room to report the good news to Ms. Natasha and Lu Ok. After studying the theoretical knowledge of Kangmu Hongsen, Lu Feng asked Ms. Natasha for leave and returned to his room to retreat peacefully, concentrating on completing the solidification of his lifelong witchcraft. It took Lu Feng only 4 months to engrave the soul seed and build the energy circuit. He was already at the level of a genius, 3 months faster than he expected. I will rest for another 2 months, half a month ahead of schedule, which is worthy of my previous excellent performance in the Wizard Tower. Lu Feng planned to retain some of his talent and take a break during these 2 months. He has been working in the Kanghui Tower for several years. Lu Feng has long wanted to take a break. This retreat is a perfect excuse, which just made Lu Feng get what he wanted. After finishing the troublesome things of his lifelong witchcraft, Lu Feng was free and turned his attention to the Kangmu spirit realm. In less than 3 years, there has been little change in the Kangmu spirit realm. The land in the spiritual realm expanded a little, and the radius increased by a few dozen meters, not much. The creatures in the Kangmu spiritual realm still lived happily and freely. In the closed spiritual realm, they never encountered the disaster of foreign invasion. After completing their work every day, in addition to daily practice, they would have various simple entertainments. The body of the golden man in the underground mind vein shrunk by less than 1/10. The digested part nourished the mind veins in the earth and the golden veins in the spiritual realm. The native Urises who came in together connected to the earth veins and absorbed the earth elements. His strength gradually recovered. Now he has reached the first level. The stone turtle taught Urises the Wu-Tu mountain treasure seal art, and Urises also entered the door and practiced the Wu-Tu magic. Now the strength of the native Urus's can already fight on par with the octopus monster in the spiritual realm, and it can be regarded as a good fighting force under Lu Feng. Everything is developing prosperously. The solidification of my innate witchcraft has been completed, and the development of King Mu's spirit realm has entered a stable development period of accumulating resources. Next, I will start to live in the Green Tower again. After checking King Mu's spirit realm, Lu Feng planned his future training plan. The development of the spirit realm requires a large amount of magic stones, and the source of magic stones is naturally to go back to the Green Tower to work. In the future, Lu Feng is also going to listen to what Ms. Natasha said and refine the pharmacist level, which is considered a skill. The further King Mu's spirit realm develops, the more resources it needs will definitely increase exponentially. Just relying on working and dividends from the Green Tower, Lu Feng's magic stones are estimated to not be able to support the development of King Mu's spirit realm for long. In order to make King Mu's spirit realm develop better, Lu Feng also plans to open up new ways to earn magic stones. The ready-made resources in the Green Tower, the foundation accumulated from previous development, are the best foundation for Lu Feng. After spending a few days taking care of King Mu's spirit realm, Lu Feng went to the Red Leaf Tower for a tour and took away the magic stone income and accumulated resources of the Red Leaf Tower this month. Although the income of the Red Leaf Tower is small, it accumulates and can also improve the King Mu spirit realm. The development of the trendy secondary continent is still stable. With Lu Feng, a powerful supermetal, there is no wizard who would mess around in Lu Feng's territory. When I have a first-level wizard under my command, I may ask him to help me expand the territory near the trendy secondary continent. Other continents near the trendy secondary continent can also be brought into my sphere of influence. Standing on the top of the Red Leaf Tower and looking at the sky, Lu Feng suddenly had an unrealistic idea in his mind, and then smiled self-deprecatingly. If there is really a first-level wizard-level subordinate, why are you still hanging around in this trendy secondary continent? Just go to the Green Tower to work, and you can earn more magic stones and more steadily. After inspecting the land of the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng turned around and activated the Space Gate, and came to the Red Leaf Club. Busy with the solidification of his own witchcraft, Lu Feng rested for 4 months without coming to the earthly immortal world. Chuan City, the Red Leaf Club's headquarters. Lu Feng walked out of the mansion where he had been practicing in seclusion, bathed in the sunshine of a sunny day, breathed in the fresh air and sighed. The earthly immortal world is still as poor in spiritual energy as ever. No wonder there are fewer and fewer masters here. Accustomed to the dense and misty energy of heaven and earth in the practice room of the Green Tower, Lu Feng was a little uncomfortable when he came to the earthly immortal world. With the improvement of strength and the sharper perception of mental power, Lu Feng felt more and more clearly the difference between heaven and earth. However, Lu Feng had the King Mu spirit realm in his body and the 5-element spiritual veins to rely on, so he didn't have to worry about the consumption of energy. The person in charge of the Red Leaf Society, Jixiao Niang, Luo Zuking, Yu Donglai and other backbone members of the Red Leaf Society were all summoned. Lu Feng spent more than 2 hours listening to their reports on the development of the Red Leaf Society during his seclusion days. The overall development of the Red Leaf Society did not change much, and it was still consolidating its existing territory. Dongxi City and Chuan City, together with the territory of the Nine Islands Alliance, cover a considerable area. Originally, due to the terrain, it was sparsely populated. Now, under the coordination of the Red Leaf Society, they are actively reclaiming wasteland and expanding the territory. As a result, the land has increased and the population has also increased year by year. Everything is developing in a good direction. After reporting on the work of the Red Leaf Society, Luo Zuking seemed to remember something, frowned, and added, "Master, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The group of monks from Day Temple have set off to return to Day Temple after receiving a letter from Day Temple a few days ago." Hearing Luo Zuking talking about the monks from Day Temple, Lu Feng was stunned at first, then reacted and asked, "The monks from Day Temple are gone. Have they completed their task of collecting incense and vows? Has the big event the Day Temple has been preparing for many years been completed?" Facing Lu Feng's inquiry, Luo Zuking said solemnly, "I sent masters from the society to follow the monks from Day Temple along the way. They did start to return to Day Temple after receiving the letter. Not only the monks from Day Temple in our Red Leaf Society area, but also the monks from Day Temple in other places, such as the territory of Zhangyang Gate next to it, have begun to retreat. Intelligence from other places has been coming in one after another, and it is the same situation. If everyone's expectations are correct, the big event the Day Temple has been preparing for should be about to be accomplished. Listening to Luo Zuking's analysis, Lu Feng's face was not very good. Looking at the place where Day Temple was located in the north, Lu Feng felt more depressed. I don't know what the big event of Day Temple is planning. Is it to create a blessed land? Or is it planning something else? Lu Feng got too little information. After analyzing it over and over again, he couldn't guess what Day Temple was planning. Forget it, since I can't figure it out, I won't create pressure on myself by thinking about it. If I can't stop it, I will slip away. Anyway, I have a way out. I'm afraid of nothing. At most, I can use the spirit realm to pack the members of the Red Leaf Society and take them away together. Unable to figure it out, Lu Feng simply made up his mind and took it calmly. The space of King Mu's spirit realm is not small. With a little squeeze, the main members of the Red Leaf Society can be packed into it. With light equipment and the team, it is okay to leave Liangxiao or sneak into the wizard world. Anyway, Lu Feng has a way out and doesn't need to put too much pressure on himself. However, although he thought so in his heart, Lu Feng remained calm on the surface and continued to instruct Luo Zuking to pay more attention to the movements of Day Temple and make various preparations for dealing with emergencies. Luo Zuking took the order and left, and the meeting came to an end. After everyone left, Jiuxiao approached Lu Feng familiarly, looked him up and down, and said with a bright smile in her beautiful eyes, "I haven't seen you for a few months. Your strength has improved again, congratulations." Every time Lu Feng practiced in seclusion, Jiuxiao could see great progress. Compared with his own slow practice speed, Jiuxiao was very shocked. "It's just a small breakthrough, congratulations are unnecessary." Lu Feng and Jiuxiao walked together, waving his hand and chuckling. The last time Lu Feng came back to let Jiuxiao see the breakthrough of the 5-element spiritual veins, Lu Feng had shown it to Jiuxiao once. This time, such a small breakthrough in solidifying the innate witchcraft was really not worth Lu Feng to show off to Jiuxiao. "President, you are too modest. Now the world is on the verge of the end of the law, and cultivation is becoming increasingly difficult. Every breakthrough in the cultivation of the earthly immortal method can be regarded as changing one's fate against the will of heaven and fighting for longevity. No matter how few realms you break through, it is hard-won." Jiu Zhao showed special concern for things that Lu Feng didn't care about, and said with a serious face. Lu Feng was stunned when he heard Jiu Zhao's serious words. Perhaps he was used to the smooth sailing of the earthly immortal method, and Lu Feng rarely cared about these small breakthroughs. But Jiu Zhao was different from him. Living in this resource-poor world, cultivation was extremely difficult. As Jiu Zhao said, every tiny breakthrough of hers was changing one's fate against the will of heaven and fighting for longevity against the will of heaven. This kind of piety in cultivation reminded Lu Feng of the days when he was a third-class wizard apprentice. This is how cultivation should be. Lu Feng earnestly warned his heart to remember the touching feeling from the heart at this moment, which was also the original motivation for him to constantly pursue a higher realm. After realizing this, Lu Feng felt much more at ease. After thanking Jiuxiao, which confused Jiuxiao, Lu Feng changed the topic and talked about other things with Jiuxiao. Naturally, Lu Feng also discussed the Dao with Jiuxiao. Lu Feng unfolded the King Mu spiritual realm, and Jiuxiao unfolded the Bibo spiritual realm. The two different spiritual realms exchanged information and learned from each other in their discussion. "President, as the years passed, I finally widened the gap with you. When I first discussed the Dao with you, my Bibo spiritual realm could still give you some benefits. We were mutually beneficial, but now, I haven't cultivated the second spiritual vein, and you, the President, have all the 5 elements of spiritual veins, and have all been upgraded. Now the discussion has become completely my one-sided demand." During the discussion, Jiuxiao once again realized the power of Lu Feng's King Mu spiritual realm, and his mood was a little low. Lu Feng didn't care about these. Jiuxiao was the first Taoist friend he met in the earthly immortal world. During the discussion, Jiuxiao asked for some spiritual realm resources and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but Lu Feng didn't care at all. "Jiuxiao, you and I have discussed many times, but you, Jiuxiao, don't know who I am. You still care about this insignificant resource. Do you look down on me?" Lu Feng pretended to be angry and scolded with a smile. Jiuxiao also smiled after being interrupted by Lu Feng. Looking at the face of Lu Feng opposite, he smiled and said, "Thank you, President." After adjusting his mood, the two continued to discuss. With the help of Lu Feng, Jiuxiao's Bibo spirit realm benefited a lot. The unformed wood spirit bane restriction in her spiritual realm also improved a lot in this wave, saving Jiuxiao several months of hard work. After the discussion, Jiuxiao suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Feng a little embarrassedly, "President, calculate the time. The seal of the poisonous dragon under my Kaiangsha Island is about to be reinforced. I wonder if you have time to help me." Hearing Jiuxiao talking about the poisonous dragon under Kaiangsha Island, Lu Feng remembered the appearance of the poisonous dragon sealed in the Dragon Palace in the ruined secret realm under the water. The poisonous dragon relies on the Dragon Palace spirit realm, and it can be considered to have the strength of the first level. The last time Lu Feng helped Jiuxiao to strengthen the seal of the broken spirit realm, Lu Feng had just cultivated a spirit bane not long ago. At that time, he was not sure to suppress the poisonous dragon and solve the problem of the poisonous dragon for the Jiudeo alliance. Now, Lu Feng's strength has broken through, and the 5 elements of the spirit banes in the Kingmu spirit realm are complete, which is the ability to completely solve the poisonous dragon. Thinking of this, Lu Feng smiled and suggested, "The poisonous dragon is gifted with a body of flesh and blood and a strong dragon nature, and it can be considered a good treasure. Now my strength is enough. This time I will not help you strengthen the seal. You and I will join forces to get rid of the poisonous dragon directly. What do you think?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, The Poisonous Dragon Dies, 2 Spiritual Realms. The poisonous dragons in Kaiangsha Island are quite powerful. Relying on the Dragon Palace spirit realm condensed by the water veins of Kaiandeo Lake, the poisonous dragons are notorious. They were able to seriously injure Jiuxiao's master, Fairy Luoxia, and forced Fairy Luoxia to seal the Dragon Palace spirit realm with her life. Now Jiuxiao is still helpless. This strength is enough for the poisonous dragon to be proud of. Lu Feng estimates that the strength of the poisonous dragon is about the middle and late stage of the first level. Last time, Lu Feng's spiritual veins in the spiritual realm were not complete, and the realm had not yet broken through, so he was not confident. But this time, Lu Feng's strength has greatly increased, and he is about 100% sure to deal with the sealed poisonous dragon. Hearing Lu Feng's proposal, Jiuxiao's beautiful eyes lit up, and recalling the voice and appearance of her master, her face also showed a little more hatred for the poisonous dragon. "President, it's good that you have such an idea. Although my master has sealed the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace spirit realm with his life, I really can't deal with him with my little strength. Otherwise, I would have wanted to kill the poisonous dragon and avenge my master." Fairy Luoxia was once the closest person to Jiuxiao. She was like a father and a mother in her heart. After more than 100 years, Jiuxiao has never forgotten that unforgettable hatred. After finalizing the plan to deal with the poisonous dragon, Lu Feng discussed the details of dealing with the poisonous dragon with Jiuxiao. A lion needs to go all out to fight a rabbit. Although Lu Feng was 100% sure of dealing with a small poisonous dragon, he did not dare to be careless. If it overturned, it would cost lives. Flying into the sky on the cloud, leaving Chuan City, the scenery of mountains and rivers under his feet flew by quickly. In less than half an hour, Lu Feng and Jiuxiao arrived at Jiuxiao's base camp. Kaiangsha Island. Revisiting the old place, Kaiangsha Island has not changed much over the years. Since Jiuxiao joined the Red Leaf Society, although he often stayed in Chuan City, the headquarters of the Red Leaf Society, he did not give up his base camp in Kaiandeo Lake and often returned to Kaiangsha Island to take care of all the affairs of Kaiangsha Island. Jiuxiao, who has cultivated into a spiritual realm, is no longer an ordinary person. He has the skill of flying, so it is not difficult for him to travel between the two places. This time, not for the scenery of Kaiangsha Island, Lu Feng did not stay on Kaiangsha Island. He pressed down the cloud and jumped directly into the pool in the island, heading straight for the poisonous dragon seal in the depths of the pool. The water spirit veins enveloped his body. After entering the pool, Lu Feng was like a fish in water and walked freely. Jiuxiao also entered the pool and walked in front of Lu Feng to show him the way. When he came to the seal, Jixio used the same trick again to activate the seal and took Lu Feng into the broken spiritual realm of the fairy Luoxia. Click. In the dark and ruined spiritual realm, Lu Feng snapped his fingers lightly, and a round of fireballs floated up from his hands and flew into the sky of the spiritual realm, scattering bright sunshine and illuminating the entire spiritual realm. There was not much change in the ruined spiritual realm, except for the overall dim luster of the 7,749 iron chains of the absolute soul locking vein method that sealed the Dragon Palace spirit realm. Nothing else changed. After all, no one lives here and does not exchange breath, so there are naturally very few changes. In the Dragon Palace spirit realm, which was entangled by the iron chain seal, the huge poisonous dragon was still sleeping soundly. The seal of the absolute soul locking vein method cut off the flow of 99% of the spiritual energy into the Dragon Palace spirit realm. The poisonous dragon was imprisoned in it and survived with difficulty. If it hadn't used sleeping to reduce the consumption of the body, the poisonous dragon would have starved to death and trapped in the Dragon Palace spirit realm. President. Looking at the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace spirit realm, Jixio's beautiful eyes showed expectation, and whispered softly, "Evil beast, today is the day for you to be killed." Sensing Jixio's slightly excited emotions, Lu Feng didn't hesitate, chuckled, and immediately started to fight. The last time Lu Feng helped Jixio to reinforce the seal of the Absolute Soul Locking Veins method, he learned the complete version of the Absolute Soul Locking Veins method from Jixio. Now he wanted to attack the poisonous dragon in the seal. Seeing that there were still many powerful iron chains made by the Absolute Soul Locking Veins method around, Lu Feng immediately had a plan in his mind. "Come." Lu Feng's eyes condensed, and he shouted in a low voice. The magic power in his body surged, and he poured the magic power into many iron chains with a thought. Ding ding ding. In an instant, a crisp metal collision sound rang out in the broken spiritual realm. The 49 iron chains glowed under Lu Feng's control, and the Absolute Soul Locking Veins method was pushed to the extreme by Lu Feng. At the same time, the brilliance of the Qingmu spirit realm appeared behind Lu Feng. One by one, the roots of the ancient energy-absorbing trees, white as jade, stretched out from the spirit realm. There were faint talismans on the surface of the roots, rippling with the magic brilliance of the Absolute Soul Locking Vein method. Under Lu Feng's control, they took root in an instant and spread to the Dragon Palace spirit realm. Lu Feng's operation seemed to be very powerful, but the seal isolated the inside and outside, and the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace spirit realm did not hear much sound and was still sleeping soundly. But after a few breaths, the poisonous dragon suddenly woke up and opened its lantern-sized eyes. It was in its deep sleep that the poisonous dragon discovered that the already small water vein spiritual energy supply in the Dragon Palace spirit realm had weakened again and had become invisible. The water vein spiritual energy is the fundamental lifeline for the poisonous dragon to survive. It is a matter of life and death, and the poisonous dragon immediately woke up from its deep sleep. Looking around vigilantly, the poisonous dragon immediately discovered Lu Feng and Jiu Zhao, who appeared outside the seal again. Seeing Lu Feng's ferocious posture, the poisonous dragon was startled and immediately let out a fierce roar. Seeing that the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace secret realm had awakened from its slumber, Lu Feng was not surprised. He continued to urge the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree to increase its strength, while strengthening the seal of the Absolute Soul Locking Vein method to cut off the source of power for the poisonous dragon. The roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree penetrated into the Dragon Palace secret realm and absorbed and devoured the power of the Dragon Palace secret realm at full speed. The poisonous dragon relied on the Dragon Palace secret realm to survive, and its strength and ability were closely related to the Dragon Palace secret realm. Lu Feng's move was intended to destroy the foundation of the poisonous dragon and reduce its ability to resist. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings in the Qingmu spirit realm had been cultivated by Lu Feng for so many years, and they were already extremely powerful, not inferior to Lu Feng. At this moment, under Lu Feng's urging, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was running at full speed. A terrifying suction force came from its white jade-like roots. Suddenly, the Dragon Palace spirit realm on which the poisonous dragon relied for survival was like a knife cutting its buttocks and opening its eyes, and the original power continued to flow away. Under Lu Feng's seemingly gentle but actually drastic measures, the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace secret realm felt the power of the Dragon Palace secret realm draining away and was terrified. The Taoist priest outside wants to break my Dragon Palace spirit realm, break my foundation, and want my life. After the poisonous dragon realized this, it was terrified and immediately turned its huge body in the Dragon Palace spirit realm, constantly mobilizing the power of the Dragon Palace spirit realm, trying to resist Lu Feng's means of devouring the power of the Dragon Palace spirit realm, and also wanted to mobilize the power of the spirit realm to break the seal of the absolute soul locking vein method. However, all the resistance of the poisonous dragon was doomed to be in vain. The Dragon Palace spirit realm that sealed the poisonous dragon, the 49 iron chains of the absolute soul locking veins method, were only part of the means arranged by Fairy Luoxia, and another part fell on the broken spiritual realm deliberately left by Fairy Luoxia. When the poisonous dragon mobilized the power of the Dragon Palace spirit realm to resist, it was equivalent to shaking the entire broken spiritual realm. There was no need for Lu Feng to be distracted. Jiuxiao, who was standing beside Lu Feng, had already activated the Bibo spirit realm in his body when the poisonous dragon resisted, and added all his strength to the broken spiritual realm left by Fairy Luoxia. Fairy Luoxia and Jiuxiao were originally master and apprentice, and their cultivation of skills came from the same source. At this moment, Jiuxiao merged with the broken spiritual realm as soon as he took action. The broken spiritual realm, coupled with Jiuxiao's power to suppress it, immediately made the entire broken spiritual realm as stable as Mount Tai, and also made the resistance of the poisonous dragon dissipate like a bubble. When Fairy Luoxia tried her best to seal the poisonous dragon could not resist. Now, the poisonous dragon has been imprisoned in the Dragon Palace spirit realm for 100 years. Its cultivation has been increasing and decreasing, and with the help of Lu Feng, a powerful external aid, the poisonous dragon has no chance to resist. Lu Feng and Jiu Zhao looked at the poisonous dragon jumping around in the Dragon Palace secret realm. They knew that its end was already determined. It was just a grasshopper in autumn. One person suppressed the broken spiritual realm, and the other took away the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Lu Feng and Jiu Zhao cooperated happily to deal with the poisonous dragon. The aura of the Dragon Palace spirit realm continued to weaken under Lu Feng's means, and the poisonous dragon inside became more and more frantic. No matter how stupid the poisonous dragon was, it knew at this moment that Lu Feng was using the method of boiling a frog in warm water. When the Dragon Palace spirit realm was completely destroyed, it would be the time for it to die. But no matter how the poisonous dragon struggled to resist, it was still useless. The power of the Dragon Palace spirit realm was steadily lost, and as the power disappeared, the space in the Dragon Palace spirit realm was also shrinking. A day later, the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace spirit realm had no room to move. It had curled up into a ball, delaying its own death. President, let the poisonous dragon be squeezed into a meat pie by the Dragon Palace spirit realm. I want to watch it die in pain. Looking at the immobile poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace spirit realm, Jiuxiao's face flushed. At this moment, the great revenge was about to be avenged, and Jiuxiao was very excited. It's a pity for this poisonous dragon. If you didn't have a grudge against Jiuxiao, I could still spare your life and take you in as a sitting boy to play with. Lu Feng glanced at Jiuxiao, and roughly knew what Jiuxiao was thinking, so he gave up the idea of taming the poisonous dragon. Jiuxiao was Lu Feng's best friend in the earthly immortal realm after all. Jiuxiao also helped him a lot while he was on his way to the earthly immortal realm. With Jiuxiao around, Lu Feng couldn't do such an uncomfortable thing as taking in another enemy of hers as a friend. It was just a poisonous dragon, with the strength of the first level. For Lu Feng now, there was not much difference between being alive and dead. Having made up his mind, Lu Feng kept working, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling exerted its strength again. The power of the Dragon Palace spirit realm dissipated, and the space of the spirit realm shrank again. The poisonous dragon wailed, feeling the pain of being restrained and squeezed on its body. But the poisonous dragon did not seem to have the ability to change its body and shrink its size, so it could only wail helplessly, being squeezed painfully by the space barrier of the Dragon Palace spirit realm. After another half an hour, the poisonous dragon in the Dragon Palace spirit realm turned into bloody mud, and its breath dissipated in the spirit realm as the mud took shape. It's dead. The poisonous dragon is finally dead. Master, did you see it? Realizing that the poisonous dragon was dead and Jiuxiao's great revenge was avenged, he sat down in the spirit realm as if relieved, mumbling softly, as if praying to his master, Fairy Luoxia. It's over. I didn't expect that there were still some things in this Dragon Palace spirit realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling absorbed it and squeezed out some energy from the heaven and earth, condensing 2 or 3,000 magic stones. Lu Feng stopped his magic power, gathered the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, glanced at the Kingmu spirit realm, and said with some emotion, "The poisonous dragon was dead, and Lu Feng didn't plan to continue to destroy this dragon palace spirit realm." After a while, Jiuzio came back to his senses from the emotional outburst of revenge, and he and Lu Feng cleaned up the mess. After the poisonous dragon died, the dragon palace spirit realm no longer needed to be sealed, and the iron chains of the absolute soul-locking vein method lost their use, so Lu Feng took them off. This set of 49 iron chains is a set of ritual tools, which is equivalent to a low-grade magic tool with 3 prohibitions. Lu Feng's current strength does not look down on such things. Besides, he has the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, which can be used to perform the absolute soul-locking vein method for a better effect. It is not needed and can't be used, so he just threw it to Jiuzio. After removing the iron chain, Lu Feng and Jiuzio worked together to open the Dragon Palace spirit realm and took out a blurry mass of poisonous dragon flesh and blood. The poisonous dragon was worthy of its name. Even if it was dead, its flesh and blood contained strong toxins, which made Jiuzio timid. If it was placed in her Bibo spirit realm, it might pollute the water source in Bibo spirit realm in one night and destroy the ecological environment in the spirit realm. There were too many toxins in the flesh and blood of the poisonous dragon, and Jiuzio's strength was too troublesome to deal with it. Lu Feng had to put it into the Kingmu spirit realm. After processing it, he extracted the dragon nature in the flesh and blood and used it to train the batch of fire dragon Taoist soldiers under his command, which was just the right thing to use. From the massive muddy poisonous dragon flesh and blood, Lu Feng found a small seal. The thumb-sized seal had an island stone as the pivot on it, and the 4 big characters, Thousand Island Water Palace, were engraved below. The small seal was like the bronze mirror that Lu Feng had refined when he obtained the Yin Gui spirit realm. They were both the core hubs of the control spirit realm. President, this Dragon Palace spirit realm belongs to you. In addition, this broken spirit realm left by my master is also given to you. My master once said before his death that if someone can kill the poisonous dragon in the future, let me offer the spirit realm. Jiuxiao glanced at the small seal of the water palace, and then pushed the small seal into Lu Feng's hand, and took out a fist-sized pearl from his body and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a look and knew that the pearl handed by Jiuxiao was connected to the aura of the broken spirit realm left by Fairy Luoxia, and it was obviously the core control object of the broken spirit realm. You are generous, but you are also reluctant to give it up. How about this? I will accept this Dragon Palace Water Palace, and you still keep the spirit realm left by your master. Seeing Jiuxiao's actions, Lu Feng smiled lightly, and put the pearl back into Jiuxiao's body, and then said, "This." Jiuxiao hesitated, but under Lu Feng's sharp gaze, he still accepted the pearl. Seeing Lu Feng's attitude, Jiuzio knew that Lu Feng would not want the spiritual realm left by her master. However, Lu Feng's refusal made Jiuzio feel a little embarrassed. Lu Feng avenged her so much, but she was not able to thank Lu Feng for his reward. Jiuzio felt a little ashamed. What should she do? Should she marry him? When Jiuzio was feeling rich and colorful, Lu Feng ignored her, took the small seal of the water palace, moved his body, and entered the Dragon Palace of the Water Palace. Chapter 184, Spiritual Realm Distribution, Water and Land Ceremony. As soon as he entered the Dragon Palace Spirit Realm, the rich spiritual energy of water veins hit him in the face. This poisonous dragon occupies a good place, but unfortunately it was unlucky and fell on the head of Fairy Luoxia. First it was sealed, then imprisoned for 100 years, and finally died in my hands. Lu Feng looked at the scenery inside and outside the Dragon Palace Spirit Realm and sighed. Although the Dragon Palace Spirit Realm had shrunk to the point where the poisonous dragon was squeezed into meat paste under his destruction. But that was compared to the poisonous dragon with a body length of hundreds of meters. Lu Feng entered as a human and still felt that the space in the Dragon Palace Spirit Realm was not small, about the size of 3 or 4 villas. Although it was not as good as the Yin Gui Spirit Realm he placed in the Red Leaf Tower, it was almost the same as the broken Spirit Realm left by Fairy Luoxia outside. The Dragon Palace Spirit Realm was not artificially refined, but was born in the interweaving of water veins at the bottom of Kyandao Lake. It was born by heaven and earth and was a treasure of nature. After removing the seal of the absolute soul locking vein method, Lu Feng held the water palace seal and infused it with magic power, which gave him a new connection with the Thousand Island Water Palace, and he could also use it to control the Dragon Palace spirit realm. Without the seal restriction of the absolute soul locking vein method, the water veins of Thousand Island Lake flowed naturally, and the Dragon Palace spirit realm, as its core, played its role again, running naturally and regulating the spiritual energy of the water veins. In the process of playing its role, some strands of water vein spiritual energy were intercepted by the Dragon Palace spirit realm and stored in the spiritual space, slowly restoring the original power of the Dragon Palace spirit realm. In Lu Feng's observation, the Dragon Palace spirit realm here is almost equivalent to the water spiritual vein. In the process of natural operation, the water attribute spiritual energy is accumulated, and some output can be obtained every month, about 1/50th of the amount of the trendy secondary continent, about 50 or 60 magic stones a month. Lu Feng estimated and was a little disappointed. 50 or 60 magic stones a month, in the resource-poor Earth fairy world, may still be a treasure land that can attract countless people to snatch. But for Lu Feng, who has always been wealthy, it was not enough for him to have a casual meal in the Green Tower. It was really insignificant. After calming down, Jiu Zhao also entered the Dragon Palace spirit realm. In the breath, absorbing the rich water attribute spiritual energy in the Dragon Palace spirit realm, Jiu Zhao felt that this spiritual realm was surprisingly good, with abundant spiritual energy in the world, much better than her base camp Kaiangsha Island. After taking care of it and cultivating it a little, it will be an excellent place for cultivation. This water palace is just for the president to practice in seclusion every day. Jiu Zhao looked at the water palace and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Feng stretched out his hand and threw the small seal of the water palace directly to Jiu Zhao, and said unhurriedly, "This Dragon Palace spirit realm has been occupied by the poisonous dragon for so many years, and it is in a bad state. Jiu Zhao, you are good at water, just help me take care of this Dragon Palace spirit realm, dredge the spiritual veins, and cultivate the spiritual realm." Although the Dragon Palace spirit realm is good, it is not suitable for Lu Feng. Being able to travel back and forth between the two worlds, Lu Feng would not stay in the Dragon Palace spirit realm for a long time, nor did he have the mind to take care of it and continue to invest resources to cultivate it. However, it would be a waste to just leave the Dragon Palace spirit realm here, so Lu Feng simply entrusted the Dragon Palace spirit realm to Jiu Zhao. Let her help take care of it. As for the water vein spirit energy of dozens of magic stones produced by the Dragon Palace spirit realm, it would be considered as the salary he paid to Jiu Zhao. Facing Lu Feng's order, Jiu Zhao hesitated. She had already taken the broken spirit realm left by her master, Fairy Luoxia, and now took on the task of taking care of the Dragon Palace spirit realm, which was equivalent to both spirit realms falling into her hands. Would that mean that Lu Feng had worked so hard but got nothing at all? How could this be possible? Jiu Zhao felt unworthy of it. But after Lu Feng's repeated persuasion, Jiu Zhao still took on the task of taking care of the Dragon Palace spirit realm and took care of the spirit realm for Lu Feng. After assigning the ownership of the spirit realm, Lu Feng and Jiu Zhao were not in a hurry to return. With the help of Lu Feng, Jiu Zhao struggled to stuff the broken spiritual realm left by her master into her own Bibo spiritual realm. The master and apprentice's skills came from the same source, and the spiritual realms were also inherited from the same lineage. Jiu Zhao's refining was the best way to deal with the broken spiritual realm left by her master, Fairy Luoxia. Otherwise, if it was placed at the bottom of the pond, not to mention the daily consumption, no one would take care of it, and the broken spiritual realm would slowly collapse, wasting resources. Jiu Zhao's strength was limited, and just stuffing the broken spiritual realm into the Bibo spiritual realm made her Bibo spiritual realm feel overwhelmed. After stuffing it in, Jiu Zhao had no time to care about anything else and had to stay in the Dragon Palace spiritual realm, using the spiritual energy of the Dragon Palace water veins to try her best to refine and absorb the original power of the broken spiritual realm. Without a year or two, Jiu Zhao would probably not have the mind to deal with other matters. Jiu Zhao was practicing in seclusion, and Lu Feng had nothing to do, so he activated the water spirit veins to comb the water veins of Kaiandao Lake. Clear the silt and clear the turbidity. After Lu Feng's actions, the water vapor in Kaiandao Lake was flowing smoothly and naturally, and the lake was more vibrant. The spiritual energy of the water veins in the Dragon Palace spirit realm was also more abundant, and at least more than 10 magic stones could be produced in a month. At the same time, Lu Feng also took care of the corpse of the poisonous dragon that was taken into the Kingmu spirit realm. The poisonous dragon was once born in the Dragon Palace spirit realm and was huge in size. It was called a poisonous dragon, and it also had the ability of a dragon. The dragon nature in its flesh and blood was not weak, and it was just right to use it to cultivate the fire dragon Taoist soldiers in his hands. Although it was the first time for Lu Feng, a wizard, to deal with the corpse of an extraordinary creature, he was quite good at it. In a few minutes, he dissected out the useful materials from the corpse of the poisonous dragon. The dragon tendons, dragon scales, and dragon bones came from the body of the poisonous dragon. The texture was good and they were all good materials for refining magic tools. Although it was not easy to sell them in the wizard world, keeping them in hand could also refine 1 or 2 magic tools. The poisonous flesh and blood of the poisonous dragon were also cleaned by Lu Feng, and the poison was removed and processed into the cleanest dragon meat. After cooking 1 or 2 pots of meat slices, Lu Feng felt that it was indeed delicious, and it also contained good blood and flesh essence, which could replenish the blood and ki of the body. Of course, the flesh and blood of the first-level poisonous dragon was of little use to Lu Feng. Eating it down was at most a taste, and the blood and ki replenishment was better than nothing. Lu Feng left a few cubic meters of dragon meat in the spiritual realm, and a large part of the remaining dragon meat was distributed by Lu Feng to his fire dragon Taoist soldiers. With the promotion of the fire spirit vein, the momentum of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers in Lu Feng's hands became stronger and stronger. Basically, they have reached the realm of the 3rd-level wizard apprentice, but there is still a long way to go before the 1st level. The remaining dragon meat contains good dragon blood and dragon power. Distributing it to the fire dragon Taoist soldiers is just right to help them improve the dragon nature in their bodies and increase the chance of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers breaking through. If all these fire dragon Taoist soldiers can be promoted to the 1st level, Lu Feng estimates that he won't have to worry about his fire spiritual vein breaking through to the upper level of the human level. Of course, Lu Feng only dared to think about it. Lu Feng knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the 1st level. He had 256 fire dragon Taoist soldiers under his command. If all of them broke through, the verdict tower would not be enough for him to fight. How much resources and time it takes to train them is a bottomless pit. Lu Feng's salary magic stones thrown down, it is estimated that it will not make much splash. After dealing with the chores of the Dragon Palace spirit realm, Lu Feng left Jiuxiao alone to practice here and guard the Dragon Palace spirit realm by the way, while he himself returned to the Red Leaf Society. Chuan City is the base camp of the Red Leaf Society, and there is still some gap over Kayandao Lake. After returning to the station, before Lu Feng closed his eyes and returned to the wizard world, Luo Zuking came to Lu Feng with a letter with a serious face. President, Day Temple has made a move. Day Temple sent an envoy to deliver an invitation letter, saying that the president is invited to attend the water and land ceremony of Day Temple. The spies under my command reported that not only our Hongye Club, but other forces have also received the same invitation. Water and land ceremony. Lu Feng frowned when he heard it. The water and land ceremony is a ceremony where monks and nuns set up altars to chant scriptures, worship Buddha, and give food to all the dead souls on land and water, and to help the 6 realms and 4 lives. It is also called the Water and Land Dojo. Day Temple is a Buddhist temple, so it is normal to hold a water and land ceremony. But at this time, things are a little strange. Not long ago, Day Temple recalled the monks and monks from many foreign forces, which obviously completed the so-called grand plan of Day Temple. It is hard for Lu Feng not to associate the water and land ceremony with other intentions of Day Temple. Is it a Hongman banquet or a show-off meeting? Lu Feng was undecided, guessing the probability of the 2 possibilities. If it was the former, Lu Feng would have to take the top leaders of the Red Leaf Society and flee first. If it was the latter, wouldn't it be just listening to Day Temple bragging about their great achievements? For Lu Feng, there was no harm. Can your spies find out how other forces view this water and land ceremony? Lu Feng pondered and asked Luo Zuking. Our relationship with the nearby Zhangyang Gate is a bit awkward, and we have not received any intention from Zhangyang Gate. However, on the other side of Zhangyang Gate, we have formed an alliance with Kingmu Temple. The master of Kingmu Temple replied that he was going to go. There are also several masters of forces near Kingmu Temple who also plan to go to the water and land ceremony at the invitation of Day Temple. Hearing Lu Feng's inquiry, Luo Zuking recalled the intelligence of her subordinates and answered. It seems that there are still many people going to the water and land ceremony of Day Temple. Since they are not afraid, then we, Hongye Club, naturally cannot be afraid. Lu Feng held the invitation letter of Day Temple, thought about it, and made a decision. Go. Since there are many companions, Lu Feng will not be timid. What's more, Lu Feng also has a trump card to save his life. Even if Day Temple prepares a Hongman banquet, he is 100% sure to save his life. I have been living in this place of Hongye Club for a long time. It's just right to go out and take a walk. By the way, I appreciate the charm of the earthly immortal world. Contacting other forces in the earthly immortal world can also be regarded as paving the way for the future. Lu Feng has other plans in mind. Jiuxiao once said that after the great changes in the world, because of the existence of that special rule, the forces active in the earthly immortal world have no earth masters who have cultivated into blessed lands. Lu Feng is now at the second level. According to his estimation of the spiritual realm stage, his Kingmu spiritual realm is already the second stage in the spiritual realm, which is the middle stage of the Taoist priest. After a period of development, he will break through to the third level, which is the late stage of the Taoist priest. Lu Feng also had to start preparing for a rainy day and consider the promotion of Kingmu spirit realm to the blessed land in advance. But now, he still had no idea how to upgrade the spirit realm to the blessed land. The altering heaven and evolving veins method that he got from Jiuxiao was also vague about the process of the spirit realm breaking through the blessed land, and the description was very general, as if it was fake. After Lu Feng's personal experience, he found that the 5 spirit veins described in the altering heaven and evolving veins method could be promoted to the blessed land, which was simply a fantasy. The road ahead was uncertain, and Lu Feng had to consider it in advance and prepare for a rainy day. After experiencing the benefits of the Earth Immortal method, Lu Feng didn't want to be like Teacher Tia, who had been struggling at the top of the third-level wizard for hundreds of years until he ventured into the plain battle and found the opportunity to break through. The Day Temple held a water and land ceremony this time and invited many Taoists, which was considered a prosperous time in Liangzhou. Maybe there will be people from other famous sects who will come out of the blessed land outside the earthly world to attend the meeting. If Lu Feng knows 1 or 2 of them, it can be regarded as paving the way for the future. However, there are still many unknowns. The above is just Lu Feng's personal consideration. The specific situation will be determined after he goes to the water and land ceremony at Day Temple. Be flexible and wait for the opportunity. The water and land ceremony will be on the first day of next month. So, there are still 5 days, which is plenty of time. Lu Feng opened the invitation letter and checked it. Jiuxiao is busy and can't go to this water and land ceremony. Zuking, you arrange the affairs of the meeting, and then I will take you with me. Jiuxiao is still refining the broken spiritual realm left by the fairy Luoxu. He can't move in the Dragon Palace spiritual realm. Lu Feng thought about it and asked Luo Zuking to accompany him. Yes, President, I will arrange it now. Luo Zuking nodded in response to Lu Feng's instructions and turned to leave to arrange the affairs of the meeting. Lu Feng's strength was all in the Kingmu spirit realm in his body, so there was nothing he needed to prepare. After waiting for Luo Zuking in Chuan City for 2 days and arranging the affairs of the Red Leaf Club, Lu Feng took Luo Zuking on a cloud. Day Temple is located in the north of Dongxi City and Chuan City, more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Red Leaf Club, and is located by a wide river called Shangfang River. More than 1,000 kilometers is out of reach for mortals. But for Lu Feng, who can fly, it is not far. It only takes half a day to take Luo Zuking and fly on the cloud. The shadows of the mountains and rivers under the clouds passed by quickly. Lu Feng had only flown for an hour when suddenly a magnificent mansion on the mountain appeared in his eyes. President, below is the station of Zhangyanmen. Seeing Lu Feng looking down, Luo Zuking explained. Zhangyanmen has some grudges against my Hongye society. I have never seen this Hongye patriarch in person, so I don't know what he is capable of. Lu Feng slowed down his flying speed and looked at the Zhangyanmen mansion in the sky unscrupulously, recalling the friction and collision between the Hongye society and Zhangyanmen when they were first established. Later, after Zhangyanmen had 2 dog paws crushed by him, they lived in peace. Over the years, they no longer dared to touch the Hongye society. While Lu Feng was observing, suddenly, a ball of scorching golden light shot out from this Hongye mansion. Chapter 185, Ancestors Hongye, Encounter at Day Temple. The golden light that flew out of this Hongye Gate mansion was not slow, and it arrived 100 meters in front of Lu Feng in a few breaths. The golden light dissipated, revealing a square-faced bald old man. The bald old man exuded a masculine smell, but like the setting sun at dusk, there was an unpleasant smell of decay. Hongye ancestor. Lu Feng saw the newcomer and glanced at the mansion under the clouds. He guessed the identity of the bald old man. Lu Feng had established the Red Leaf Society for many years and had also obtained a lot of information about the vicinity. Naturally, he also knew a lot about the evil neighbor's Hongye Gate and knew the general situation of Hongye ancestor. Now, seeing this bald man with a masculine aura of the spiritual realm, and a strong man who appeared on the territory of Hongye Gate, who else could it be but Hongye ancestor? Seeing that Lu Feng recognized his identity, the Hongye patriarch laughed and admitted generously, "Haha. Taoist friend has good eyesight. Yes, I am the head of this Hongye sect, Hongye. Although I am a little old, I am not worthy of the title of ancestor. I just don't know how to address you, Taoist friend." While chatting and laughing, the Hongye patriarch asked about Lu Feng's identity again. However, the Hongye patriarch was not good at recognizing Lu Feng. The Hongye patriarch could feel the strong aura on Lu Feng and knew that this was a fellow Taoist who was not easy to mess with. No one comes to the temple for no reason. The ancestor was also a little flustered about Lu Feng's arrival. "Haha, it seems that Taoist friends Hongye doesn't care much. You and I have been neighbors for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that Taoist friend didn't recognize me when we met today." Hearing this Hongye patriarch's serious questioning, Lu Feng's eyes flashed and he smiled lightly. "Neighbor." Hearing what Lu Feng said, the Hongye patriarch pinched the white beard on his chin and was stunned at first, and then a nameless anger suddenly rose in his heart. When talking about the Red Leaf Society, the old ancestor's Hongye still has fresh memories. He has not forgotten the hatred that the Red Leaf Society had killed hundreds of his Hongye sect disciples and an elder, and also snatched away the famous low-grade magic weapon, the fiery sun-burning flag, from this Hongye sect. The resources of the earthly immortal realm are barren. Although the fiery sun-burning flag is a low-grade magic weapon, it is also a treasure that the old ancestors Hongye spent a lot of time and effort to refine and use to guard the mountain gate. The fiery sun-burning flag was stolen, and the old ancestor's Hongye was so distressed that his liver was bleeding. If he had not been in seclusion at the time, the old ancestor's Hongye would have attacked the mountain gate of the Red Leaf Society and asked for the fiery sun-burning flag. Later, when he came out of seclusion, he heard that the Red Leaf Society had started a war with the Wanshan League, and fortunately won the battle. After repeated consideration, the old ancestors Hongye still suppressed the idea of attacking the mountain gate. Looking at President Luo of the Red Leaf Society, he should be going to participate in the Water and Land Dharma Assembly of Day Temple. This President Luo has a strong aura. If I fight him now, I am afraid it will be difficult to win. Let me pretend to be friendly with him and bring him to Day Temple. I will discuss with my friends and then trouble him. The old ancestors Hongye thought about it and made a decision quickly. When he was young, the old ancestors Hongye studied under the Day Temple. Later, after some changes, he went out of Day Temple and established his Hongye Gate, which has a great reputation near Day Temple. Few outsiders know the origin of this. The Hongye patriarch suppressed his anger, pretending to be calm and amiable. He patted his bald head and said apologetically, "Fellow Taoist Luo, I am really sorry. Our two families have been neighbors for so many years, but I have never visited you. The feud between the two families has not been resolved. Today, I apologize here first. Fellow Taoist Luo, if you need any compensation, as long as I can give it, just tell me." The Hongye patriarch's words put himself in a very low position. He took all the responsibility for the feud between the two families on the Hongye sect. Did you do it on purpose? Or was it accidental? I always feel that this old man is probably pretending. The performance of this Hongye patriarch made Lu Feng feel familiar. It always felt like he used to be in the botanical garden, and bowed his head to act like a small person when he met a strong man. Although this Hongye sect was an evil neighbor, the friction between the Red Leaf Society and this Hongye sect was still within a small range, and it had not reached the point of life and death enemies. Do you need to be so humble just to meet Lu Feng and hear his greetings? This Zhangjiangzi is probably overacting. I want to see what tricks you can come up with. Lu Feng thought to himself. On the surface, Lu Feng also pretended to be generous, saying that the hatred between Hongye society and Zhangjiang sect was not big, and everyone could take a step back, turn hostility into friendship, and help each other and love each other. As for the matter of compensation, there is no need to mention it. Anyway, Hongye society did not suffer any loss that year, so Lu Feng generously let it go. Forget it all, then who will compensate for my Liang burning flame flag? Who will compensate for the lives of my Zhangjiang sect elders and hundreds of disciples? Zhangjiang patriarch roared in his heart, furious, but still looked kind on his face, and talked to Lu Feng enthusiastically. The obsessed Zhangjiang patriarch completely forgot that everything that happened back then was caused by the greed and malice of the Zhangjiang sect. The two old foxes chatted for a long time and became familiar with each other. At this time, the ancestor Zhangjiang suddenly remembered something, patted his bald head, and said regretfully, I had a pleasant chat, and I forgot about the business of fellow Taoist Luo. Taoist Luo has received an invitation from Day Temple to attend the water and land ceremony at Day Temple. I have also received an invitation. Why don't we set off together and have a long talk when we reach the gate of Day Temple? Okay, I was thinking the same thing. Chatting in the sky, without support, will only increase consumption. Upon hearing the proposal of the ancestors Zhangjiang, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. After Lu Feng agreed, the ancestors Zhangjiang did not intend to take his men with him. With a flash of golden light, he flew away first. Such a slow speed, it seems that the ancestors Zhangjiang has only cultivated a spiritual vein. Judging from the smell of mana on his body, it is not an ordinary 5-element spiritual vein, but a yang spiritual vein. Interesting. Seeing the ancestors Zhangjiang flying in front, Lu Feng observed for a few breaths and judged. Lu Feng didn't care about the strength of the Zhangjiang patriarch. The octopus monster in the native Orleans in his Kingmu spirit realm alone could crush the Zhangjiang patriarch to the ground. Even if he conspired with other people in the Zhangjiang sect, Lu Feng was sure to protect himself. Then, Lu Feng slightly reduced his flying speed, maintaining the level of almost 2 human-level lower-grade spiritual veins, maintaining the flying spell, and slowly caught up with his Zhangjiang patriarch who was flying in front. Above the black cloud, although Luo Zuking was a little confused as to why the president's flying speed suddenly decreased after seeing the Zhangjiang patriarch, she also stood beside Lu Feng tactfully without saying a word. Seeing Lu Feng catch up, the Zhangjiang patriarch, who had been maintaining 80% of his speed, raised his eyebrows and calculated in his heart. President Luo of the Red Leaf Society, with a maid, can still fly at such a speed. His strength is really strong. According to the intelligence of his subordinates, he is only about 20 years old from the time of his hairline to now. When he first became famous, he was just a top-grade Taoist child. In just 20 years, he has become stronger than this old ancestor with many years of cultivation. At least he has cultivated 2 spiritual veins in the spiritual realm. In this era, there is still such a speed of cultivation. I am afraid that he has something in hand. Thinking about Lu Feng's background and strength, the ancestor's Zhangjiang's heart became more and more hot. If this man can be killed in Day Temple and get his opportunity, I, the ancestor, may be able to cultivate a spiritual vein and live another 100 or 80 years. Flying all the way, the 2 old foxes have their own thoughts, but on the surface they are still harmonious. Along the way, the ancestors Zhangjiang also introduced the scenery along the way to Lu Feng in a familiar manner, and the forces of various places, looking like an old senior and a big brother. After flying for most of the day, the moisture between the sky and the earth gradually increased. Soon, a wide river appeared in the sight of several people in the air. This is Changfang River, the largest water vein in Liangzhou, running east-west, nurturing countless land creatures. Flying over the Changfang River, the ancestors Zhangjiang slowed down the flight speed and introduced it. Changfang River is indeed wide. Lu Feng exclaimed. Luo Zuking, who was beside him, saw this scene for the first time, and her beautiful eyes were also full of spirits. The surface of Changfang River is several miles wide, flat and slow-flowing, and boundless. In the eyes of Luo Zuking, who has never seen the vastness of the sea, it is indeed magnificent. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, this Changfang River is just that. No matter how big and wide the water veins on land are, Can they be as vast as the sea area that encircles the trendy subcontinent into an island? Can they be as violent as the storm sea that even a first-level wizard has to be cautious when crossing? However, Lu Feng was acting according to the situation and still sighed at the right time. Country bumpkin. You are stunned by such scenery. Why do you still want to cultivate the way of Earth immortals? You might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes. You have wasted such a good opportunity. Seeing Lu Feng's performance, the ancestors Hongye despised him in his heart. Such scenes were just the most common scenery outside Day Temple. When he was practicing in Day Temple, he had long been tired of seeing them. The ancestors Hongye seemed to have selectively forgotten his performance when he came to the Changfang River under the guidance of the monks and the temple. He was amazed and speechless, and almost fell into the water from the boat crossing the river. If it weren't for the monks and the temple's quick eyes and hands, there would be no name of the ancestors Hongye now. Follow me, I will take you to Day Temple. After enjoying the scenery of Changfang River, under the guidance of the ancestors Hongye, the three crossed the river and flew not far along the river bank before seeing a magnificent temple built in the cliff on the river bank. The red walls and golden tiles stretched for several miles along the coast. At first glance, Day Temple seemed like golden sand spread on the cliff on the shore, dazzling. Countless devout followers entered the Day Temple like ants, praying and burning incense. The incense was dissipating, and Lu Feng and his companions could smell the scent of incense in the air. It can be seen that Day Temple is prosperous and flourishing here. Flying through the mountain gate of Day Temple with patriarchs Hongye, they went deep into the temple, and landed in front of a temple with a strong aura, the most luxurious and magnificent construction. As soon as they landed, several monks with a strong aura, led by a kind-looking old monk, came forward to welcome Lu Feng and patriarchs Hongye. I am a poor monk, and I am very happy to meet you two donors. The kind-looking old monk shouted the Buddha's name and introduced himself. There was no need to show the invitation letter. Lu Feng and patriarchs Hongye's aura of Taoist realm naturally confirmed their identities. Zhen, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Let me introduce you. This is the president of the Red Leaf Society, fellow Taoist Luo. His strength is not inferior to ours, and he is also a powerful person. Before Lu Feng opened his mouth, Patriarch Hongye walked up to him familiarly, talked to Zhen, and introduced Lu Feng. Amitabha, it is really a great honor for Day Temple that Mr. Luo can come to participate in the Dharma Assembly. Hearing Patriarch Hongye's introduction, the old monk Zhen's smile became more and more bright, and he hurriedly greeted Lu Feng warmly. Lu Feng also smiled and communicated with the old monk Zhen, familiar with this Day Temple. Just by looking at him for a few times, Lu Feng knew that the old monk Zhen from Day Temple who greeted them was also a powerful person who had cultivated to the spiritual realm. I just don't know how many monks like this there are in Day Temple, or how many people are stronger than him. After a while of talking, another group of red clouds fell from the sky, revealing a barbarian strongman in strange clothes. The people from Wanshan League are here. Zhengyanzi, you take fellow Taoist Luo around first, and take me to greet this new Taoist friend. Seeing the barbarian coming, the old monk Zhen apologized and went to greet the barbarian from Wanshan League. The task of the old monk Zhen was to receive the various forces that came to participate in the water and land ceremony, so he would naturally not lose his manners. Lu Feng glanced at the barbarian from Wanshan League. This person was probably at the level of cultivating a spiritual vein, and his aura was the same as the female barbarian who cultivated to the spiritual realm that he killed at the beginning. The whole body exuded a strong bloody aura, and there were many resentful ghosts entangled around the body. The strong smell of blood was incompatible with the magnificent and righteous atmosphere of Day Temple. Could this person be the relative, friend, teacher or friend of the female barbarian? There is also a contrasting scene. It seems that Day Temple is not a serious thing. Lu Feng thought to himself. Day Temple, although a temple, is also a force. As for power, sometimes it is hard to tell good from evil. Because power is all gray. The strong barbarian seemed to have noticed Lu Feng's side and looked at Lu Feng. When he saw Lu Feng's appearance, the face of the strong barbarian with strange totem patterns instantly twisted, and a ball of raging anger ignited in his dark eyes. Amitabha. However, in the majestic Buddhist chant of the old monk Zhen, the strong barbarian still turned his head away and stopped looking at Lu Feng, and then followed the guidance of the old monk Zhen and left this place. Seeing the performance of the strong barbarian, Lu Feng touched his chin, and looked at Luo Zuking beside him, thinking in his heart, It seems that I have provoked many enemies in the world of earthly immortals along the way, Wanchen League, Zhangjiang Gate, and if I say one more word, Date Temple seems to be an enemy too. Lu Feng sighed, and he calculated that he seemed to have entered a dragon's den in a tiger's lair. The second opportunity he encountered in the world of earthly immortals was the information and memories in the residual soul of a disciple of Date Temple. I have resumed updating. I was bored all day today. In the evening, my thoughts finally became clearer. I should be able to write more tomorrow. It is the end of the month. I only need more than 100 votes to get 2,000 monthly votes. Here, the author shamelessly asks for votes. The author sets out a bowl to ask for votes JPG. Chapter 186. 3 people conspired and fell into a trap. Monk Hujing, who had fought with Master Chiu of Dongshi City, was not strong enough, and ended up with his body destroyed and his residual soul escaping. Lu Feng took the opportunity to snatch the residual soul of Monk Hujing from Master Chiu, and obtained a lot of information and intelligence about the world of earthly immortals from his residual soul, so that he would not be completely in the dark in the world of earthly immortals. Looking at King Mu's spirit realm, the spirit body formed by the residual soul of Monk Hujing has not yet disappeared, and it is attached to the spirit realm, assisting the spirit realm to absorb and digest the incense and vows. Monk Hujing's master is a Taoist monk who has cultivated into the spirit realm in Date Temple. It is estimated that he has a prominent status in Date Temple. If he meets him in the temple, I don't know what kind of disaster will arise. However, since he has come to this dragon pool in Tiger's Den, Lu Feng will certainly not be afraid of these people. The barbarian strongmen of Wanchen League left this place under the leadership of the old monk Zinun, and the ancestors Hongye also took Lu Feng into the depths of Date Temple. Patriarch Hongye was quite familiar with Date Temple. He took Lu Feng and Luo Zuking to a quiet courtyard and settled them there. Fellow Taoist Luo, the water and land ceremony in the temple will be held in 3 days. Please rest here for 2 days. Patriarch Hongye reminded him responsibly. Lu Feng nodded and looked at the environment in the courtyard. The spiritual energy in the courtyard was much richer than that in the outside world. It was obvious that the monks of Date Temple had also put in some effort to entertain them. Seeing that Lu Feng was quite satisfied with the environment in the courtyard, he was about to call the monk in charge of the place to give him some instructions, and then said goodbye with a smile. Lu Feng did not stop him and went into the courtyard with Luo Zuking. After entering the courtyard, there was no one around. Luo Zuking hesitated for a moment and said, "President, it seems that there are a lot of troubles in this Date Temple. Have we come to the wrong place?" Luo Zuking was halfway through her words when Lu Feng motioned her to stop. After casting a soundproof spell to block the surroundings, so as to prevent the people of Date Temple from hearing what was said, Luo Zuking continued to speak at Lu Feng's signal. Wanchen League and Hongye sect are all here in Date Temple. Judging from the appearance of this Hongye patriarch, he should have a deep connection with Date Temple and probably has many companions and friends in the temple. On the way here, I always felt that this Hongye patriarch had ill intentions. You must be careful, President. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled. Luo Zuking's reminders were all things that Lu Feng had considered a long time ago. It's okay. These are all within my expectations. Even if these jumping clowns unite, I can easily deal with them. Let's see what tricks they can play, and also see the details of his Hongye sect. If his Hongye sect doesn't have any trump cards, I won't be polite. Lu Feng now has all 5 elements of spiritual veins, and they have all been cultivated by him to the middle level of human level. His strength is also one of the best in this area. Lu Feng was so cautious because he had never touched the bottom card of the local Snake Day Temple. Otherwise, for the cultivation method and experience of the earthly immortal method after the spiritual realm, Lu Feng would have started to expand the Red Leaf Society. Now, Lu Feng hoped that this Hongye patriarch would do something in it so that he could legitimately spy on the bottom card of the Day Temple. So that's how it is, the master is mighty. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Luo Zuking's eyes flashed and she exclaimed. Wait a minute, Lu Feng said with a smile. On the other side, the Hongye patriarch had just left Lu Feng's courtyard, and he ran through the temple quickly, turning around and coming to another courtyard. In the courtyard, the old monk Zinun, who had just come down to welcome guests, was sitting at a large table chatting and laughing with the barbarian warriors of the Wanchen League. The white-faced monks next to them were busy, bringing pots of fragrant dishes to the table for the two to enjoy. Come, fellow Taoist Chu, it's rare for you to come to my day temple, please enjoy it. Old monk Zenitun sat at the table, drinking with a barbarian surnamed Chu under the service of the monks. Seeing the familiar appearance of the two, it was obvious that they had known each other for a long time. Haha, it's still the enthusiasm of your fellow Daoists in Day Temple. I'm in that poor corner of Wushan, where can I enjoy such good things? The barbarian surnamed Chu drank and ate meat in big mouthfuls, laughing wildly. When the wine was drunk, the old monk Zenitun and the barbarian surnamed Chu also pulled the white monk who served them beside them into their arms, rubbing and enjoying it. The monk's robe was torn, revealing a white body with bumps and curves. It was not a monk at all, but a woman with a shaved head. If Lu Feng was here, he would definitely sigh that Day Temple really knows how to play. It's not a proper temple at all. At this time, the ancestors Hongye, who left Lu Feng and rushed here, sensed the familiar atmosphere in the courtyard and walked into the courtyard with a big laugh. Haha, fellow Taoist Chu, Zenitun, you two are in such a good mood. Seeing the two people's unrestrained appearance, the ancestors Hongye joined them skillfully and enjoyed the joy. After 3 rounds of drinking, the 3 people were in high spirits. The barbarian surnamed Chu ate a mouthful of bloody raw meat, and threw the shriveled female monk who had no breath in his arms aside. After wiping his hands, his eyes flashed red and he was the first to ask, Zhengayangzi, Zenitun, the man we met there today is the president of the Red Leaf Society, Luo Feng. I wonder what you two think of President Luo. Hearing the words of the barbarian surnamed Chu, the ancestors Hongye glanced at the barbarian surnamed Chu and laughed. How did I see it? Of course I saw it with my eyes. Your Wanshan League has dealt with the Red Leaf Society. You should know his strength best. The words of the barbarian surnamed Chu just saved the ancestors Hongye from speaking. He was also happy to be free and replied casually. His words were meant to refer to the war between the Wanshan League and the Red Leaf Society. As a result of the war, the Wanshan League lost a master of the spiritual realm in a large number of barbarian tribes. It has not yet recovered. An old force lost a general in front of a new force. The Wanshan League has long become a laughingstock among several nearby forces. Zhengayangzi, you. The barbarian surnamed Chu heard Zhengayangzi's story again and directly exposed his past and criticized his shortcomings. When his anger surged in his heart, a stream of red blood unconsciously emerged from his body, overwhelming the 4 directions, and immediately crushed several monks who were waiting beside him into meat paste, and polluted a lot of land in the courtyard. The other white-skinned monks were also frightened by the madness of the barbarian surnamed Chu. They retreated with difficulty and cried, Fellow Taoist Chu, don't get angry. Anger hurts your body and is not conducive to the development and cultivation of your spiritual realm. The old monk Zenitun frowned, then smiled and persuaded. While persuading, a Buddha light emerged from the body of the old monk Zenitun. When the Buddha light shone in all directions, the white-skinned monks in the courtyard were confused, unconsciously took steps, and left the courtyard. The flesh and blood of several unlucky people in the courtyard who were affected by the anger of the Chu, surnamed barbarian, also dissipated in the Buddha light. The scenery in the courtyard returned to cleanliness again, as if everything that had just happened was a dreamlike bubble. Humph! Feeling the strength of the old monk Zenitun, the Chu surnamed barbarian suppressed the anger in his heart, restrained the blood in his body, and snorted coldly at his Hongye patriarch. Don't be angry, talk well, at least everyone's goal is the same, isn't it? After suppressing the Chu surnamed barbarian, the old monk Zenitun smiled and said, Luo Feng of the Red Leaf Society has at least cultivated 2 spiritual veins. His strength is much stronger than ours. He has only been in the world for more than 20 years. He has cultivated to such a level. He must have had a great adventure. If the 3 of us can take him down. The 3-person meeting continued to talk freely under the suppression of the old monk Zenitun. At this time, the old ancestors Hongye did not hide anything and directly explained his intention. Okay. Luo Feng killed my sister. I will never forget this hatred. After killing Luo Feng, I can give up his spiritual realm, but his body must be divided among me. I want to take it back to sacrifice to my sister Chu Hongye. And I want a part of his territory. The barbarian surnamed Chu had a blazing anger in his eyes and said with hatred, 2 spiritual veins? The spiritual realm is well cultivated. It is exactly what my day temple needs. I want 70% of the spiritual realm. If I find any treasures, I will distribute it according to the needs. As soon as the old monk Zenitun opened his mouth, he asked for most of the benefits directly. I'm only 30% spiritual, so I'm at a big loss. Things like adventure treasures are still unknown. I don't think so. Zheng Yangzi shook his head when he heard the request of Zenit, an old monk. It's too little, it's a loss. However, Zenit, an old monk, is the strongest among the three, and he has Day Temple as a backer. Zheng Yangzi can't fight too much with Zenit, an old monk, for a while. When thinking, Zheng Yang's eyes rolled, and then he thought of another solution. I heard that Hongye Temple swallowed up the former Jiudeo Alliance, and now Joxia Odeao of Jiudeo Alliance has also joined Hongye Club. It seems that she didn't come to this water and land conference. Since we are all ready to take action against Lu Feng, we might as well kill Joxio. Luo Feng, you have taken a lot of benefits. How about using the benefits from Joxio to compensate me? This is a good thing. Since we are going to suppress Hongye Club, we might as well cut the grass and root it out to prevent future troubles. Yes. As soon as Zheng Yang's proposal came out, it was instantly unanimously recognized by Zenit, an old monk and Chu surnamed Barbarian. Well, let's discuss how to deal with Luo Feng and Day Temple. Seeing that the two were satisfied, the old ancestors Hongye said, "This is easy. There is a wonderful place in my Day Temple. It has special mysteries that can be used to suppress Luo Feng's ability. You just need to trick him in, and the rest will be easy." That place you are talking about? The Blood River crack. As soon as Zenit opened his mouth, Zheng Yangzi's expression froze and he smiled bitterly. Of course, the purpose of the existence of Day Temple is to suppress the underground Blood River fissure. Over the past thousands of years, we have already figured out the entrance to the Blood River fissure. In the efforts of these years, we have even built a huge spiritual realm at the entrance of the Blood River fissure. You just need to bring Luo Feng to the entrance of the Blood River fissure, and I will ask the spiritual realm at the entrance to suppress Luo Feng directly. At that time, no matter what ability he has, he will not be able to escape death. The old monk Zenit said with a kind face and a very sinister proposal, as if he had already eaten Lu Feng. After listening to the old monk Zenit's proposal, Zheng Yangzi and the barbarian surnamed Chu had no objections. Well, you get ready and take me to trick that guy into the Blood River fissure. At that time, it depends on your performance. Zheng Yangzi raised the wine in his hand and said, "Clang. Cheers." The three wine glasses collided, and the six eyes looked at each other, and everything was self-evident. Living in the quiet courtyard, Lu Feng also wandered around and saw several leaders of forces who also came. However, Lu Feng was not familiar with them. After chatting for a few words and not seeing any benefit, he returned to the quiet courtyard in boredom. In the evening, Patriarch Zheng warmly entertained Lu Feng. On the second day, Patriarch Zheng warmly entertained Lu Feng again, and took Lu Feng to stroll around in Day Temple to appreciate the unique scenery of Day Temple. On the third day, Patriarch Zheng also invited some leaders of other forces to have a banquet with Lu Feng, and they had fun from morning to night. On the fourth day, early in the morning, Patriarch Zheng came to visit. "Fellow Taoist Luo, are you ready? Today is the day when Day Temple holds the Water and Land Conference. You will go with me to participate in this conference." Patriarch Zheng said with a smile. "Okay, I'm ready. We can set off." Lu Feng walked out of the room, alone, and greeted Patriarch Zheng. "Hey, where's your maidservant? Brother Luo, why don't you take her with you to the Water and Land Conference to broaden your horizons?" Seeing Lu Feng alone, Patriarch Zheng was surprised for a moment and asked subconsciously, "Oh, you mean her? She is not feeling well today. I asked her to stay in the spirit realm to rest for a while and take care of her body." Lu Feng gave Patriarch Zheng a look that said, "You know what I mean. Oh, that's how it is. It seems that Brother Luo is very powerful." Patriarch Zheng was also a man of ordinary temperament. He understood everything immediately. After praising him, he took Lu Feng to the depths of Day Temple. Passing through the towering temples, the sound of water in Changfang River gradually became louder, and the two were walking towards the river bank. Although this Water and Land Dharma Assembly is called the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, it is said to be for the salvation of all the dead souls on land and water, and for the benefit of the 6 realms and 4 lives. In fact, Day Temple invited us here for another reason. "Oh, tell me about it." As they walked forward, Patriarch Zheng looked like an experienced person, and told Lu Feng in detail the purpose of Day Temple inviting the leaders of various forces to attend the Dharma Assembly. Seeing Lu Feng's confused look, Patriarch Zheng felt relieved and felt that he was already 50% sure. "Fellow Taoist Luo, This is your first time to participate in this Water and Land Dharma Assembly, and you don't know the details. The Water and Land Dharma Assembly is just a cover to fool the ignorant people outside the temple. The real meaning is to gather all the major forces in Liangzhou to discuss the distribution of interests in this area of Liangzhou. That, I know. Lu Feng thought there were other secrets that he didn't know. Lu Feng had already asked Jiuxiao about these things. After all, Jiuxiao had experienced it, and what he said was not much different from Patriarch Zhenggang. Since you know, it's easier. Well, we are here too. This is the place that the abbot of Day Temple asked me to bring you to. Hearing what Lu Feng said, Patriarch Zhenggang smiled slightly, stopped at an open space and said, "Here, there is nothing here. Where did the meeting come from?" Lu Feng looked around, puzzled. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Luo. I will show you the big treasure soon." Hey. Patriarch Zhenggang smiled strangely, and suddenly a golden light flashed on his body, and he retreated at a high speed. With extreme speed, he instantly distanced himself from Lu Feng, leaving only Lu Feng standing on the open space. Lu Feng moved, trying to catch up with Patriarch Zhenggang, but the next moment, the world changed drastically. Chapter 187 Killing 3 People. In just a moment, the place where Lu Feng was standing collapsed with a loud bang. The solid land suddenly dissipated like air, revealing a large deep crack in the ground, at least hundreds of meters long and nearly 100 meters wide. From the depths of the crack, a strange scarlet light emerged, and all kinds of shrill and chaotic howling came out, as if it was a terrifying abyss. There was no ground under his feet, and Lu Feng flew up into the air, trying to get away from the strange abyss under his feet. But the Zhenggang Patriarch, who was already far away from Lu Feng and was flying in the distance with golden light, would never let Lu Feng do what he wanted. He laughed grimly, and golden light burst out from his body, turning into a sharp golden flame, shooting towards Lu Feng floating in the air. "Fellow Taoist Luo, it has come to this, you better surrender. Take my blow, burning heaven sun flame. Luo family beast, take my blow, corruption red cloud." When the Zhenggang Patriarch cast a spell to hinder Lu Feng, a barbarian suddenly appeared beside him. It was a barbarian named Chu. Red light surged on his body and turned into a large scarlet cloud. Following the golden flame of the Zhenggang Patriarch, they surrounded Lu Feng. At the same time, Lu Feng, who was flying in the air, also felt that there was an invisible force coming to bind him from all directions, as if countless ropes were pulling on him, trying to pull him into the terrifying abyss. When Lu Feng tried his best to resist, the Zhenggang Patriarch's burning heaven sun flame was already approaching him. Boom, there was a loud noise. The golden, scorching burning heaven sun flame instantly enveloped Lu Feng, fiercely scorching his body. A shrill scream came from the golden flame, and the old ancestor Zhenggang was overjoyed. He pinched his white beard and smiled triumphantly, "Haha, my burning heaven sun flame can burn gold and boil stone." The Luo family kid was bound by the power of the spiritual realm controlled by Zhen'an. He took this blow with all his strength. If he doesn't die, it will be miserable. There is also the spell of fellow Taoist Chu behind him. He is dead. The barbarian surnamed Chu stared at the vague figure struggling in the golden flame, and felt a sense of relief that his great revenge had been avenged. However, he still carefully controlled his corruption red cloud spell to seal off the surroundings tightly to prevent any accidents. "Zhengangzi, fellow Taoist Chu, help me." Just when Zhengangzi and the barbarian surnamed Chu were proud, suddenly, a scream from the old monk Zhen'an came from behind. "What?" The Zhenggang Patriarch and the barbarian surnamed Chu turned around in confusion, following the voice of the old monk Zhen'an, and saw a familiar figure next to the old monk Zhen'an who was casting a spell to communicate with the spiritual realm in the temple in the distance. It was Lu Feng who was surrounded and beaten by their magic. At this time, Lu Feng was not only unharmed, but also holding a flaming spear, piercing the kind-looking old monk Zhen'an on the spearhead. The blazing red fire licked the body of the old monk Zhen'an like a fire dragon. If the old monk Zhen'an had not tried his best to stimulate the power of the spiritual realm in his body, and the golden light protected his body to resist the high temperature of the flames, and Lu Feng had not shown mercy, I am afraid that the old monk Zhen'an would have turned into ashes under the blazing flames. How is it possible? How can the boy from the Luo family be so powerful? The ancestor Zhenggang was horrified when he saw the old monk Zhen'an being lifted up by Lu Feng's spear. He glanced at the figure burning in the flames of his magic in the abyss. Without the control of the spiritual realm by the old monk Zinidin, the figure burning in the flames immediately rushed out of the flames with a stone turtle on his head and a thick earth-yellow spiritual light. At this time, the ancestors Hongye saw clearly that the Lu Feng he had just attacked had lost all his disguise and revealed his true appearance. It was a mud and stone puppet. The Lu Feng who had been entertained by the ancestors Hongye and dragged into the trap was actually transformed by the native Orleus in the Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng had long noticed the ill intentions of the ancestors Hongye, so he simply used a trick to beat him. However, Lu Feng naturally did not want to take risks, so he used magic to disguise him as a native in the Kingmu spirit realm, let him pretend to be himself, and take the initiative to enter the trap of the ancestors Hongye. Lu Feng was originally worried that this Hongye patriarch would see through the disguise of the natives, but the strength of the Hongye patriarch and his men was too poor, and they failed to find the abnormality of Lu Feng in the end. It was not until everything was exposed that Lu Feng came out from the dark and took the lead to severely injure the Zinidin old monk, who is the most powerful among the three. A shot was raised. "Luo family boy, you deceived me so badly." Looking at the earth and stone puppets rushing towards him, the Hongye patriarch was horrified, wailed, and fled madly. What kind of monster is Luo Feng of the Red Leaf Society? How can he have such a strong strength and a powerful earth and stone puppet? If he had known this earlier, he, the Hongye patriarch, would have never thought of hitting Luo Feng. Brilliant golden flames emerged from the Hongye patriarch. Surrounded by the dazzling golden flames, the Hongye patriarch pushed the spiritual realm in his body to the extreme, shining brilliantly, as if he had turned into a small sun. But at this moment, the Hongye patriarch no longer cared about fighting with Lu Feng, but pushed the power of the spiritual realm to the extreme and wanted to escape. "Run quickly, fellow Taoist Chu, Luo Feng is too strong, we are no match for him, run away separately and find the monks of Day Temple. Let them give us justice." While running away, Patriarch Hongye did not forget to remind the barbarian surnamed Chu. Understood. The barbarian surnamed Chu also reacted quickly, his whole body glowing red, and he quickly flew to the other side of Patriarch Hongye. "Where are you running? You're all in my pot, so stop jumping around." Looking at the two people who were running away for their lives, Lu Feng shook his head and smiled indifferently. However, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to catch up with the two people. The brilliance of the Kingmu spirit realm emerged behind him, and the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings emerged one by one, and took over the dying monk Zinidin from the flame spear in his hand. On the white roots, the runes of the absolute soul-locking vein method emerged, and a sealing force surged, firmly suppressing the golden Buddha light on the monk Zinidin's body and binding him tightly. On the other side, the fleeing Hongye patriarch saw Lu Feng, who was motionless, from the corner of his eye, and seemed to see a glimmer of hope in his heart, but at this moment, a stone wall suddenly appeared out of thin air on his escape route. With a loud bang, the unresponsive Hongye patriarch immediately crashed into the stone wall, making a violent sound. The stone wall was not low in hardness, and immediately knocked the overly fast Hongye patriarch into a state of panic, and the golden flames surrounding his body were also dimmed by 5 or 6 points. While being delayed by the stone wall, the native Alias who was chasing behind him closed the distance with his Hongye patriarch with a stone turtle on his head. Where did this earth and stone puppet come from? It's so strong. My life is over. Hongye patriarch cursed and fled at a very fast speed, and also fired a group of fire spells in an attempt to hinder the pursuing native Alias. However, the stone turtle was on top of the head of the native Orleans, and the heavy Wu Earth spiritual light was hanging down. The fire spell of this Hongye patriarch's counterattack did not even cause a ripple when it hit the Wu Earth spiritual light. The distance was shortened, and pieces of hard rock shot out from the body of the native Orleans in an instant, but were blocked by the golden flames on the body of this Hongye patriarch. But the next moment, the rock seemed to have life, changing shape, and then turned into a stone prison, trapping the flying Hongye patriarch's body, surrounding and wrapping him. The scorching golden flames burned the rock cage that bound him, but it was completely unable to break through the control of the native Orleans for a moment, not to mention that the native Orleans chased after him, changed his body shape, and directly merged into the earth and stone cage that trapped this Hongye patriarch. The next moment, the earth and stone cage space shrank, and it made a creaking sound. The hard earth and stone covered this Hongye patriarch, controlling all his movement space, leaving only a head floating on the chest of the native Orleans. The sensible stone turtle even climbed onto the head of this Hongye patriarch, dropping bursts of Wu Earth spirit light, severely suppressing this Hongye patriarch. It's over. After completely losing the ability to move, the Hongye patriarch was disheartened and smiled miserably. The native Orleans controlled this Hongye patriarch, moved his body, and flew to Lu Feng. On the way back, the Hongye patriarch witnessed a Chu barbarian who escaped with him being captured by a huge octopus monster that held up its body with white clouds, tied up with tentacles, and lost the ability to move. A moment later, the octopus monster and the native Orleans escorted this Hongye patriarch and the Chu barbarian back to Lu Feng. I told you, why are you running away? In the end, you will be caught by me. It's not decent. Lu Feng walked in front of this Hongye patriarch, patted his old face, and smiled faintly. The faint smile only brought a chill to this Hongye patriarch. Fellow Taoist Luo, what do you want to do? This is Day Temple. If you dare to make a move, you can't escape. When death was imminent, the ancestors Hongye was still stubborn, trying to use the power of Day Temple to exchange for a chance of survival. That's right, Hongye and I are both disciples of Day Temple. When we first joined Day Temple, we both offered sacrifices to the soul lamps in the sect. As long as we die, the other people in Day Temple will immediately notice it. When the masters of the temple come, you can't run away even if you want to. The old monk Zenitun was tied to the roots of the tree, struggling to death, and also threatened Lu Feng in a cowardly manner. Tisk. Lu Feng was dismissive of the threats of the two. If he was really afraid of Day Temple, why would Lu Feng resist when he was trapped by the three people? Wouldn't it be better to surrender? Now that the three people have been captured and the end has become a life and death struggle, Lu Feng no longer has the bad habit of looking ahead and behind. After interrogating the three Hongye ancestors, they found that they were able to cultivate to this point and were all mentally determined. After using some tricks, they still could not get much useful information. Seeing that the three people were of little value, Lu Feng simply took off their heads. The bodies, along with the spiritual realms in their bodies, were sent to the Kingmu spiritual realm. 3 spiritual realms should be able to dig out a lot of things, but the spoils will be dealt with later. Now that the 3 people are dead, the Day Temple will get the news and will be restless. I have to think of a way. There are more than 10 masters in the Day Temple who have cultivated to the spiritual realm. Lu Feng looked at the abyss rift under his feet and immediately came up with a plan. This abyss rift, also known as the Blood River Rift, is connected to a terrifying existence underground in the earthly immortal world. Every once in a while, a large number of underground creatures will crawl out of the Blood River Rift and attack the seal of the Day Temple here. This is the few pieces of information Lu Feng interrogated from the 3 people. I will make a hole in the seal of Day Temple, release some Blood River monsters, and disturb the side of Day Temple. When they are not paying attention, I will be free to move forward and backward. Lu Feng made a decision and jumped into the pit. He was caught by a golden barrier before falling for dozens of meters. This is the seal of Day Temple. It is based on the spiritual realm left by the predecessors of Day Temple. Lu Feng sensed the surroundings and found the seal nodes formed by the spiritual realm. They were pagodas standing on the cliffs of the cracks, storing the relics left by the generations of monks in Day Temple. The spiritual realm they spent their whole lives to refine was also stored in a pagoda, supporting the seal formation of Day Temple to seal the Blood River crack. When the formation node was found, the spiritual realm behind Lu Feng surged, and the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings drilled out and directly pierced into the seal formation. In order to protect these spiritual realms that provide energy for the seal formation, these pagodas that serve as nodes have a layer of strong Buddha light protection, but this is not difficult for Lu Feng. His energy-absorbing ancient tree absorbs energy from all sources and is specifically designed to overcome various large formations composed of energy. If the energy is sucked dry, no matter how powerful the formation is, it is nothing. While Lu Feng was prying the seal formation, on the other side, the abbot of Day Temple, Master Hongye, was sitting in the Buddhist hall. Under his seat, various forces from Liangzhou were gathering together to discuss the distribution of interests in Liangzhou under the coordination of Day Temple. In previous years, such conferences were always chaotic. The leaders of various underground forces fought each other, refused to give in, saliva splashed, and the noise was so loud that they almost fought each other. However, at today's meeting, the Buddhist hall was exceptionally quiet. At this moment, everyone present had their eyes on Master Hongye. This time, Our day temple is going to take all the benefits of Liang's Hao. What do you think? The solemn Master Xinhe opened his mouth like a glutton and said something that shocked everyone. In the Buddhist hall, after being shocked by Master Xinhe's words, a purple-robed Taoist with a fury-like demeanor broke the suppressed silence in the Buddhist hall. Master Xinhe, I don't quite understand what you said. I'm afraid that all the benefits of Liang's Hao cannot be grasped by just a temple like you. If you are too greedy, I can't agree to it at Qingmu Temple. This is not only the opinion of Qingmu Temple, but also the opinion of everyone. Taoist Song of Qingmu Temple resisted Master Xinhe's domineering gaze as if he wanted to eat people, and refused to give in. Day Temple is powerful. There are more than a dozen monks who have achieved spiritual realm in the temple, but these Liang's Hao forces are also not vegetarians. Everyone has a trump card in hand. Who doesn't have one or two masters who have achieved spiritual realm in their family? Gathered together, they are definitely not less than your Day Temple. If a fight really breaks out, it will not end well for Day Temple. Oh, King Murguan has different opinions, so are there any other people who have different opinions? If so, you can stand up and stand with Songdoran from King Murguan. If you don't move, it means you support him. Master Xinhe grinned after hearing what Songdoran said. Chapter 188 The Plan for the Blessed Land of Day Temple. After Master Xinhe finished speaking, the huge Buddhist hall fell silent again. A heavy and strange atmosphere permeated the Buddhist hall. Master Song of Qingmu Temple looked around, his eyes swept over his fellow Taoists, but the next moment, Master Song's face turned pale. Master Xinhe's words made his position clear and let the people in the field make a choice. Master Song stood up to oppose, thinking that everyone would support him, resist the tyranny of Day Temple, and fight for the interests of his own forces. But things went against their wishes. Day Temple seemed to have guessed Master Song's resistance. At this moment, Master Xinhe said a word, and took the initiative to stand up and stand with Master Song of Qingmu Temple. There were only 7 forces working together. The others sat in their original places, looking at Master Song and the 7 relatives and friends who stood up with him to oppose Day Temple with a sneer on their faces, with a gleam in their eyes, as if they were laughing at their presumption. Obviously, these people who did not stand up, along with the forces behind them, have already colluded with Day Temple. Hey, Taoist Song, you just bow your heads today. Now the general trend is unstoppable. Day Temple is destined to control the entire Liang's Hao. That's right, that's right. Join Day Temple, we will make progress together, that is the kingly way of the times. There are even more villains, with gloomy faces, shouting in a weird way. At this point, everyone has turned to Day Temple, and you few are still resisting stubbornly, which makes them look blind. They are already standing on the opposite side, and these people will not give Taoist Song and others of King Murguan a good look. The weird voice made Taoist Song see the faces of the villains, and realized that today's meeting has become a hangman banquet, and they may not be able to get away easily. The 8 Taoist Songs looked at each other and made a choice in their hearts. My fellow Taoists, it's hard to settle this peacefully. I'm afraid we'll have to fight with Day Temple today. Taoist Song spoke solemnly, reminding the 7 fellow Taoists around him. No one spoke, but the tacit understanding between them showed that they had proved everything with their actions. We are in the same boat and will overcome difficulties together. Haha. It seems that you still can't see the situation clearly and are stubborn. After seeing the choice of Taoist Song and the others, Master Xinhe smiled fiercely. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark golden Buddha light emerged from behind Master Xinhe, projecting a huge golden spiritual space. The spiritual space is so large that it is almost the same as a city. In the golden spiritual space, there are countless temples and Buddha statues, bursts of Sanskrit sounds, the sound of chanting scriptures, and countless mortals prostrating in front of the Buddha statues, praying devoutly and offering incense. What a huge spiritual space. Xinhe, you Day Temple want to create a blessed land. Today's world can no longer bear the birth of a blessed land. You Day Temple want to go against the will of heaven. Witnessing the spiritual space slowly unfolding behind Master Xinhe, Songdoran and others were shocked and exclaimed that Day Temple was bold. In today's world, creating another blessed land is something that Songdoran and his people have never thought about. They don't have this idea, nor do they have the courage to go against the will of heaven in the era of the end of the law. Compared with the shock of Songdoran and his people, the leaders of other forces who turned to Day Temple were relieved when they saw the spiritual space behind Master Xinhe. Why did they turn to Day Temple? Isn't it because they want to experience the benefits of the blessed land in person? Day Temple promised them that after the blessed land was refined, they, the forces involved in it, could also share a share of the blessed land of Day Temple. This was a contract they signed in advance. Haha, going against the will of heaven? Our Day Temple is not the first to plan a blessed land. There are countless forces in other states of the Daxun dynasty that want to cultivate a blessed land. Why can't our Day Temple do it? And why can those sects and big religions that are ahead enjoy the benefits of the blessed land, but block our way forward? Unlike the shock of Taoist song and the joy of others, Master Xinhe slowly stood up, with a shocking resentment in his voice, as if complaining to the sky about the injustice. This Master Xinhe told everything, and Taoist song could not refute it. In life, cultivating immortals and pursuing longevity, everyone wants to stand high and live long. But under the rules set by those sects and big religions, cultivation has become more and more difficult. Now, the world is on the verge of the end of the law. It is a great opportunity to cultivate into a spiritual realm. If you want to take another step forward, you must pay countless hardships and sweat. There is no hope of cultivating a blessed land. Those sects and big schools are high and mighty, living in their own blessed lands and caves, and they never care about the life and death of ordinary practitioners like us. Everyone here, we can cultivate into the spiritual realm. Which one of us is not the favorite of heaven, a genius in cultivation, but let the people of us suffer for a lifetime in this barren land, without any hope? I think this end of the law of heaven and earth may be a cover-up made by these sects and big schools, just to let their blessed lands and caves collect more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Master Xinhe became more and more excited as he spoke, and he roared at the end. The resentment that soared to the sky and the torture that hit the soul made Song Doran and others feel heavy in their hearts. Master Xinhe was right. This was the question in their hearts along the way. He kept it in his heart, and no one could give him an answer. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to fight or join our Day Temple? If you know what's good for you, I can give you a chance to get a share of the spoils after the blessed land is built. The resentful Master Xinhe did not lose his mind. He looked at the 8 Taoist song and asked the last sentence. Fellow Taoist song, we. Under the questioning of Master Xinhe, the 8 Taoist song, who were originally determined, felt a little trembling in their hearts. On the one hand, life and death are unknown, and the future is uncertain. There is an 80% chance of death in the resistance. On the other hand, if you join Day Temple, there is a certain chance of seeing the blessed land that has only been recorded in the classics of the sect. How to choose? Even Song Doran, who was the first to stand up and oppose, didn't know how to choose for a while. No wonder those people chose Day Temple. Song Doran suddenly had some enlightenment in his heart. Just when the 8 Taoist song were making a difficult decision, evil beast! Suddenly, Master Xinhe screamed, attracting the attention of everyone in the Buddhist hall. What happened? When everyone was puzzled, they looked in the direction of the sound and saw Master Xinhe frowning. Behind Master Xinhe, the huge spiritual space of Day Temple shook uncontrollably. Then, a courtyard-sized area in the spiritual space of Day Temple suddenly collapsed and peeled off from the spiritual space. After the sudden change, the originally perfect and complete spiritual space of Day Temple seemed to have been torn off, revealing a large dark hole. At the same time, waves of strange roars came from the dark hole, and strange scarlet mist surged in the hole, as if a hideous and terrifying monster would surge out of the hole and wreak havoc in the spiritual space in the next moment. Zin. Someone has pried open a spiritual note of the formation that seals the cracks in the blood river. Bring people with me. Master Xinhe's spiritual sense moved, and he realized the reason for the change in the spiritual space of Day Temple. He immediately ordered, and then hurriedly left with the monks of Day Temple without caring about the people in the Buddhist hall. The people in the Buddhist hall were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Why don't we go and have a look? Maybe we can help Day Temple in some way, so that Master Xinhe can do us a favor. Suddenly, someone in the Buddhist hall suggested. After a moment of silence, everyone agreed. Let's go together. Let's go together, but what about Master Song and his men? At this point, it's about a matter of the blessed land. We can't let them run away. This is not easy. We can just take them with us. There are only 8 of them, but I have 19. We have the advantage, and we can't let them run away. Someone else suggested. You are bullying too much? Master Song and his 8 men glared at them, but the 19 men on the opposite side tacitly urged the spiritual realm in their bodies. In the face of the powerful force, Master Song and his men still succumbed and were dragged by them to follow Master Xinhe. On the way to the Blood River Rift, Master Xinhe frowned. He still had some questions in his mind. Who was so bold as to sneak into the Blood River Rift, the forbidden area of Day Temple, and was able to pry open the seal formation that Day Temple had carefully maintained for 1,000 years? That was a huge formation created by the pagoda and spiritual realm left behind by the great monks of Day Temple after their death, connecting the nearby earth veins. This huge spiritual realm that Master Xinhe showed to everyone behind was also the product of that formation. Under such a powerful sealing formation, Day Temple has been guarding the Blood River Rift for nearly 1,000 years, and has never once allowed the monsters in the Blood River Rift to break through the seal of the formation and cause trouble to the world. Could it be an insider? At this time, the person who would appear there is Zinun. He asked me for a copy of the Day Temple spiritual realm this morning, saying that he wanted to work with the two of them to deal with a force called the Red Leaf Society. Today was supposed to be a good day, but this unlucky event happened, which made Master Xinhe feel a little gloomy. But Master Xinhe's suspicion did not last long, and a monk guarding the Changming Hall came quickly and told Master Xinhe that the soul lamp of old monk Zinun had gone out. Zinun is dead, and he failed to deal with the Red Leaf Society. Could it be that the Red Leaf Society destroyed this spiritual realm? I remember that the leader of the Red Leaf Society seemed to be called Luo Feng. Master Xinhe's mind turned rapidly, and in a few breaths, he guessed what happened in front of the Blood River Rift. Anxious, Master Xinhe quickly increased his speed and flew ahead, leaving the monks and Songdorn and others behind. On the other side, the energy-absorbing ancient tree is indeed the nemesis of all energy, and it did not disappoint me. In the Blood River Rift, Lu Feng stood in front of a broken pagoda, and the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings behind him were flying wildly, firmly grasping a broken small spiritual realm surrounded by Buddha's light, and slowly dragging the spiritual realm into the Kingmu spiritual realm. After breaking a node of the pagoda, Lu Feng vaguely heard the sound of a large formation breaking, and heard waves of monsters roaring. In the cracks of the blood river under his feet, scarlet mist rolled and surged, as if a terrifying monster would crawl out of it in the next moment. I don't know what this blood river crack is. Is it a local product of the earthly fairy world, or an annoying alien? Looking at the strange blood river cracks under his feet, Lu Feng felt a little scared. The blood river cracks under his feet made Lu Feng involuntarily think of some records about the special plane, Endless Abyss, in the wizard world. The Endless Abyss invades the plane and plunders everything. If the plane cannot resist, the Endless Abyss will pull the entire plane into the Endless Abyss and become part of the Abyss. If it is a foreign object similar to the Abyss, it may explain why the spiritual energy of the earth and the sky in the earthly world is not flowing. Why do I think so much? I have never touched it. Who knows what the Blood River Rift is? Lu Feng shook his head to dispel the messy thoughts in his mind. He did not want to study this strange Blood River Rift for the time being, but accelerated the speed to continue destroying the pagodas that served as nodes in the seal formation. A pagoda is a spiritual realm. Although the power of the spiritual realm has been lost a lot due to the passage of time, the foundation of the spiritual realm still exists, and practicing in the Kingmu spiritual realm can still bring a lot of benefits to Lu Feng. What's more, Day Temple and I have reached the point of no return. It's just right to destroy this Blood River Rift to cause some trouble for Day Temple, and take a look at Day Temple's foundation. Lu Feng kept moving, and destroyed 2 more pagodas in succession, pulling 2 spiritual realms into the Kingmu spiritual realm. The people from Day Temple are here. Hey, there's only one. He dares to take risks alone. This person must be a strong man. At this moment, Lu Feng suddenly frowned. Through the level 0 spell, Wizard's Eye, which was placed on the Blood River Rift, Lu Feng saw the person clearly. It was an old monk with a kind face. What a heavy aura. This person's strength seems to be not inferior to mine, but why do I feel that there is something inconsistent about him, so strange? Lu Feng observed the Heartsea mage, muttering in his heart. Near the Wizard's Eye, little thief. How dare you peek at me? The Heartsea mage, who arrived at the Blood River Rift at a fast speed, found the Wizard's Eye peeping at him, frowned, shouted angrily, flew to the side of the Wizard's Eye, and grabbed the Wizard's Eye in the invisible state in his hand. The Wizard's Eye, which looks like a human eye, is composed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it is a level 0 spell, it can also play a role in investigation in certain occasions. What kind of spell is this? It's so strange. Seeing the existence of the wizard's eye for the first time, the Heartsea mage was puzzled, but before he could explore it, Feng took the lead in canceling the wizard's eye that was grabbed by the Heartsea mage's big hand. Watching the strange eyeball in his hand dissipate, Master Xinhe frowned and continued to chase after Feng's breath, arriving above the Blood River fissure. Suddenly, Master Xinhe discovered Feng at the bottom of the Blood River fissure, as well as 3 broken pagodas. Little thief, I want you dead. Chapter 189 Pure Land in the Palm of Your Hand. The 3 pagodas were shattered, and the spiritual realms inside them disappeared. Master Xinhe knew without even looking that the hole in the spiritual realm of Day Temple behind him caused by the missing spiritual realm continued to expand, and the monsters in the Blood River Rift were ready to move as the seal formation loosened. You bastard. Master Xinhe was furious, and his teeth itched with anger. The spiritual realm of Day Temple behind him was the hope of their Day Temple, and even the earth immortals of the entire Liangzhou, to spy on the way to the Blessed Land. Now that 3 spiritual realms were missing, a big hole was exposed, which would ruin the great plan of Day Temple. At this moment, Master Xinhe wanted to grind Feng to ashes. However, before Master Xinhe could make a move, Feng had already taken the initiative. To be precise, the first to make a move was the native Oreos. Haha, let me go and explore the way first. The stone turtle laughed. Under Feng's command, the native man Alias, who had been lying in ambush, had merged with the stone turtle. The stone turtle, carrying the Wutu mountain seal, moved and entered the Wutu spirit realm that the native man Alias had been practicing for a long time. The stone turtle carried the power of the earth spirit vein at the middle level of the human level, and controlled the continuous power to be injected into the spiritual realm and body of the native man Alias. The native man Alias roared, and his body condensed from earth and stone instantly expanded several times, directly turning into an earth and stone giant more than 10 meters tall. Roar. My power has returned to the peak. Try my earth and stone impact fist. The abundant power provided by the stone turtle flowed through his body, making the native man Alias quite excited. With his power greatly increased, the native man Alias strode towards the Heartsea mage. The native man's size increased, and the two were originally hundreds of meters apart. But Alias ran and rushed to the Heartsea mage in a few steps. The earth-yellow power of the earth gathered on his fist. For natural spirits like the native Orleans, their huge, hard bodies are the best weapons and the strongest way to attack. With the help of the heavy power of the earth, their power is infinite. The fist as big as a table, shining with earthy yellow light, hit the shiny bald head of Master Xinhe with a sound of whistling wind. Interesting, a very high-quality earth spirit vein. I just captured you and used it to fill the hole in the spiritual realm of Day Temple. Seeing the attack of the native Orleans, Master Xinhe's eyes were full of brilliance, and he was not panicked at all. He saw Master Xinhe pinching his fingers and shouting, Buddha's light is immeasurable. Suddenly, a brilliant golden Buddha light bloomed from Master Xinhe's body, protecting Master Xinhe like a golden Buddha statue. Dang! There was a crisp sound of metal colliding. The Buddha light that lit up around Master Xinhe only caused a slight ripple under Orleans's heavy fist. Master Xinhe, as expected, is the #1 in Day Temple. Just a Buddha's light protection can resist the native's attack equivalent to the second level. Boom boom boom. Seeing that his heavy attack failed to succeed, Orleans thought to himself that this person was not a simple person. The yellow earth power on his fists shone brightly, and his fists were like pounding garlic, and like a rainstorm, hammering the protective Buddha's light of Master Xinhe. The huge force intertwined with the power of the earth, and the golden Buddha's light of Master Xinhe's body was covered with countless waves and trembled endlessly. A very powerful fist. Master Xinhe looked at the native who was close at hand, his figure motionless as a mountain. But there was a little blush on his fair face, which was a manifestation of the surging blood. Obviously, Master Xinhe could not completely ignore the crude attack of the natives just by holding up the Buddha's light. But Master Xinhe's strength was more than just this. The next moment, a golden Buddha's light appeared behind Master Xinhe. A huge golden Buddha statue, about 20 to 30 meters tall, with a solemn appearance, opened the door to the spiritual realm of Day Temple and emerged from it. The golden Buddha statue has 3 heads, showing the 3 phases of joy, anger and sorrow. It also has 6 arms, and the 2 hands in front of it are holding the Prajna wisdom seal. The pair of hands on the left side of the body hold a sharp sword, which is fierce. The pair of hands on the right side of the body hold a staff, which is infinite delight. As soon as the golden Buddha statue appeared, It hit the native Oreos with a sword and staff. The staff was fierce, the sword was cold, and the power was infinite. Seeing Master Xinhei's counterattack, the native Oreos felt a sense of threat from the golden statue and retreated repeatedly. A burst of indestructible Wutu spiritual light surged from his body, protecting him on both sides. Dang dang dang. Under the control of Master Xinhei, the golden statue collided fiercely with the native Oreos. The two sides fought back and forth, weapons and fists and feet met, and the dust flew and rocks flew. What a tall Buddhist image! Lu Fengmao was standing far away, staring at Master Xinhei, guarding against him from taking action. He also secretly observed the battle between the native and the golden body image from the corner of his eyes. Master Xinhei was quite powerful, and the golden body image he had trained was huge and quite powerful. The native alias was almost beaten by the golden body image. If it weren't for the protection of the stone turtle's Wutu spiritual light, alias would have been torn down by the golden body image. It seems that as the leading force in Liangzhou, the disciples of Day Temple are still quite capable. I feel that this person is stronger than me, but why do I have a strange feeling that his spiritual realm seems to be a little inconsistent? After seeing the strength of Master Xinhei, Lu Feng sighed and felt some strange feelings in his heart. The spiritual realm of Day Temple was suspended behind Master Xinhei, without any cover. Lu Feng could find the hugeness and majesty of the spiritual realm of Day Temple just by looking at it. At a glance, the size of Day Temple's spiritual realm is more than 10 times that of Lu Feng's Qingmu spiritual realm. It can accommodate a town, build a large number of temples, and live with many devout believers. It is much stronger than Qingmu spiritual realm. According to Lu Feng's estimation, such a huge spiritual realm should be able to pursue further and become the legendary Blessed Land. Thinking of this, Lu Feng thought of Day Temple's grand plan, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that Day Temple's grand plan is to cultivate a blessed land? Go one step further and step into a wider world. Lu Feng didn't know his subconscious thoughts, and guessed Day Temple's plan. However, Lu Feng didn't delve into this aspect. He simply judged the strength of the enemy in us. The size of the Day Temple spiritual realm of Master Xinhei was too scary. Lu Feng examined himself and felt that he had no confidence in defeating him. Then clouds appeared under his feet and he prepared for a strategic retreat. The monks in Day Temple are quite powerful. I have to run away first. Master Xinhei noticed Lu Feng's preparation to escape, and he grinned and sneered. Since you dare to break into the forbidden area of my Day Temple and commit heinous crimes, can you escape from my palm without my permission? Lu Feng smashed the pagoda, snatched the spiritual realm, destroyed the seal formation of the Blood River Rift, and killed his junior monk Xinyan. His crimes are too numerous to list. For both public and private reasons, Master Xinhei will not let Lu Feng leave easily. The Buddha's light surged on Master Xinhei's body, holding up Master Xinhei's body and heading straight for Lu Feng. On the way, Master Xinhei stretched out his hand to pinch the seal, and suddenly the spiritual realm of Day Temple behind him surged with endless brilliance, turning into a large Buddha's light seal of several acres to grab Lu Feng. Pure land in the palm. Knowing that Lu Feng was strong and had something to rely on, Master Xinhei went all out as soon as he attacked, not daring to underestimate him. He directly activated the Day Temple spirit realm and used the unique magic of Day Temple to mobilize the power of the entire Day Temple spirit realm to fight against the enemy. The huge Buddha's light handprint revealed the appearance of the Day Temple spirit realm in the palm of his hand. The power of the entire spirit realm became a whole, crushing down, as if the sky was falling. Lu Feng was flying in the air, and he only felt the huge Buddha's light handprint, with 5 fingers like pillars of heaven, sealing the sky and locking the earth. Invisible forces surged from all directions, greatly reducing his flying speed. There was also an invisible force controlling his body. He was flying straight, but compared to the surroundings, he was strangely spinning in place. The old monk's spell is strange. It is not only powerful, but also involves a special thing that I have never touched. This strange sense of direction seems to be applied to the power of space. Lu Feng instantly noticed the abnormality of the Buddha's light handprint. He was shocked and took a breath of cold air. Under this strange spell, I know nothing about the power of space. This is forcing me to face the enemy head-on. Damn it! Lu Feng cursed angrily, but he also understood that under the Buddha's light handprint, he had no other choice but to face the enemy head-on. Let's fight. If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm a sick cat. Lu Feng made up his mind and went all out. Second level witchcraft, Kangmu Hunksen opened. Kingmu Lingjing provided energy, Lu Feng's aura sword, and his physical fitness and mental strength were improved in all aspects. The 5 elements of spiritual veins flowed, and the brilliant light of Kingmu Lingjing bloomed behind Lu Feng. Use wood to turn into a spear, use spiritual veins as energy, and the bondage is meant to be broken. Under Lu Feng's full urging, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling also showed its power, and was added to the hanging wooden stick in Lu Feng's hand, turning into an ancient tree spear. On the ancient tree spear, 5 colored light bloomed, and the 5 elements of spiritual veins were urged to the limit. With the power of the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng put all his strength into this attack, trying to break the Buddha's light handprint. Boom! Lu Feng's ancient tree spear and the Buddha's light handprint of Master Xinhe collided violently. The collision of the handprint and the spear, the terrifying power erupted from the intersection of the two. In an instant, a gust of wind rose from the ground, and a violent shock wave spread from it, rolling up countless sand and stones. The golden body Dharma image and the native Aureus who were fighting on the side were affected by the aftermath of the collision between the two and were blown away hundreds of meters. What a terrifying power! Who is fighting with Master Xinhe? You should know that Master Xinhe's spiritual realm, under the management of Day Temple, is almost at the threshold of the Blessed Land. In the distance, Songdorn and others, under the coercion of the scoundrels who had surrendered to Day Temple, came to the Blood River Fissure of Day Temple. They were slightly slower than Master Xinhe and arrived a step later. They just caught up with a tit-for-tat fight between Lu Feng and Master Xinhe. Seeing the terrifying aftermath of the fight between the two, they were all shocked. Master Xinhe had already shown them the huge spiritual space of Day Temple. No one among them could match it. Even if they joined hands, they were not sure of winning. At this moment, everyone was even more curious about the other person who could fight Master Xinhe in the field. Whose disciple was he that could actually match Master Xinhe? In the expectation of everyone, the smoke in the center of the battlefield gradually dissipated, revealing a monk and a Taoist priest fighting in the field. The Day Temple spiritual realm of Master Xinhe was not complete. Lu Feng destroyed the pagoda and pried away 3 spiritual realms, leaving 3 large black holes connecting the cracks of the blood river. The Buddha's light seal was based on the Day Temple spiritual realm. When it was performed, the loopholes of the Day Temple spiritual realm were naturally inherited. During the collision, Lu Feng keenly noticed the loopholes in the palm of the Pure Land seal that Master Xinhe performed with the power of the Day Temple spiritual realm. He focused on the ancient tree spear, found the weak point, poked a large black hole, broke the Buddha's light seal and escaped. Although he escaped, Lu Feng was not feeling well. The difference in power caused Lu Feng to suffer a lot of attacks in the process of breaking the Buddha's light seal. The Wu Earth spiritual light covering his body had been broken, and the remaining power left a lot of injuries on Lu Feng's body. The Kingmu spiritual realm was also affected by the collision, and the overall aura dropped by 3 or 4 points, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings also wilted a bit. You are indeed quite capable, but this alone is not enough. Master Xinhe wiped the light golden blood from the corner of his mouth, grinning and ready to cast a spell again, to beat the fallen dog and capture Lu Feng. In the collision, the spell was broken, and Master Xinhe was also slightly injured. The spiritual realm of Day Temple was also affected. There were some vibrations in the spiritual realm space, causing the faces of the believers to change drastically. However, compared with capturing Lu Feng, this minor injury is nothing. During the battle, Master Xinhe discovered the power of Lu Feng's spiritual realm. 5 human-level middle-grade spiritual veins, many natural treasures, and a giant tree that is suspected to be a spiritual root. As long as he is captured and refined into the spiritual realm of Day Temple, it will definitely increase the chance of refining into the Blessed Land by 20 to 30%. Master Xinhe was greedy, but just as he was about to cast a spell again, Master Xinhe's face suddenly changed drastically. Roar! Strange roars came from the underground of the Blood River Fissure. Scarlet mist was wriggling. One after another, the Blood River monsters with scarlet eyes and strange shapes noticed the lack of the seal of Day Temple. They drilled out from the bottom of the Blood River Fissure and attacked the seal of Day Temple. The formation of Day Temple that sealed the Blood River Fissure combined the pagodas and spiritual realms of countless generations of predecessors of Day Temple into one, suppressing the Blood River Fissure. As long as the spiritual realm is not broken, the Blood River Fissure can be suppressed forever. However, today Lu Feng damaged 3 pagodas and pried away 3 spiritual realms, which immediately caused loopholes in the seal formation of Day Temple. In the all-out collision between the two just now, the loopholes were further expanded. The monsters in the Blood River Fissure noticed this, and took advantage of the opportunity of the two people's fight to attack the seal formation of Day Temple. As the scarlet mist squirmed, strange-looking Blood River monsters rushed out from the cracks in the Blood River. The first to suffer was the Day Temple Spirit Realm. The Blood River monsters targeted the holes in the Day Temple Spirit Realm, drilled into the Spirit Realm, and wantonly destroyed the Spirit Realm and slaughtered the believers living in it. You are looking for death? Master Xinhe noticed the changes in the Day Temple Spirit Realm and his face changed drastically. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Spiritual Realm Bomb, luckily escaped. The matter concerns personal interests, and it is very important to capture Lu Feng. However, the Blood River monster invaded the spiritual realm, killed believers, and destroyed things in the spiritual realm. It was prying the foundation of the spiritual realm of Day Temple, and Master Xinhe had to be anxious. Moreover, Master Xinhe's strength was closely related to the spiritual realm of Day Temple. At this time, as soon as the spiritual realm of Day Temple was invaded by the Blood River monster, Master Xinhe's spiritual realm suddenly became unsmooth and his breath dropped sharply. Although it did not cause any serious injuries, it also made Master Xinhe afraid to act rashly and dared not neglect it. He quickly separated a part of his mind and entered the spiritual realm of Day Temple, commanding the Buddhist soldiers who managed the believers in the spiritual realm to clear out the Blood River monster. Buddhist soldiers are similar to Lu Feng's Fire Dragon Taoist soldiers. They are strong men selected from the people under Day Temple, invested resources, and cooperated with special methods to sacrifice and refine them. One by one, the Buddhist soldiers, with golden bodies and knotted muscles, like copper-cast and iron-cast Buddha statues, just standing there gives people a sense of stability, reliability, and infinite power. Such Buddhist soldiers, one-on-one, are estimated to be on par with the low-grade Taoist children. Dozens of them assembled into a formation can fight the middle-grade Taoist children. Thousands of them should be able to take down the high-grade Taoist children. At this time, Master Xinhe gave an order, and the Buddhist soldiers in the Day Temple Spirit Realm assembled and dressed in armor. At a glance, there were 7,000 or 8,000 people. If they cooperated with some elite monks in Day Temple, this batch of Buddhist soldiers alone would be enough to completely eliminate a small force like Zhengyanmen. Day Temple is worthy of being a Buddhist temple with a large family and business, which can afford a large number of elite Buddhist soldiers. The Buddhist soldiers gathered and surrounded the Blood River monster. After a while, the Buddhist army engaged in close combat with a hideous and terrifying Blood River monster. The land next to the black hole soon turned into a blood and flesh mill, with metal clashing, flesh and blood intertwined, howling, screaming. Out of thin air, the peaceful Day Temple Spirit Realm was stained with a tragic bloody aura. The Blood River monster attacks fiercely. With just these few Buddhist soldiers, we can't stop the invasion of the Blood River monster, let alone drive the Blood River monster back to the Blood River Rift. Master Xinhe frowned slightly and thought to himself. The elite Buddhist soldiers in the Day Temple Spirit Realm kept falling under the continuous and fearless impact of the Blood River monsters. Master Xinhe was distressed. If this goes on, the loss of Buddhist soldiers alone will be too much for Master Xinhe to bear, not to mention the continuous Blood River monsters breaking through the Buddhist soldiers' defense line and causing damage to the Day Temple Spirit Realm. Xinhu, quickly gather people and enter the Spirit Realm to guard the Spirit Realm for me. Master Xinhe confronted Lu Feng, who was regulating his breath, while secretly transmitting a message to the Day Temple monk who had just arrived at the scene in the distance. On the other side, the two monks Xin and Xinhu received the message from Master Xinhe, and their faces changed immediately. Both of them were Master Xinhe's confidants, and naturally knew the importance of the Day Temple Spirit Realm. Xin and Xinhu looked at each other, communicated with each other through voice transmission, and immediately separated several men led by Xin to leave this place and return to Day Temple to gather monks and prepare to enter the Day Temple Spiritual Realm. Xinhu stayed here and took others to guard Songdorn and others. What happened to this monk from Day Temple? Why did he suddenly stop, leaving me time to breathe? Lu Feng didn't know the changes in the Day Temple Spiritual Realm. Seeing that although Master Xinhe locked him with his mind, he didn't move for the time being, let alone move again, he was full of doubts. Is this Master Xinhe still preparing some powerful spells to kill me with one blow? Lu Feng frowned and muttered. His mind has communicated with his treasure, Space Gate. As long as there is a little danger, he will definitely make a quick decision and escape to the wizard world. But under his gaze, Master Xinhe did not move for a long time, which made Lu Feng confused for a while. He had to try his best to activate the Qingmu spiritual realm to dissolve the magic stones accumulated in the spiritual realm to replenish the consumption of the previous attack. With the support of a large amount of heaven and earth energy obtained from the magic stone, Lu Feng slowly recovered from the damage he had just suffered. In less than an hour or 3, he would be back to his peak. Suddenly, just when Lu Feng was a little worried, a somewhat vicissitudes of life voice suddenly came to his ears. Who is it? Lu Feng was puzzled. Dao, don't panic. Listen to me, I am Song Daoist from Qingmu Temple, and this is the 1,000 miles sound transmission technique I performed. The Xinhe Master of Day Temple opposite you, his spiritual realm is now being invaded by the Blood River monster, and he can't be distracted for a while. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight or flee. Song Daoist stood in the crowd, speaking quickly, and told Lu Feng everything he observed through the 1,000 miles sound transmission technique. Song Daoist and several fellow Daoists are now trapped together because of the matter of Day Temple. He thought that it would not be long before these unlucky people would die in Day Temple, but Lu Feng's unexpected appearance and the fact that he could fight with the top fighting force of Day Temple, Xinhe Master, gave Taoist Song hope. Taoist Song was experienced and knowledgeable. After Xinhe Master stopped, he noticed the abnormality in the spiritual realm of Day Temple behind Xinhe Master. After eavesdropping on the voice transmission between Xinhe Master and Xinhu, he analyzed the dilemma of Xinhe Master at this time. Putting his hope on Lu Feng, Taoist Song took advantage of the stalemate between the two and informed Lu Feng of Xinhe Master's situation with the magic of thousands of miles of voice transmission. After hearing this, Lu Feng was skeptical. Then he thought of some information he had tortured out from Xinhu, an old monk, and Zhangjiang, old ancestor. The formation used by Day Temple to seal the Blood River Rift was integrated from the pagodas and spiritual realms left by countless Day Temple ancestors. The 3 pagodas that Lu Feng dug up and the spiritual realms that he pried out also confirmed this information. Suddenly, Lu Feng had a flash of inspiration and figured out some things. Spiritual realm, integration, puzzle. No wonder when Lu Feng was fighting with Master Xinhe, he always felt that the spiritual realm of Day Temple behind Master Xinhe was very strange, and the power exerted by the huge spiritual realm was far from enough. If Master Xinhe's spiritual realm was not his own at all, but a huge spiritual realm made up of many spiritual realms, which could not be controlled freely and easily, then these strange things would make sense. The 3 spiritual realms that Lu Feng pried away from the pagoda before the battle caused a gap in the spiritual realm of Day Temple of Master Xinhe. The spiritual realm of Day Temple happened to be above the crack of the Blood River. Now that the seal was missing, the spiritual realm of Day Temple, as the main body of the seal, was the first to bear the brunt and became the front line of the invasion of the Blood River monster. Looking at Master Xinhe's performance now, the situation of the Blood River monster invading the spiritual realm is a bit serious. Of course, it is not ruled out that this old bald donkey is acting to deceive me, Lu Feng said in his heart. While carefully guarding against Master Xinhe, Lu Feng also had a plan in mind. Suddenly, Lu Feng suddenly jumped up, rolled up the black wind, and rushed directly into the crack of the Blood River. What are you doing, boy? After seeing Lu Feng's actions, Master Xinhe was immediately furious. He didn't care about the battle situation in the spiritual realm and immediately chased after him. Old bald donkey, isn't your spiritual realm very strong? Now let's see if I can break it with this move. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had fallen into the crack of the Blood River and came to the seal of the Day Temple that sealed the crack of the Blood River. Under Lu Feng's full urging, countless roots of energy-absorbing ancient trees stretched out from behind him and domineeringly pierced into the seal formation under Lu Feng's feet, aiming directly at the pagodas built on the cliff. You bastard, don't touch the pagoda. Master Xinhe stood in the air. Seeing Lu Feng's actions, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He pinched the seal in his hand and used the unique skill of Day Temple again, the Pure Land in the palm. The huge Buddha's light seal fell on his head. This time, Master Xinhe learned from the last lesson and no longer wanted to catch Lu Feng. The Buddha's light seal was directly pinched into a fist seal, intending to press Lu Feng to death on the seal of the Blood River crack. If Lu Feng continued to mess around, destroying several pagodas and damaging several spiritual realms, he would really be able to pry the foundation of Day Temple. Even though he envied Lu Feng's powerful Kingmu spirit realm, Master Xinhe didn't care to hold back at this moment. The Buddha's light seal fell on his head, and the wind whistled, full of oppression. Lu Feng was happy when he saw it. Compared with the last time he used it, the aura of Master Xinhe's Buddha's light seal was obviously weakened this time. It seems that the invasion of the Day Temple spirit realm by the Blood River monster has more or less affected the strength of Master Xinhe. Of course, the Buddha's light seal is coming, and Lu Feng can no longer think about these trivial matters. This time, Lu Feng is no longer prepared to fight with all his strength. The trunk of the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling in the Kingmu spirit realm behind him twists, and directly throws the spiritual realm out of the Kingmu spirit realm. Old bald donkey Xinhe, don't you like spiritual realms? Let you taste the spiritual realm bomb I carefully prepared for you. Lu Feng smiled. The spiritual realm that was thrown out of the Kingmu spirit realm by Lu Feng was only the size of a palm. It was a blood-colored stone mill. It was the spiritual realm that Lu Feng dug out from the corpse of the barbarian surnamed Chu of Wanshan League. At this moment, the blood-colored stone mill carrying the spiritual realm of the barbarian surnamed Chu came out of the Kingmu spirit realm. A large amount of unstable red light surged from the blood-colored stone mill, and the spiritual realm itself also trembled at a frequency visible to the naked eye, and there were bursts of roars coming from the blood-colored stone mill. It seemed that the next moment, the blood-colored stone mill carrying the spiritual realm would explode on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the unstable blood-colored stone mill collided with a Buddha's light handprint that fell on its head. Boom! Another loud noise. The unstable blood-colored stone mill exploded in the air before it collided with a Buddha's light handprint. How much energy a spiritual realm has, Lu Feng, who often throws magic stones and resources into the Kingmu spiritual realm, and his pockets are empty, knows best. Although the barbarian surnamed Zhu is weak, as a core figure of the Wanshan League, he has also sacrificed and refined a spiritual vein in his own spiritual realm space. Although it is a blood-attributed spiritual vein that is a bit unconventional, the energy contained in it is still not to be underestimated. At this moment, it was actively triggered by Lu Feng, and the violent energy flow formed after the explosion instantly collided with a Buddha's light handprint of Master Xinhe. During the explosion, under the impact of the explosive energy of the spiritual realm, the Buddha's light handprint could not stop retreating, and the golden Buddha's light on the handprint dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole shape became illusory. Under the recoil of the spell, Master Xinhe couldn't help but groan, and then looked at Lu Feng underground, with a little more fear and distress in his eyes. It was really a waste of heaven to directly detonate the spiritual realm that was painstakingly refined and consumed countless resources. It was the first time that Master Xinhe saw such a wasteful person. It was really an eye-opener. What frightened Master Xinhe was that after Lu Feng blew up a spiritual realm, he had 2 more spiritual realms in his hand. He looked like he was ready to go. As long as he made a move, Lu Feng would throw the spiritual realm out and detonate it immediately. Blow it up. Old bald donkey, don't worry. I still have spiritual realms here, it depends on how many you can eat. Lu Feng smiled faintly. He still had 2 relatively strong spiritual realms and 3 broken spiritual realms in his hands. Although Master Xinhe was strong, if they were detonated, they would be enough to make Master Xinhe suffer. Besides, Lu Feng was only trying to delay time. His purpose was to destroy the seal of the Blood River Rift. Boy, hand over Xin'an's spiritual realm, and I can give you a way out. Seeing Lu Feng rubbing the spiritual realm of the old monk Xin'an in his hands, Master Xinhe's eyes twitched and he spoke quickly. Why, you have a close relationship with this old monk Xin'an. Is this old monk your son? If you want it, just say it. If you don't say it, how can I know you want it? Ha ha ha. Seeing that Master Xinhe was afraid of the consequences, Lu Feng was happy to talk nonsense with him and delay time. After these words came out, Master Xinhe was so angry that his eyes widened, but the next moment, Master Xinhe groaned again, and the illusory Buddha's light handprint that had just been destroyed by the explosion of the spiritual realm dissipated directly into the air. The energy-absorbing ancient tree behind Lu Feng showed its power again, breaking through the defense of a pagoda and prying out the spiritual realm stored in it. Crack! The sound of shattering came from the spiritual realm in the body. Master Xinhe looked at the spiritual realm of Day Temple and saw that there was another big black hole in the spiritual realm of Day Temple. A large wave of blood river monsters rushed out of the new hole desperately. Just now, the monks of Day Temple joined in and cooperated with a group of Buddhist soldiers. The defense line that was finally stabilized was in turmoil again. Some people had to be allocated to establish a new defense line, and the pressure increased suddenly. Feng took advantage of the situation and activated 3 broken spiritual machines again, throwing them directly at Master Xinhe, who was distracted in the air. At the same time, his body moved, and the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree danced like a mad demon, continuing to take root and seal, besieging the defense of the pagoda. Boom boom boom. 3 broken spiritual realms exploded in front of Master Xinhe, and the impact of the explosion burst out, forcing Master Xinhe to retreat several miles to avoid the explosion. Feng took advantage of Master Xinhe's retreat to take down 2 more pagodas and pry away 2 spiritual realms. The hole in the spiritual realm of Day Temple expanded further, and the number of invading blood river monsters increased further. Master Xinhe suppressed his anger and the backlash of the spiritual realm damage and rushed back to the seal. But at this time, there was no trace of Feng in the seal. Where Feng originally stood, there was only an unstable spiritual realm left, and golden Buddha light emanated from it. It was the spiritual realm that the old monk Xinhe was concentrating on. Feng really listened to Master Xinhe's words and kept the spiritual realm of the old monk Xinhe. However, the spiritual realm that was left behind had been tampered with by Feng. With a loud bang, the spiritual realm of the old monk Xinhe exploded on the seal of Day Temple. The terrifying explosion impact made the seal of the Blood River Rift tremble endlessly. Some of the weak points of the pagodas that were broken by Feng also made a creepy crackling sound, and the sealing array was seriously damaged. In the cracks of the Blood River monsters keenly sensed the abnormality of the seal. Scarlet mist surged, and the monster's attack reached a new level. "You bastard, Hongye Society, Day Temple, will fight you to the death." Then came the roar of Master Xinhe. Chapter 191. Everyone discusses Day Temple. Escaping from the cracks of the Blood River, Feng ran into Taoist Song and his group. "The thief has escaped from Master Xinhe, hurry up, stop him." The gang of villains who were holding Taoist Song and his group saw Feng escape, and some of them wanted to show off, so they immediately cast a spell to stop Feng. The colorful spells attacked, and Feng hummed, and the Wu Earth Spirit light protected his body, and he passed through the bombardment of the spells. "Who is Taoist Song? Follow me and escape." Feng cast a spell casually, killing 2 Taoists and taking their spiritual realms into his pocket. His ruthless actions immediately made the remaining clamoring villains scatter. "Dao is really powerful. I am Taoist Song, thank you for saving me." After seeing Feng's heroic appearance, Taoist Song bowed his hands to thank Feng for saving his life, and the people around him did the same. "Now is not the time to thank you. My backup plan can only hold off Master Xinhe for a while. It will be troublesome when he pulls out." Feng said nothing and fled with Taoist Song and others. As soon as they left, the spiritual realm that Feng had arranged in advance in the cracks of the Blood River exploded, followed by the angry roar of Master Xinhe. On the way to escape, hearing the roar of Master Xinhe, both Feng and Taoist Song were still frightened. "This is a big trouble. From now on, we and Day Temple will never stop fighting. If Day Temple pulls out, our fate will not be good." A person next to Taoist Song said with a sad face. "Come on, if it weren't for the Taoist friends' rescue, we would still be in trouble if we fell into Day Temple's plan. They are likely to use us to fill their Day Temple spiritual realm and use it as the cornerstone for building a blessed land." After this, everyone was silent. Feng asked curiously, and learned some of the causes and consequences of Day Temple from Song Doran, and learned about Day Temple's plan. During the chat, Feng also learned about the origins of Song Doran and several others, who were also forces in Liang's Hao. Song Doran came to Qingmu Temple and practiced the Qingmu Changsheng Sutra, and achieved enlightenment with a pine tree. Hearing that Feng also practiced this method, Song Doran became particularly enthusiastic. It turns out that Day Temple actually wants to create a blessed land. It is worthy of being the largest sect in Liang's Hao. Feng sighed. The world of earthly immortals is on the verge of the end of the law, with thin spiritual energy and scarce resources. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven to refine a blessed land in such a place. Feng has cultivated the Qingmu spirit realm until now, and has consumed countless resources, and he is deeply touched. He ran all the way and escaped from the sect of Day Temple. Seeing that there were no pursuers from Day Temple, the group slowed down the flight speed a little. Lu Feng is strong in flying at high speed, there is no problem. However, some of the group led by Song Daoist were not strong enough to keep up with Lu Feng's flying speed, so Lu Feng had to give in. While slowing down, Song Daoist continued to talk about Day Temple's plan, and said contemptuously, Day Temple wants to use all the accumulation of the sect for nearly 1,000 years, the spiritual heritage of many predecessors, and the accumulation of many sects in Liangzhou to build a blessed land. However, I think Day Temple is just dreaming with this method. Why? Listening to Song Daoist's tone, it seems that he is very pessimistic about Day Temple's plan. Lu Feng asked curiously. Could it be that Song Daoist knows something that makes him confident to say such a thing? Ahem. This is not a glorious thing. Taoist Song coughed and said with some shame, my Kingmu Temple inherited the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect was once a major force in Hongye. Unfortunately, because of the pursuit of the way of Earth immortals in this shitty era, it attempted to go against the will of heaven and create a blessed land, which led to the sect being broken and the future being ruined. Later, the Five Elements sect fell apart, and split into Kingmu Temple, Blackwater sect, Jinjian Mountain, Lihuro sect, Haotu sect, and 5 other forces. Various martial arts books were also lost. The ancestors of my Kingmu Temple were incompetent and could not survive in Hongye, a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery, so they ran to Liangzhou, a remote place, to make a living. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Kingmu Temple to have such a long-standing inheritance. Lu Feng sighed. Although Lu Feng had never been to Hongye and had never heard of the inheritance of the Five Elements sect, he might as well praise it. Alice, the past is like smoke and clouds. Taoist Song was not too sad because of this. He had already gotten used to it and his heart was as cold as stone. Let's not talk about Day Temple's plan for now. Although fellow Taoist Luo temporarily destroyed the formation that sealed the Blood River Rift in Day Temple, it caused a loophole in the spiritual realm of Day Temple presided over by Master Xinhe, allowing the Blood River monster to invade the spiritual realm of Day Temple. However, Day Temple has a rich foundation. It is only a matter of a few spiritual realms. It is estimated that it will not take long for Day Temple to repel the Blood River monsters that invaded the spiritual realm of Day Temple and repair the sealing formation. When Day Temple withdraws its hands, I am afraid it will immediately attack us. Take our spiritual realm and the savings of the sect to make up for the losses and consumption of Day Temple. Taoist Song discussed the future again, and his heart was full of worries. The wool comes from the sheep. It is already a situation of life and death. Day Temple will definitely not let them go. How about we go back and pack up our belongings, move directly with the sect, and flee Liangzhou? Day Temple can chase us to other prefectures. A fat monk next to Taoist Song suggested. This person is the head of the Jingtan sect, Master Wood, who practices Buddhism and has a fat body. He is not the same as Day Temple. The spiritual realm of Day Temple has been deeply bound to the sect of Day Temple, and it is difficult to decouple. Although Master Wood's words are embarrassing, it is a good way to preserve the inheritance of his own power. No, none of the 8 of us has a small power. It is not easy to move the entire sect. It is estimated that before we pack up, the pursuers of Day Temple will arrive. It will be even more uncomfortable to be caught off guard. A Kun Taoist walked out and shook his head. This person is Shuayu Taoist of Shuayu Temple. He has practiced superb illusions and is well versed in the art of mirror flowers and water moons. And where can we go after we leave Liangzhou next year? Kingshao, Yunzhou? Which place is not harder to survive than Liangzhou? We can't even survive in Liangzhou, so where can we stay? A Taoist holding a sword also objected. He is the leader of the Divine Sword sect, Ling Zheng, who has mastered the art of flying swords. There are 3 or 5 other people who also expressed their opinions and objected. Everyone understands that escaping Liangzhou is not a good solution. Of course, they can't do anything to fight with Day Temple. Now Day Temple is so powerful that they are no match for it. We can't fight, and we don't want to escape. This is not okay, and that is not okay. What do you want? After listening to everyone's opinions, Master Wood spread his hands and said speechlessly. The others looked at each other, and were all speechless. At this time, Taoist Song came out and asked Lu Feng, does Taoist Luo have any good ideas? Taoist Luo's Red Leaf Society is also in Liangzhou, and now it is facing Day Temple. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Feng, expecting Lu Feng to speak. As for the method, I do have one. But there are some problems, so I have to understand it carefully. Lu Feng pondered. The trip to Day Temple, the final situation has developed to this point, although it is a little beyond Lu Feng's expectations, but it is still under his control. At least this trip has achieved one of Lu Feng's small goals, to find out the truth about Day Temple. Lu Feng has already made plans for the response, but there are some things that Lu Feng is still a little confused about. Taoist Song, do you know how to evaluate the strength of Master Xinhe now? When I fought with him, I always felt that his strength was unstable. Although the spiritual realm of Day Temple is vast, Master Xinhe has not yet exerted the true power of the spiritual realm of Day Temple. Lu Feng asked. The classifications that Lu Feng got from Jixiao after becoming a Taoist were all too general. If you cultivate the 5 elements of spiritual veins, you can break through the spiritual realm and create a blessed land. After Lu Feng's personal experience, he found that it was nonsense. Now that he met several old predecessors of Song Doran who had embarked on the path of earthly immortals, Lu Feng told them all his doubts, hoping to solve his confusion. Hearing Lu Feng's question, Song Doran looked at Lu Feng in surprise, his face full of disbelief, and said in surprise, "You don't have inheritance? Then how did you cultivate to this point?" Inheritance? Since I have been practicing Taoism, I have only collected some earthly immortal methods circulated in the world, and then I got a book on the method of changing the heaven and deriving veins. I have practiced all the way to the present, cultivated the 5 elements of spiritual veins, and cultivated the 5 elements of spiritual veins to the middle level of human level. Lu Feng answered truthfully, without much concealment. These are things that can be said to be on the surface, which are extremely unfamiliar to wizards, but for a fellow Taoists like Song Doran, it is just a matter of taking a look. But as soon as Lu Feng said this, there were bursts of hissing sounds of people sucking in cold air around him. It's really hard to imagine that in this era, there are still talents like you who can cultivate to this level just by using the method of changing the heaven and earth. Master Wu said in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Other Taoists Shuaiyu, Ling Zhang and others also had the same expression. This is probably a genius, gifted, favored by heaven and earth. Taoist Song also said in disbelief. Dao Luo, do you know how I got this strength? Behind Taoist Song, a spiritual realm appeared, and a green pine stood in the spiritual realm, full of vitality and spiritual charm. A wood spiritual vein relies on the spiritual realm to grow, spread throughout the spiritual realm, and communicate with all directions. Lu Feng observed carefully and found that the spiritual vein in Taoist Song's spiritual realm was about 30% to 40% short of the threshold of the middle grade of the human level. Fellow Taoist Song, is it possible that this spiritual vein of yours was not cultivated by yourself, but inherited from Qingmu Temple? Thinking of the conversation just now, Lu Feng suddenly had an idea. Taoist Song nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Luo is indeed amazing. You are right. The wood spiritual vein in my King Song's spiritual realm is the fruit of the joint sacrifice and cultivation of 28 Taoists in Qingmu Temple for 13 generations. One vein is passed down for 13 generations, and the more it is refined, the stronger it becomes." Lu Feng could not imagine the hardships and pain involved. This is probably the sect. Master Wu, Taoist Shuaiyu, Ling Zhang and others also showed their spiritual veins that have been passed down for many generations, none of which is less than 5 generations. Their spiritual realms are all sacrificed to a single spiritual vein, focusing on the only one, and seeking to become stronger. But the strongest is only Taoist Song's wood spiritual vein, which has not yet touched the threshold of the human level middle grade. The author of the Guide Yan Yan Mai Fa is indeed a man of natural talent. After the world lost its spiritual veins, he created a method to cultivate spiritual veins artificially. It's just that he has not experienced the horror of the end of the world. Resources, where are the resources for ordinary people to sacrifice and refine multiple spiritual veins? Day Temple has only inherited one human-level mid-grade spiritual vein, so it can suppress many forces in Liang's Hao. Now the quality of spiritual veins should be improved, so that they have the courage to dream of the blessed land. It's a pity that Day Temple dares to think of what the 5 Elements sect couldn't do before. Taoist Song looked in the direction of Day Temple and criticized bluntly. I observed Master Xinhe and got to know a little about him. The spiritual vein that Day Temple has inherited for many years should have broken through the limit of the middle grade human level and reached the upper grade human level. Master Xinhe now uses the upper grade human level spiritual vein to control and integrate many spiritual realms. Only when they are gathered together can they exert a strength far beyond the middle grade human level spiritual veins. Otherwise, Dao Luo has 5 middle grade human level spiritual veins in his spiritual realm, and he can at least fight Master Xinhe to draw. Taoist Song analyzed carefully. Dao Luo, now you are fighting with Master Xinhe, which is equivalent to fighting with the accumulation of Day Temple for thousands of years. Although your spiritual realm has a strong foundation, it is still a certain gap in size with the spiritual realm of Day Temple. If your spiritual realm can increase its size, it can still compete with Master Xinhe. However, this process is not easy. Day Temple has accumulated for thousands of years. Where can we get so many spiritual realms to support Dao Luo? Master Wu sighed. His proposal is not bad, but it is quite difficult to implement. Although fellow Taoist Luo doesn't have any broken spiritual realms, maybe we do. There are still some broken spiritual realms left by several generations of ancestors in my Shuaiyu temple. I'm afraid that your Qingmu temple is not bad either. And Master Wu's Jingtan sect and Shenzhen sect can stop Day Temple. It depends on whether you are willing to give up the family property in your sect. Taoist Shuaiyu swept his eyes over several people and said in a cold voice. This involves the inheritance of the sect. Master Wu hesitated and did not dare to express his opinion. Hearing this, Taoist Song also fell silent and thought in his heart. If everyone gathers their strength and pushes fellow Taoist Luo, perhaps they can come up with a master who can compete with Day Temple. However, Lu Feng has only known them for one day. Can you trust them? This is something worth considering. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all silent. The atmosphere on the scene fell silent. Lu Feng looked at the few people who had made him silent and shook his head. Everyone said that it was easy to persuade others to be generous, but it was indeed very difficult to be generous yourself. Because I really have it. Everyone, I have a set of formations with good defensive power. If it is activated, it can cover an area or two, which is more than enough to protect my Red Leaf Society. If you have any ideas, you can move your sect to my territory and take shelter for a while. Chapter 192 Emerald Forest Array. Taoist Song and others were reluctant to give up their own family business, and Lu Feng did not want his Qingmu spirit realm to be spliced with some messy and broken spirit realms, and become something as crude and shoddy as the spirit realm of Day Temple. The spirit realm of Day Temple had too many flaws. It was obvious that Master Xinhe was stronger than him, and his spirit realm was also large. It should be easy to deal with an enemy like him by using his strength to defeat him. But now, Lu Feng found the flaws and teased him. The reason was that the foundation of Master Xinhe's spirit realm of Day Temple was superficial and not solid. Lu Feng was still thinking about pursuing a higher realm and seeing the scenery from a high place. Even if Taoist Song and his friends were willing, they would not repeat the same mistakes. The methods of Taoist Song and his friends did not work, and Lu Feng did not force them, so he told them his trump card. Before coming to Day Temple, Lu Feng had prepared for a rainy day by using his authority in the Kankai Tower to borrow a defensive magic circle from the treasure house of the Kankai Tower. The treasures in the Green Tower are all high-quality goods. The Emerald Forest Array that Lu Feng borrowed is a set of low-quality third-level wizard array. There are too many good things in the Green Tower. This set of Emerald Forest Array is a little bit inferior and can only be left in the warehouse of the Wizard Tower. Lu Feng borrowed it just to protect his Red Leaf Club. Now that he is completely hostile to Day Temple, this set of defense array is just right for him. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Songdorn and others were overjoyed. However, after a brief happiness, Songdorn also had some worries in his heart. It is good for everyone to go to Luo Daoyao's Red Leaf Club, but in this way, the foundation of the sect that has been passed down for 100 years may have to be handed over to Day Temple. It's really a sin. Songdorn and his team can take the elite disciples of the sect to the Red Leaf Club, but the power and mountain gate that their sect has been operating for many years are not easy to take away. Fellow Taoist Song, what are you afraid of? Since Day Temple won't let us go, we might as well clear the fields and move all the things in the mountain gate to the Red Leaf Club. We'll just treat it as the money we paid to fellow Taoist Luo for protecting us. Mortals have to pay to rent other people's houses. Fellow Taoist Luo has opened the formation to take us in. How can we be stingy? Hearing the sigh of Taoist Song, Taoist Shuai gritted his teeth and said. His dissatisfaction with Day Temple was evident in his words. Lu Feng listened to what Taoist Shuai said and couldn't help but look at this beautiful Taoist a few more times. This Taoist is pretty good. At least when she said this, Taoist Song and his friends would definitely not take advantage of his protection for free, which also made Lu Feng feel less disgusted by being taken advantage of. After some discussion, everyone signed the rules. While Day Temple was still dealing with the broken seal of the Blood River Rift, the Blood River monsters invaded the spiritual realm of Day Temple, and Day Temple could not spare any manpower to hunt them down. Everyone prepared to split up into two groups. Songdorn and others will return to their respective mountain gates, quickly pack up the mountain gates, prepare to fortify the walls and clear the fields, and pack up and move the mountain gates before the Day Temple pursuers arrive. Lu Feng will return to the mountain gate of the Red Leaf Society to set up the defensive magic array Emerald Forest and make some preparations, waiting for the arrival of Songdorn and others. Time waits for no one, Taoist Luo, we will go ahead. There are many things to do when moving the mountain gate, which will delay the time. The charter has been finalized. Songdorn and others said no more, bowed their hands, thanked Lu Feng, and then hurriedly left one by one and returned to their respective mountain gates. Compared with Lu Feng, their task and time to move the mountain gate are more urgent. Watching everyone leave, Lu Feng did not stay there for long. Black clouds floated under his feet, and black wind lingered around him. He also left quickly and returned to the mountain gate of the Red Leaf Society. Half an hour later, Lu Feng had returned to the Red Leaf Society's base, Chuan City. Looking at the Qingmu spirit realm, Luo Zuking was now practicing hard under the shade of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Her life-giving spiritual plant, a spiritual ginseng, was taking root in the fertile soil, happily absorbing the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Qingmu spirit realm. Luo Zuking's strength was low, and she was only at the upper-grade Taoist child realm. She could not participate in Lu Feng's current fight. Before the fight with Day Temple, Lu Feng put Luo Zuking in the Qingmu spirit realm to let her stay out of the limelight. This was also the first time that Luo Zuking entered Lu Feng's Qingmu spirit realm. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual realm. She picked a suitable position and began to meditate and practice. Lu Feng woke up Luo Zuking, who was immersed in practice, and released her from the Qingmu spirit realm. After leaving the Qingmu spirit realm and returning to the spiritually barren earthly immortal world, Luo Zuking felt lost and looked gloomy. Master's Qingmu spirit realm is really a treasure land. If I can keep practicing in it, it won't take many years. Maybe I can also practice to the spiritual realm and become a figure like the Queen of Joxio. For a moment, Luo Zuking was a little envious of those who abandoned the secular world and entered the Qingmu spirit realm in the past few years. Being in a place like a fairyland, the days are absolutely free. Lu Feng saw the change in Luo Zuking's expression, and didn't say much, but told Luo Zuking everything that happened in Day Temple just now. After listening to Lu Feng's story, Luo Zuking was filled with righteous indignation and cursed Day Temple. Day Temple is simply too much, with wolfish ambitions. That old bald donkey in Xinhe doesn't cultivate blessings, and he is not afraid of being struck to death by thunder. Luo Zuking is loyal and now looks like a master who humiliates his master and dies. Even if Day Temple is powerful, there are many masters who have cultivated to the spiritual realm in the sect, and even covet the blessed land. Luo Zuking dares to rise up to resist the tyranny of Day Temple. Lu Feng nodded and smiled, and discussed with Luo Zuking about the arrangement of the Red Leaf Society. It won't be long before Songdoran and others will move the mountain gate to the Red Leaf Society's headquarters. After all, the 8 sects are not small things, and they need to be carefully arranged. In addition, there is the threat of Day Temple. After today, the world of Liangzhou will be divided into two. On one side is the Day Temple power connected to Day Temple, and on the other side is the Red Leaf Society power headed by Lu Feng. Lu Feng has the strongest personal strength and has a defense array that can protect himself and even the entire alliance. After Songdorn and others move the mountain gate to the Red Leaf Society's headquarters, Lu Feng will be the leader. After the Xinhe Master of Day Temple has dealt with the invasion of the Blood River Rift and stabilized the spiritual realm of Day Temple, the Xinhe Master will definitely not sit and wait for death. In order to promote the spiritual realm of Day Temple, plundering resources and attacking the Red Leaf Society are all destined. If the Red Leaf Society wants to survive, in addition to Lu Feng's continuous strengthening, The Red Leaf Society must also make various preparations. Lu Feng can run away, but the Red Leaf Society will take root here like a big tree, and will die if it moves. After discussing with Luo Zuking, Lu Feng remembered the two unlucky guys he killed in Day Temple, the Zhengyang Patriarch and the barbarian surnamed Chu, so he ordered Luo Zuking, by the way, the leaders of this Zhengyang sect and the Wanshan League were all killed by me in Day Temple. There is no Taoist priest who has cultivated to the spiritual realm to guard this sect. You should arrange people to take over their Mountain Gate property as soon as possible. By the way, I will give you a helper. With him, even if there are trump cards in the two Mountain Gates, they can be easily cracked. After speaking, Lu Feng took the native Arias out of the Kingmu spiritual realm and asked him to follow Luo Zuking's arrangement to handle some chores. Master, I understand. Luo Zuking nodded, but was shocked by the sudden news. The Zhengyang sect, the two families are close to each other, and it is inevitable that conflicts will break out due to interests. Luo Zuking had a lot of dealings with them when she was managing the Red Leaf Society. Wanshan League had fought with Hongye Society before. Although they are now retreating, Luo Zuking is usually troubled by any trouble involving these two forces. But now, the two forces were destroyed by Lu Feng's words, which made Luo Zuking sigh. Is this the benefit of being strong? Luo Zuking took Lu Feng's order, turned around and left, and summoned the people of Hongye Society. After the meeting, Luo Zuking immediately began to arrange various affairs of Hongye Society. Yu Dongli led the local Arias, the big backer, and the elite players of the society to set off immediately and headed straight for the gate of Zhengyangmen. Compared with Wanshan League, Zhengyangmen is richer and closer. Set off quickly, take down all the gates of Zhengyangmen before they react, and pack them up for return, which is the choice to maximize the benefits. After leaving Luo Zuking, Lu Feng returned to his residence. After a busy day, it was dark. However, Lu Feng had no time to rest at this time, but was fiddling with the defensive array of the Emerald Forest in the courtyard. Lu Feng had already arranged most of the preparations for this third-level defensive array before he went to Day Temple a few days ago. The defensive array that Lu Feng borrowed from the Green Tower was quite complex. It was constructed by a set of 18 second-level wizard secret treasures and a third-level array disc. The 18 second-level wizard secret treasures were equivalent to the array flags and array bases of the array in the earthly immortal world. Their main function was to communicate the power of the earth veins, connect the surrounding heaven and earth space, and play the role of expanding and strengthening the core array disk. Lu Feng had already taken the time to select the appropriate locations for these 18 second-level wizard secret treasures according to the requirements of the array and arranged them inside and outside the city of Chuan. Now all he needed to do was to arrange the core array disk of the Emerald Forest, connect it to the energy supply, and start it smoothly. Then he could exert his full power to protect the Red Leaf Society. The Red Leaf Society's headquarters was originally located in the center of Chuan City, and Lu Feng's residence was in the center of the headquarters, so Lu Feng didn't need to look for another place. Taking out the core array disk of the Emerald Forest defense array from the Kingmu Spirit Realm, Lu Feng spent an hour to install the core array disk and connected it to the 18 wizard secret treasure array bases arranged in the city. Emerald Forest. This array is of natural attributes. I just happen to have a wood-attributed spiritual realm here, which can be used as the energy pool of the array to supply energy. Lu Feng took out a spiritual realm with a sapling as its body from the Kingmu Spirit Realm and placed it on the core array disk of the Emerald Spirit Realm array. This spiritual realm was the spoils of war that Lu Feng obtained from a Taoist priest he killed when he rescued Song Taoist. A wood-attributed spiritual vein has been formed in the spiritual realm. The quality of the spiritual vein is poor, but it is barely usable for the time being. Lu Feng has already refined this spiritual realm, and the wood spiritual vein in it has also been refined by Lu Feng's Kingmu Spirit Realm, becoming a branch of the human-level middle-grade wood spiritual vein in the spiritual realm. The sapling spirit realm fell onto the core array disk. Under Lu Feng's urging, the core array disk lit up with a verdant green light. The green light spread, connecting the 18 second-level wizard secret treasure array bases, growing and expanding, and finally brushing over the Chuan City in the dark night, covering the entire Chuan City. Lu Feng carefully fine-tuned and adjusted the state of the Emerald Forest array to the best. The Emerald Forest array is a third-level array, and this sapling spirit realm is only an ordinary first-level level. It is okay for daily functions. If there are really masters coming to attack, I guess it will take my Kingmu spirit realm to provide energy on top to exert most of the power of this array and block the Day Temple spirit realm of masters in Hei. After some experiments, Feng also had a general impression of the power of the Emerald Forest Array. Although the Emerald Forest Array was a garbage item that no one was willing to use in the Green Tower and could only be gathered in the treasure house of the tower, it was a treasure that could suppress the fortune of the sect when it came to the earthly immortal world. In today's earthly immortal world, except for those high-ranking sects that are hidden in the void and escape into the blessed land, where else can the earthly immortal world with poor resources find so many natural treasures to refine a defensive array like the Emerald Forest? With these natural treasures, wouldn't it be good to practice in the spiritual realm and improve your cultivation? That is to say, Feng can shuttle between the two worlds and has the Green Tower as a backer, so he can be so rich and powerful. After the Emerald Forest Array was completed, the members of the Red Leaf Club quickly discovered the power of the array. Luo Zuking did publicity in advance, and the entire Chuan city did not cause chaos due to the appearance of the defensive array. In the publicity of the Red Leaf Club, the people in the city learned about the ability of the array, and their sense of security increased greatly. Even the Day Temple, the largest force in Liangzhou, could not arrange such a defensive array. The Red Leaf Club is indeed extremely powerful. For a time, the people in Chuan City and the members of the Red Leaf Club felt a great sense of belonging, and the incense and wishes were continuously generated. Once this formation is completed, the Red Leaf Society will be as strong as a rock. The next day, Yu Dongli led the elite of the Red Leaf Society to attack the top of the mountain of Zhangyang Gate. While the disciples of Zhangyang Gate were still confused, the native warriors attacked vigorously, crushed all obstacles, and then quickly looted the mountain gate, looting all property and secret books. After conquering Zhangyang Gate, Yu Dongli and his men turned their spearheads and headed for Wenshan League. As for the territory of Zhangyang Gate, Yu Dongli didn't care. There were people arranged by Luo Zuking behind to slowly take over and manage it. The sun had flown most of the way in the sky. Taoist Song took King Muguan's men and took a wooden flying boat to the outside of Chuan City. As soon as they approached, a ray of emerald green light blocked their way. Who are you? This is the territory of the Red Leaf Society. It is covered by a defensive formation. Don't barge in. The members of the Red Leaf Society guarding this place on the wall of Chuan City shouted to remind them when they saw Taoist Song and others. After falling from the sky with his disciples, Taoist Song put away the sect treasures and stared at the green light formation in the sky. He looked a little relieved and exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist Luo from the Red Leaf Society is indeed extraordinary." Chapter 193 Liars, you are all liars. Period. Master, the Red Leaf Society is too generous. The existence of this formation alone is estimated to increase the cultivation speed of the wood-type practitioners in the city by several %. Ordinary people living in a place covered by such a formation will have a much lower chance of getting sick every day. How much spiritual energy resources will be consumed? Just by close contact, the Emerald Forest formation covering Chuan City attracted the admiration of the Taoists of Kingmu Temple, and even Taoist Song was not immune to it. However, after sighing, Taoist Song felt relieved. Although fellow Taoist Luo is not famous, his family background is really rich. This defensive formation alone is enough to make Taoist Song and several others far behind. With these natural materials and treasures for refining formation flags and formation eyes, if they can be refined into the spiritual realm, they should be able to improve their cultivation a lot. Taoist Song was envious, and he also honestly reported to the gatekeepers of the Red Leaf Society. After the message was passed, he entered Chuan City with Luo Zuking's warm welcome. In the next 2 or 3 days, Shuaiyu Temple, Jingtan sect and other sects also moved their court to Chuan City, which was covered by the Emerald Forest Array. After feeling the power of the Emerald Forest Array, Songdorn and others were very honest and dutiful. They asked for a piece of land in Chuan City and rebuilt their own mountain gate. Although the new mountain gate was very simple and still needed to rely on others, it was at least safe. Shrinking under the big turtle shell of the Emerald Forest Array, at least the biggest threat to Liangzhou, Day Temple, could not attack them for the time being and could not find any trouble with them. In the Red Leaf Club, Lu Feng sat in the right seat, and Luo Zuking stood beside him, reporting the events of the past 2 days. Report to the master, after 3 days of hard fighting, Yu Dongli has led the elite of the sect to attack the mountain gates of Zhangyang Gate and Wenshan League. The resources and secrets of the sect have been collected and are on the way to Chuan City. As for the territories of Zhangjiang Gate and Wanshan League, I have sent the elite of the sect to rule them and bring them under the command of Hongye society. Lu Feng nodded after listening, and then reminded, then there is information from other places. Our Hongye society is now a thorn in the eyes of Day Temple. You pay attention to the information in the surrounding areas and be careful of the counterattack of Day Temple. Master, I understand. There seems to be no movement from Day Temple yet, but those forces that have surrendered to Day Temple are not honest one by one. Now they are fighting for the land left behind by Song Doran and others when they moved away from the mountain gate. They are aggressive. After they divide up the fat meat, they will probably take action against our Hongye society. As for time, I think it will be about 10 days or half a month. Luo Zuking thought for a while and guessed. That's good. As long as Day Temple doesn't take action, no matter how much the other little bastards try to escape, they won't be able to cause any trouble. I'd rather they come to my door, and then I'll make a move and they'll be nothing but a piece of cake. Lu Feng didn't care about the escape of small forces. One or two guys who have only cultivated one spiritual vein, their spiritual realm is as fragile as paper, and when they come to the territory of the Red Leaf Society, their life and death will not be controlled by them. Speaking of this, Lu Feng gave Luo Zuking another reminder. By the way, when you are dealing with the affairs of the Red Leaf Society recently, you should also visit my house more often and send your life spirit plant to the sapling spirit realm in the yard to grow. When you practice the Kingmu Changsheng Sutra to the peak, I will give you control of that spirit realm. Recently, Taoist Song and others came to the Red Leaf Society. Your strength as a top-grade Taoist child will not be able to intimidate them after a long time. Hearing this, Luo Zuking's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance, and she smiled in surprise. Thank you for the reward, Master. Lu Feng and Luo Zuking talked more about the affairs of the Red Leaf Society. After deciding on the affairs of the Red Leaf Society, Lu Feng returned to his mansion. In the middle of the yard, next to a stone table, a green sapling gently swayed its branches and leaves in the breeze, full of vitality. This is the sapling spirit realm that supplies the Emerald Forest Array. As for the array plate that originally occupied most of the space in the yard, it has been slightly adjusted by Lu Feng and placed in the sapling spirit realm. The sapling spirit realm is rooted here, connecting the earth veins, carrying the core array of the Emerald Forest Array, and its effectiveness is a little better than before. At the same time, it also increases the concealment of the array and takes up less space. Lu Feng walked to the vibrant spirit realm, then gathered some water spirit energy and poured it on the sapling. After absorbing the pure water spirit energy, the sapling became more lush. Fellow Taoist Song, the gate is not closed, just come in. When watering the sapling, Lu Feng sensed that there was an outsider in the yard, so he shouted to the outside. After hearing this, Taoist Song outside the door smiled and pushed the door open and walked into the yard. Taoist Song was specially invited by Lu Feng to pass on the message from Luo Zuking. Glancing at the courtyard, Taoist Song saw Lu Feng tending to the saplings. His eyes lingered on the saplings for a few more breaths, and he raised his eyebrows and greeted them. Hello, Taoist Luo. Lu Feng continued to tend to the saplings, regulating the energy veins in the sapling's spiritual realm. Without raising his head, he just asked Taoist Song. Fellow Taoist Song, and your subordinate King Muguan, are you living well in my Chuan city for the first time? Everything is fine, everything is fine. Now that Day Temple is powerful, we don't want to surrender to Day Temple. It is a great honor for Taoist to leave us a place to rest and survive in this defensive formation. Taoist Song smiled and kept praising Lu Feng's generous means of setting up the defensive formation. That's good, that's good. Lu Feng nodded and smiled. He stood up and left the saplings. He came to the stone table next to him and sat down. He took out tea from the spiritual realm and asked Taoist Song to sit down. After Taoist Song sat down, Lu Feng continued, a few days ago, when we were discussing Day Temple's plan for the Blessed Land, I remember that Taoist friend once said that the ancestors of Kingmu Temple were a branch of the Five Elements sect. You also said that the Five Elements sect had also planned to upgrade to the Blessed Land, but unfortunately failed, which led to the current Kingmu Temple. Taoist friend also asserted that Day Temple's trip would definitely fail. I wonder if Taoist friend can leave some relevant records in his temple. I have also practiced for a long time, but I have no master's inheritance. Now I also want to peek into the wonders of the Blessed Land. I also ask Taoist friend to help me. Hiss. After listening to Lu Feng's straightforward speech, Taoist Song paused with a teacup, as if thinking, and drank the tea after a while. Taoist Song was refreshed when the tea containing spiritual energy went into his stomach. In this era, such high-quality spiritual tea is really rare. It is likely that Taoist friend Luo consumed a lot of spiritual energy to cultivate it carefully in the spiritual realm. After drinking the tea, Taoist Song smiled bitterly and sighed, "Fellow Taoist Luo, to be honest, I don't know much about the promotion of the Blessed Land. After all, the five-element sect that sought the Blessed Land back then only circulated in the memories of my Qingmu Temple ancestors and was passed down from generation to generation. There is really not much information about the Blessed Land. If you are willing to listen, I can tell you about it. I'm all ears." Lu Feng bowed to Taoist Song and said seriously. The tea tasted good. Taoist Song drank another cup to moisten his throat. The five-element sect's pursuit of the Blessed Land was only passed down between each generation of Qingmu Temple masters. It is considered a secret of our temple. It was passed down to warn future generations in the temple not to learn from the five-element sect's actions, overestimate their own abilities, go against the will of heaven, and pursue the illusory Blessed Land. At the beginning, the five-element sect was also a large sect, occupying a state capital of the Great Zhuan dynasty, Qing's. In order to fight for the Blessed Land, the five-elements sect, like the current-day temple, gathered the power of the entire sect and plundered many sects in Qing's. Finally, they gathered resources to create a powerful five-element spirit realm. The spiritual realm has all the five elements of spiritual veins, and they have all been upgraded to the upper level of human level. The spiritual realm is huge, with an area of a county, abundant spiritual energy, and a large number of Taoists and Taoist children live there. But at the last moment of promotion, the powerful spiritual realm of the five-element sect still failed. Under the backlash of the failed promotion, the huge spiritual realm collapsed like broken skin and leather. Just by listening to Taoist Song's description, Lu Feng could imagine the miserable situation when the five-element sect failed. The five-element sect's spiritual realm is so strong, but it still failed. Why is that? Lu Feng was full of doubts. Lu Feng compared his spiritual realm with that of the five-element sect. Even if he put all the magic stones he got from working in the Green Tower into it, there was still a big gap compared to the five-element sect's spiritual realm. As for the gap in size and spiritual energy, Lu Feng could slowly make up for it and catch up as long as he worked slowly in the Green Tower. If that happened, his Qingmu spiritual realm would be extremely powerful, but would he have a chance to be promoted to the Blessed Land? Even a powerful sect like the five-element sect failed. I don't know about this either. When I learned about this history from my master, I asked the same question. My master just said that many people in the five-element sect asked the same question, but none of them found the answer. When the plan to upgrade to the Blessed Land was implemented, the then leader of the five-elements sect, at the last moment of the failure of the plan, once shouted sadly, "Liar, you are all liars." Taoist Song drank another cup of spiritual tea, and recalled the past, frowning slightly. The last sentence of the leader of the five-element sect before the plan failed, added a bit of heaviness and a gloomy atmosphere to the process of the spiritual realm upgrading to the Blessed Land. Who is the liar? Who does the you in this sentence refer to? Did the leader of the five-element sect believe someone's lies and was cheated in the process of the spiritual realm upgrading to the Blessed Land, which led to the failure of the five-element sect to upgrade to the spiritual realm? Lu Feng and Taoist Song discussed it for a while, but did not get any useful information, and looked at each other in silence. He also talked with Taoist Song about some things related to the Blessed Land, and discussed some issues about cultivation with him. Qingmu Temple has a long history, and some things in the temple are still worth learning for Lu Feng. 3 or 4 hours passed in a flash, and the sky gradually darkened. Taoist Song drank tea to his heart's content. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his stomach through the tea. Taoist Song wanted to talk with Lu Feng all the time. As long as there was tea to drink, Taoist Song could talk all day. When you reach the realm of a Taoist, no matter how much water you drink, you will not have the trouble of getting a stomachache. At the end of the conversation, after drinking so much spiritual tea from Lu Feng, Taoist Song felt a little ashamed even though he was thick-skinned. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade slip from the Qingmu spirit realm and handed it to Lu Feng, saying, "Dao Luo, this is a secret method passed down from my ancestors in Qingmu Temple, called the Five Elements Magic Weapon Technique. It can refine the spiritual veins in the spiritual realm into a magical weapon treasure with infinite power. Dao Out has all the 5 elements of spiritual veins in your spiritual realm. If you have the time and resources, you can comprehend this secret method. There is such a secret method? Can it refine the spiritual veins in the spiritual realm into treasures? Will it affect the original function of the spiritual veins? Hearing what Taoist Song said, Lu Feng was very interested, but he didn't know if this secret method would have some shortcomings. If the precious 5 elements of spiritual veins were damaged in the process of using spiritual veins to refine treasures, it would be a loss. That's not the case. This kind of treasure made from spiritual veins is not a physical entity. It is more like a change in the shape of a spiritual vein, which does not touch the root of the spiritual vein. Moreover, the treasure refined is of great power. It can also be continuously tempered and transformed according to the growth of the spiritual vein. It can be used as an alternative life treasure. Continuing to listen, Lu Feng was uncontrollably moved. The value of this method of condensing magic weapons and treasures is no less than the method of changing the heavenly veins. After a little thought, Lu Feng took the jade slip of the 5 elements magic weapon from Taoist Song, and then looked at Taoist Song and said, "Fellow Taoist Song, King Mu Temple can stay in Chuan City with peace of mind in the future. As long as the city defense formation is not broken, I will keep your King Mu Temple safe." "Thank you, fellow Taoist, thank you, fellow Taoist." Upon hearing this, fellow Taoist Song bowed and thanked him. Taoist Song originally took out this secret method passed down from the 5 element sect just to get closer to Lu Feng, but he didn't expect Lu Feng to make such a promise, which made him flattered. There is a saying that from now on, King Mu Temple can be regarded as having a firm foothold in Chuan City, next to the Red Leaf Club. Taoist Song didn't know how he walked out of Lu Feng's yard. After getting Lu Feng's promise, he really felt a little light and walked with the wind. He returned to the temporary residence of King Mu Temple in the city with a smile on his face, and met Taoist Shuaiyu who had just walked out of King Mu Temple. "Fellow Taoist Song, where are you from? You look like you have encountered some happy events. Can you tell me about it?" Taoist Shuaiyu's cold voice brought the wondering Taoist Song back to reality. He looked around vigilantly, fearing that his current appearance would trigger some bad associations for other Taoists. Taoist Song took Taoist Shuaiyu into the temple and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Shuaiyu, I have something to tell you. Don't tell anyone. I found that fellow Taoist Luo is really a good person." Taoist Song and Taoist Shuaiyu were familiar with each other and had a good relationship. Taoist Song thought about it and decided to share the benefits he got from surrendering to Lu Feng with Taoist Shuaiyu, and let Taoist Shuaiyu go to Lu Feng to pay his respects. Things are different now. The situation in Liangzhou has long been volatile. After King Mu Temple and Shuaiyu Temple fell into this quagmire, they had to make plans early if they wanted to survive. "Is there anything in my Shuaiyu Temple that can catch the eye of fellow Taoist Luo?" After listening to Taoist Song's story, Taoist Shuaiyu immediately made a decision and thought about it seriously. Chapter 194 5 Elements Flags of 5 Directions. Walking out of King Mu Temple and looking up at the sky, it was getting late, so Taoist Shuaiyu had to give up the idea of disturbing Lu Feng and return to the current residence of Shuaiyu Temple, thinking about how to impress Lu Feng. Taoist Song had already set an example for her, and the rest depended on Taoist Shuaiyu's own performance. In the courtyard of the mansion, Lu Feng was alone, sitting at the stone table, drinking spiritual tea, and flipping through the 5 elements magic weapon secret given to him by Taoist Song. From Lu Feng's perspective, this secret method was very profound. According to Taoist Song, it was rescued from the treasure house of the 5 elements sect when the 5 elements sect fell apart by the ancestors of King Mu Temple. It was quite precious. Since King Mu Temple was passed down to the present, no one can practice the 5 elements spiritual veins in the spiritual realm. This rather precious 5 elements magic weapon secret has become a decoration in King Mu Temple, useless. Lu Feng's family background was rich, and it was perfect for him to practice the 5 elements spiritual veins and condense a 5 elements magic weapon that could grow with the spiritual veins. It is much more cost-effective than refining magic weapons or buying wizard secret treasures. The 5 elements magic weapon secret records the methods of condensing 3 5 elements magic weapons, the 5 elements flags of the 5 directions, the 5 elements beads of the mixed origin, and the 5 sacred mountains. Lu Feng's eyes swept over the 3 5 elements magic weapons. 5 elements flags of the 5 directions. Lu Feng finally set his eyes on this 5 elements magic weapon. There is only one reason why he chose this magic weapon, that is, this 5 elements magic weapon has an important function, which can form a 5 elements grand formation to regulate the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It is said that at the beginning of the creation of the earthly immortal world, a set of innate 5 elements grand formation was born among the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The grand formation is composed of a set of innate 5 elements supreme treasure flags. Once the grand formation is completed, the power can destroy the world. And the 5 elements flags in Lu Feng's hand were created by a powerful earthly immortal in imitation of the innate 5 elements grand formation. Lu Feng does not know how true this legend is, but it also makes Lu Feng understand the extraordinary nature of this set of 5 elements magic weapons. If the 5 elements magic weapon is successfully sacrificed and refined according to the secret method, the 5 elements flags of the 5 directions will be truly unpredictable. This should be considered a different kind of great supernatural power. Arranged in the Kingmu spirit realm, it harmonizes the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and cooperates with the energy-absorbing ancient trees to support the sky. It will definitely have infinite benefits, and it may also make it easier for Lu Feng to break through the blessed land in the future. The 5 elements flags of the 5 directions are divided into the center Wu Tu Xinghuang flag, which is earth, the east Qinglian Baos flag, which is wood, the south Ledi Yanguang flag, which is fire, the west Suzyanji flag, which is gold, the north Zuinigan control water flag, which is water. When refining the 5 elements flags of the 5 directions, no 5 elements materials are needed. It is necessary to fiddle with the spiritual veins in the Kingmu spirit realm, shape and solidify the spiritual veins according to the methods in the secret method, and then the 5 elements magic weapon can be obtained. This secret method is really mysterious. I didn't expect that the spirit veins could have such a change. The seniors in the earthly world are really amazing. Lu Feng slowly studied the secret method and couldn't help but sigh. Although the secret method is good and powerful, the difficulty of learning it has also increased a lot. Lu Feng has no choice but to slowly grind it with time and slowly comprehend it. In addition to learning the 5 elements divine weapon secret, Lu Feng also took out the spoils he obtained in the Day Temple a few days ago and sorted them out. In total, Lu Feng killed 4 spiritual realm Taoist priests, the Zhengyang Patriarch, the Chu surnamed Barbarian, and 2 unlucky guys who blocked him, and obtained 4 spiritual realms. The spiritual realm of the Zhengyang Patriarch was used as a bomb by Lu Feng and exploded in front of the Xinhe mage, destroying some ceiling arrays and blocking the pursuit of the Xinhe mage. An unlucky spiritual realm was placed in the yard by Lu Feng as a power supply device for the Emerald Forest array. The remaining 2 spiritual realms are still in Lu Feng's Kingmu spiritual realm, together with the 2 or 3 broken spiritual realms that he dug out from the ceiling array and did not explode. Lu Feng's eyes fell into the spiritual realm, swept over Hongye and others who were sorting the spoils, and smiled. The earthly immortal world is still too poor. Several Taoists who have cultivated to the spiritual realm did not put many good things in the most precious spiritual realm. It is really poor. The spiritual realms of Zhengyang Patriarch, Chu, and the 2 unlucky guys were mostly sundries. There were not many treasures containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After picking and choosing, it was estimated that there were only a few hundred magic stones. The poverty made the wizard apprentices in the wizard world cry. Lu Feng was too lazy to look at such a small amount of things. In addition to instructing Hongye and others to carefully pack up the books, secrets and other knowledge carriers in the spoils, Lu Feng rewarded Hongye and others with all the other sundries. Anyway, they were all in his Kingmu spiritual realm and digested in his stomach. There are still 2 intact spiritual realms and 3 broken spiritual realms. These spiritual realms must also be dealt with. Lu Feng explored the hollowed-out spiritual realm and had a plan in mind. The barbarian surnamed Chu inherited the bloody brutality of the Wanchen League. The spiritual realm vein that he had painstakingly refined also had a very unconventional attribute. Blood attribute. It was the same as another Taoist priest of the Wanchen League who died in Lu Feng's hands. Seeing the unconventional attribute, Lu Feng frowned. A strange blood spirit vein was incompatible with Lu Feng's current Kingmu spiritual realm. If it was forcibly refined, it would probably only be treated as ordinary energy to supplement the energy of the spiritual realm. After refining, it is estimated that this unconventional blood spirit vein will disappear. After all, Lu Feng's Kingmu spiritual realm was full of yang energy, extremely yang and strong. Lu Feng did not forget the suffering he suffered when his fire spirit vein was too strong. Although the 5 elements of spiritual veins are now complete and most of the problems have been eliminated during the circulation, the wood and fire spiritual veins are still strong in the Kingmu spirit realm, which also leads to the overall masculine situation of the Kingmu spirit realm. Forget it, I won't refine this spiritual vein directly. There are many creatures in the Kingmu spirit realm. Just find someone to refine this spiritual realm, save the country in a roundabout way, and let this side spiritual vein play a role. Lu Feng thought about it and found a compromise. Immediately, Lu Feng selected from the people living in the Kingmu spirit realm and chose a person who was most compatible with this blood spiritual vein. This person's name is Tu Gang. He was an old butcher who had killed pigs in Chuan City for 20 years. He had killed countless pigs in his life and was full of evil spirits. After his wife, children and relatives passed away, he happened to catch up with the opportunity of Lu Feng to introduce creatures to the Kingmu spirit realm. Tu Gang, who had no worries, decisively signed up and planned to spend the rest of his life in the Kingmu spirit realm. Tu Gang killed a pig and entered the Kingmu spirit realm. He also worked in related industries and contributed to the spiritual realm. Perhaps because of this profession, Tu Gang's heart was extremely cold, which was very suitable for the blood spirit vein. Thank you for the reward, Immortal. After obtaining the blood spirit realm, Tu Gang thanked Lu Feng, and then followed Lu Feng's method to refine the blood spirit realm, striving to meet Lu Feng's requirements as soon as possible. When Tu Gang was refining the blood spirit realm, Lu Feng, as the master of the Kingmu spirit realm, also experienced some of the characteristics of the blood spirit vein through Tu Gang's connection with the spirit realm. The blood spirit vein is extremely unconventional, mixed with blood, qi, yin, and other characteristics. It is also a derivative of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and a supplement to the spiritual realm. Lu Feng frowned slightly and comprehended it carefully, but he was confused like looking at flowers in the fog. Forget it, this should not be something I should comprehend at this stage. Everything should be done slowly and let it go naturally. Lu Feng did not waste time on this and continued to deal with other spiritual realms. The spiritual realm of the other unlucky Taoist priest was not like the spiritual realm of the Wanshan League. He cultivated the earth spiritual realm, and there was also an earth spiritual vein in the spiritual realm. Lu Feng did not find anyone to inherit this earth attribute spiritual realm. He directly used the energy-absorbing ancient tree and the 5 element spiritual veins to dismember and crush this spiritual realm and practice it in the Kingmu spiritual realm. The heavy earth energy and the spiritual charm of the earth spiritual vein were integrated into the Kingmu spiritual realm. The space of the Kingmu spiritual realm expanded a little, and the earth became thicker. It saved Lu Feng tens of thousands of magic stones. There were also 3 broken spiritual realms, which Lu Feng did not waste. He refined and absorbed them all and used them to increase the size of the Kingmu spiritual realm, which also saved tens of thousands of magic stones. I just made a profit by wandering around here and getting a few spiritual realms. But if you count the investment in the Emerald Forest Array, it's a big loss. Lu Feng shook his head, not caring about the gains and losses that could be solved with magic stones. This time I took the risk and entered the Day Temple. I saw the ambitious Day Temple and their desire to seek the Blessed Land, and to bring Songdorn and others under their command. These are what Lu Feng values more. Songdorn and others have fallen into Lu Feng's hands. Over time, the skills, secrets, and even secrets that have been passed down for a long time in their sect will fall into Lu Feng's hands. These things that can allow Lu Feng to go further and peek into the secrets of the Blessed Land are what Lu Feng seeks in the world of earthly immortals. Compared with the cultivation resources, the complete set of earthly immortal methods in the world of earthly immortals, which has no qualification requirements and can be infinitely improved as long as there are sufficient resources, is what Lu Feng needs most. Magic stones, there are plenty in the wizard world. Just the 5 elements magic weapon secret art that King Mugwen has discarded can be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of magic stones. Even in the wizard world, in the botanical garden, a set of wizard secret treasure refining methods that can grow infinitely is also extremely precious. Such things can even be used as a wizard tower or even the core inheritance of a wizard organization. Lu Feng looked in the direction of the King Mugwen and other sects stationed, looking forward to it. I want to see how many good things you have in your long-standing sects. The next day, Taoist Shuaiyu came to Lu Feng's courtyard early and tried to meet Lu Feng. However, At the gate of Lu Feng's courtyard, Taoist Shuaiyu was stopped by a lively tree demon. "My master is in seclusion for the time being, please do not disturb him. If you need, you can leave a letter and the little demon can convey it for you." Hearing this, Taoist Shuaiyu. Helplessly, Taoist Shuaiyu had to leave a letter and give it to the tree demon. "I hope that Lu Feng can come out of seclusion as soon as possible." Verdant Tower. Lu Feng, who was in seclusion, picked a group of tree demons with fully developed brains from the Qingmu spirit realm and left them to guard the door. He crossed over and returned to the Green Tower. Calculating the time, it was time for Lu Feng to come out of seclusion. Originally, Lu Feng had taken a 3-month leave to engrave the second-level sorcery Qingmu Hongsen. As a result, he was extremely talented and completed the final work of engraving in just 2 months, officially becoming a second-level wizard. He took a trip to the earthly immortal world on the way, just when the vacation was over. Returning to the tower, Lu Feng went to see Ms. Natasha. In the conference hall, Ms. Natasha was still leisurely drinking afternoon tea and flipping through books. Luo Ke was still buried in the pile of documents, busy handling the affairs of the tower. During the days when Lu Feng took leave, Luo Ke's tasks were unfortunately increased again. Luo Ke's strength was insufficient, and his mental power could not do the same as Ms. Natasha's mind to divide more than 10 things and handle affairs quickly, so he could only use time to exchange for work results. As soon as Lu Feng came back, Ms. Natasha and Luo Ke knew that Lu Feng had successfully become a second-level official, and they were all happy for him. In addition to being happy, Luo Ke took Lu Feng to a big meal. It was not only a celebration for Lu Feng, but also a compensation for Luo Ke's OEM work for Lu Feng. After the celebration banquet, Lu Feng returned to his daily work in the Wizard Tower and continued to receive a large amount of magic stone salary. During the day at work, Lu Feng often slacked off to comprehend the 5 elements divine weapon art and cultivate the Qingmu spirit realm. At night, he went to the Red Leaf Club to guard against the actions of the Day Temple. There was no other reason. The Heartsea mage who gathered all the power of the Day Temple was too strong. According to Lu Feng's estimation, it was probably the level of the 3rd-level wizard in the wizard world, although there were various problems and he could not exert his full strength. But relying on these crooked melons and cracked gates of the Red Leaf Club alone, even with the Emerald Forest formation, it was not enough in front of the Heartsea mage who had the Day Temple spirit realm. In order to save the Red Leaf Club, Lu Feng had to go into battle himself. However, Lu Feng was surprised that after more than half a month, there was still not much movement from Day Temple. Even those forces that had defected to Day Temple began to quiet down after swallowing up the territory of Songdorn and others. The strange phenomenon caused endless discussions in the Red Leaf Society. During the month that Lu Feng was in charge, Songdorn and others kept expressing their opinions in involution. In the end, 8 people joined the Red Leaf Society with their own family businesses. They agreed with the concept of the Red Leaf Society. Under Lu Feng's persuasion, they also contributed the martial arts books in their forces and joined the Red Leaf Society. Taoist Song speculated, President Luo, the reason why Day Temple is not taking action now is probably because Master Xinhe of Day Temple cannot leave Day Temple. The last time I observed Master Xinhe's spiritual realm of Day Temple, it was not only Xinhe's own spiritual realm, but also the spiritual realm left over from generation to generation by the ancestors of Day Temple. And the spiritual realm left over from their ancestors was also the Eye of the Formation that seals the Blood River Rift. Although it has expanded Master Xinhe's spiritual realm, it is also difficult for Master Xinhe to leave the seal too far because of the formation. What fellow Taoist Song said makes some sense. Lu Feng flipped through a book from Shuaiyu Temple, looked at Taoist Song's active performance, and nodded. Chapter 195, The Green Emperor's Wood Emperor Power, The Green Lotus Treasure Flag. What Taoist Song said made sense. Taoist Song and others had also thought about contributing the spiritual realms left by their ancestors in their own sects, and using similar methods to piece together the spiritual realms with Lu Feng's spiritual realm to form a larger spiritual realm. Help Lu Feng improve his strength so that he can compete with Day Temple. Although this suggestion died halfway due to some selfish motives, Taoist Song and others, after serious consideration, also studied the method of splicing spiritual realms, and naturally knew all the disadvantages and shortcomings. Although the spliced spiritual realm can temporarily expand the spiritual realm space, this easily obtained space growth is not cultivated by oneself, step by step, and the foundation is superficial. Each spiritual realm is the crystallization of the cultivator's cultivation and hard work. Different spiritual realms have different attributes and contain different principles and laws. Forcibly piecing them together will only result in a monster that looks like nothing. The spiritual realm of Day Temple is also the spiritual realm of countless monks in Day Temple. They practice the same technique and their spiritual realms are similar. They come from the same source. Only when they are put together, they can be connected perfectly and smoothly, and the functions and powers of many spiritual realms can be maximized. Even so, Master Xinhei's spiritual realm of Day Temple still has various problems, and it cannot be really satisfactory. Otherwise, with the current size of the spiritual realm of Day Temple, it would not be so difficult for Master Xinhei to deal with Lu Feng alone. After all, the difference in strength between each realm is still very considerable. Don't jump to conclusions about the matter of Day Temple. After all, this is just our guess. What if Day Temple is deceiving us and luring us into a trap? We are weak to begin with. Now we can only barely resist Day Temple by relying on the formation covering Chuan City. If you get out of the formation, you will be chased and beaten by Day Temple. I still have the chance to escape, but you will die. Although he agreed with what Songdorn said, Lu Feng still ordered Hongye society to adopt a conservative strategy. Hongye society can choose not to use the land outside Chuan City. If Day Temple wants it, it can take it. Anyway, for Lu Feng, Chuan City, which is covered by the Emerald Forest Formation, is his base. As long as the base is not lost, Day Temple can do whatever it wants in other areas of Liangzhou. With the current ability of Day Temple, at most they can try to upgrade the spiritual realm of Day Temple to a blessed land. Can they also turn such a large area of Liangzhou upside down and make people and animals die? As long as Hongye society shrinks in Chuan City, they can find a peaceful place. After hearing Lu Feng's order, Taoist Song and others were still a little worried. Master Wood hesitated for a moment, but still asked, what if Day Temple succeeds? If we keep shrinking, when Day Temple successfully cultivates a blessed land, will we still be able to reap the benefits? Master Wood's worries are not unreasonable. Now, the Red Leaf Society and Day Temple are already in a relationship of life and death. When Day Temple cultivates a blessed land and gains power, the Red Leaf Society will sooner or later be liquidated. Wuda, do you think Day Temple has a chance of success? Think about it, the famous five-element sect in the past couldn't offer sacrifices to a blessed land. Can a Day Temple in Liangzhou now catch up with its predecessors and create glory again? However, before Lu Feng could speak, Taoist Shuaiyu stood up to refute. People today may not be inferior to ancient people, but the world of the earthly immortals is much worse than before. The world is on the verge of the end of the law, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is getting thinner day by day. Without sufficient resources, what can Day Temple use to turn the spiritual realm into a blessed land? With a previous experience of the Five Elements sect, Lu Feng didn't think that Day Temple could succeed. Of course, if Day Temple could have such a chance to change the world, Lu Feng would not have said this at that time. Once Day Temple attacked the city, he would have quickly packed up the things of the Red Leaf Society and ran away immediately. Master Wood of the Jinkin sect wanted to refute the words of Taoist Shuaiyu, but after hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't find a reason for Day Temple to succeed. If it was really that easy to upgrade the spiritual realm to the blessed land, these small sects living in Liangzhou would not have heard the good news of the spiritual realm being upgraded to the blessed land from other states in the Great Zhuan dynasty over the years. The 9 states in the world have their own advantages and disadvantages, but Liangzhou has always been famous for its poverty. If Day Temple could really go against the will of heaven, other states would have long had large sects with long-standing heritages and would have been in the forefront. Can Day Temple do it? After some thought, Master Wu stopped talking tactfully and said no more. Looking at the situation in the field, Lu Feng nodded and smiled, and did not forget to ask Luo Zuking to arrange more people to collect information about Day Temple. A meeting set the temporary development tone of the Red Leaf Society. After the meeting, Luo Zuking and others left, but Song Daoist and Shu Ayu Daoist were kept by Lu Feng. You two stay for a while. Recently, I have been looking through the classics of Shuaiyu Temple. There are indeed some doubts and confusions. I need you to explain them to me. Arriving at the courtyard where Lu Feng settled, Lu Feng, Song Daoist and Shu Ayu Daoist sat in front of the stone table, and a fire dragon Taoist soldier respectfully served spiritual tea. The refreshing tea fragrance, mixed with abundant spiritual energy, escaped from the tea. Song Taoist shamelessly held the cup in his hand and drank it directly. Taoist Shu Yu was a kun after all, and her face was not as thick as Taoist Song's. She just picked up the teacup and tasted it carefully. Seeing the performance of the two, Lu Feng did not say much. Since he took out the spiritual tea and let the two drink it, he wanted to let them get some benefits. If you want a horse to run, of course you have to feed the horse with grass. Lu Feng still needs Taoist Song and Taoist Shu Yu to work well for him, so naturally he has to give them some sweet tastes, and this spiritual tea leaf is not a precious thing. The tea leaves are grown in the Chinese medicine garden of King Mulingjing, and the spiritual water is taken from the river in the spiritual realm. It is only a little more abundant in spiritual energy, and it is not a first-class quality thing. Lu Feng does not care about the consumption of the two. Lu Feng exchanged a few words with him while drinking spiritual tea, then took out a book from the King Mu spirit realm and asked, "The book in my hand comes from Shu Yu Temple. It is a cultivation method called Mirror Flower Water Moon Magical Power. However, what is the explanation of the word magic power? It seems that it is no longer used now. What is the difference with the current cultivation method?" Hearing Lu Feng's words, Song Taoist's body was shaken, and the spiritual tea that was sent to his mouth instantly felt less fragrant. Song Taoist had heard of Mirror Flower Water Moon Magical Power. It seemed to be the inheritance of Shu Yu Temple. Shu Yu Taoist was also very brave. In order to surrender to Lu Feng, he even contributed such a book. Song Taoist admired Shu Yu Taoist's boldness very much. He felt that this Kun Dao barely reached some of his skills. Through bribing Lu Ozuking, Song Taoist had learned from her about Lu Feng's preferences. He knew that Lu Feng had no shortage of resources, but he liked to collect books very much. So after meeting Lu Feng for the first time and confirming Lu Feng's character, Taoist Song boldly copied a copy of the classics in King Mu Temple and gave it to Lu Feng, enriching Lu Feng's collection. It's just a pity that the King Mu Changsheng Sutra, which is the bottom of the box in King Mu Temple, is exactly the same as the technique that Lu Feng got from Lu Ozuking. I don't know which senior in King Mu Temple taught this method to Lu Ozuking's grandfather, and then it fell into Lu Feng's hands after twists and turns. When he learned about this, Taoist Song was speechless. If it comes to inheritance, Lu Feng still has the identity of a disciple of King Mu Temple. However, with Lu Feng's current identity, Taoist Song will not be stupid and bring up such a trivial matter again. Lu Feng already has the part of King Mu Changsheng Sutra that has been cultivated to the spiritual realm. The part after the spiritual realm is not very useful in this era, and the value is naturally much less, which makes Taoist Song feel regretful. Few people talk about the supernatural power nowadays, but we old guys still know a little about it. Taoist Song took a sip of herbal tea and spoke first without Taoist Shu Yu saying anything. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he pricked up his ears to listen to Taoist Song's story. The word supernatural power is a relatively old word. I have also seen some descriptions in the classics of the five-element sect in the temple. It is said that before the world changed, the spiritual energy was rich and the resources of the world were abundant. We, the Earth Immortals, have been practicing supernatural powers since we entered the Tao. If you cultivate a supernatural power, you can open up a spiritual realm in your body, practice magic power, have the ability to be unpredictable, and break the world that ordinary people know. Talking about the glorious Earth Immortal world, Taoist Song and Taoist Shu Yu both had infinite longing and yearning. If they could be born in that era and experience the freedom of spiritual energy, they would die without regrets in their lives. Haha. The great world they described is probably what the wizard world looks like now. If they knew that they were so close to the great world of the earthly immortal Dao, they would probably go crazy. Lu Feng looked at the changes in the expressions of the two people, drank a sip of tea calmly, and laughed in his heart. Speaking of the great world of the earthly immortal Dao, Taoist Song was very excited. It is said that in that era, the cultivators of our generation ate and drank elixirs condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and practiced all kinds of powerful supreme magical powers. The spiritual realm in their bodies was just a medium for them to exert their magical powers. Farming in the spiritual realm? What the hell? The spiritual energy they consume in a casual battle is more than the output of farming. In Taoist Song's words, the earthly immortal Dao in the glorious great world and the earthly immortal Dao nowadays, which is miserable and has to split its spiritual energy into two halves, seem to be two completely different worlds. Just listening to it is enough to make ordinary people envious. Just listening to Taoist Song's description, Lu Feng felt that the earthly immortal Dao was also a cultivation path that was not inferior to the wizard method. He also felt a yearning look in his heart as he listened. Unlike Taoist Song and Taoist Shuaiyu who could only fantasize about it, Lu Feng studied archaeology, searched for some classics and heritage, and maybe he could really recreate the supreme power of the earthly immortal Dao in this world of wizards. After talking about the beauty of the glorious era of the earthly immortal Dao, Taoist Song turned the subject back to the word magical power. In the glorious era, all we, the earthly immortal Dao cultivators, cultivated were magical powers. The cultivation of magical powers, like the spiritual veins today, requires a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and natural materials and treasures. However, at that time, the spiritual energy resources between heaven and earth were abundant, so they were squandered. One by one, the earthly immortal Dao cultivators who cultivated spiritual realm magical powers had unparalleled combat power and infinite power. Until the heaven and earth changed drastically, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to decline uncontrollably. The magical powers that had pursued combat power and did not focus on cultivating the spiritual realm began to decline. The resources of heaven and earth are scarce, and some of the natural materials and treasures and special spiritual energy needed for the cultivation of magical powers have disappeared. Naturally, no one can cultivate magical powers successfully. Over time, they are slowly lost and disappear in the long river of history. Nowadays, the exercises that our generation practices and the secret methods of refining spiritual veins are also deleted and evolved from the original magical powers. Take the Qingmu Changsheng Sutra of my Qingmu Temple for example. Before it was deleted or changed, it also had a resounding name, called the Qingdi Wood Emperor Art, which is also a powerful magical power with infinite power. It is also a top-level magical power in the wood element. It is said that it can cultivate a Qingdi Wood Emperor key that controls all trees. Once the magical power is released, all trees will submit, and it is domineering and unparalleled. It's a pity that it has been passed down to the present. The Qingmu Changsheng art has strengthened the effect of prolonging life and cultivating wood spirit veins. I don't know if the domineering and unparalleled power of the Qingdi Wood Emperor art has been inherited. But even if it has been inherited, what does it matter? In this era, even a human-level top-grade wood spirit vein is probably not enough to enter the Qingdi Wood Emperor art. If you want to practice it to perfection, you probably have to use the earth-level or even heaven-level spirit veins. No one can afford it. The description of the Qingdi Wood Emperor art by Taoist Song really made Lu Feng very excited. Unfortunately, even in Qingmu Temple, there is no original copy of the Qingdi Wood Emperor art. There might be some in the Five Element sect back then, but now the Five Element sect has become a thing of the past. If Lu Feng wants to obtain the Green Emperor Wood Emperor power, he may have to look for a more powerful force. Maybe he can find these powerful powers buried in history in their Sutra Pavilion and Treasure House. What a pity. If we can find the Green Emperor Wood Emperor power, this magical power inheritance should be more powerful than many meditation methods and witchcraft inherited in the botanical garden. I guess there is no one in Teacher Tia's hands that can match this magical power. Lu Feng expressed deep regret. But he also knew that his strength was limited, and these powerful magical powers could not be forced. Songdorn and others now barely joined his Red Leaf Society with their sects. They also wisely contributed most of the classics in their sects to enrich the library of the Red Leaf Society. Lu Feng searched among them and found 4 magical powers that had been eliminated. The first one was the Mirror Flower Water Moon magical power of Shu Iguan, and the Heavenly Lion Dharma of Jingtan sect, the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon / of Shenjian sect, and the Gangdao Nebula Explosion. Unfortunately, none of these magical powers are easy to practice, and no one has dared to start. The magical power of Mirror Flower and Water Moon requires collecting the illusory water vapor produced by the night moon shining on the water, and then finding a piece of spiritual water from heaven and earth to gather the light of the night moon. It takes more than 10 years to collect all the materials needed for practice, which is not something that ordinary people can get. The Heavenly Lion Dharma, 6 Desires Heavenly Demon / Gangdao Nebula Explosion, these magical powers are also like this, and they all have various disadvantages. No wonder these magical powers are gradually lost in the inheritance from generation to generation. It is too cumbersome to practice and cost a lot of money. It is really not something that ordinary small sects can afford. Even now, I feel numb when I see it. Lu Feng also had a headache when he saw it. He decisively extinguished the idea of learning and practicing these magical powers in his heart. If I had the top-level magical power of the Kingdi Wood Emperor art, no matter how huge the cost, I would work hard to learn and practice it. However, the power of these ordinary magical powers is about the same as the witchcraft in the wizard world. There is really no need to spend too much time and resources on it. When I refine the 5 elements magic weapon art, I will set up a 5-element formation in the Kingmu spirit realm, and the power I will exert will definitely not be inferior to these 3 magical powers. After comparing, Lu Feng had already made a decision in his heart. The secret art of the 5 elements magic weapon art, refining the 5-sided 5-element flags, is important in that there is no additional resource consumption. It only requires Lu Feng to comprehend the method of changing the 5-element spiritual veins, and then the 5-element spiritual veins can be changed into 5-sided 5-element flags, and combined into a 5-element formation. In the past month, Lu Feng first obtained the Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Color Flag, which represents the wood element. With the energy-absorbing ancient tree sitting in the Kingmu spirit realm, the wood element has always been relatively strong in the spiritual realm. With this help, Lu Feng's comprehension of the changes in the Blue Lotus Treasure Color Flag has also reduced some obstacles. However, the secret method of changing the fundamental spirit veins is indeed extremely profound. In a month, Lu Feng only understood 2 or 3/10 of it, and the progress was slow. Take your time, you can't force it. Lu Feng sighed helplessly and continued to devote himself to research and study. Fortunately, Lu Feng had already developed a good habit of learning and studying in the wizard learning of the Green Tower. At this time, he was not afraid of the difficulties, but had the fearless courage to face them. Time passed, and in a trance, 3 months passed quickly. Time has come to the harvest month of the wizard era 4043. With a little cold autumn wind, blowing across the last land of autumn, whether it is the Trendy subcontinent or the vicinity of the Green Tower, the wind of harvest has arrived. In the Trendy subcontinent, the civilians under the command of the Red Leaf Tower once again obtained a good harvest under the guidance of the wizard. The fine seeds cultivated by the wizard tower, combined with intensive farming and a large amount of fertilizer, this year is another year of harvest that cannot be stored in the grain warehouse. Looking at the piles of grain in the granary at home, the civilians on the Trendy subcontinent had the worry of too much grain for the first time. We harvested too much grain, it's no longer valuable. After a year of hard work, it's better to go to the city to work and earn more. What a happy worry. Under the Green Tower, the medicine gardens also ushered in this year's harvest. Looking at the piles of medicinal materials and magical plants in the warehouse, Ms. Natasha once again urged Lu Feng to study and refine potions as soon as possible, and strive to start the Green Tower's long-stop medicine factory as soon as possible. Buying raw materials can make a few dollars, and you have to buy products to make more money. Rester, you don't want to keep living on such a small salary of magic stones. Work hard, and let's make the wizard tower bigger and stronger together. Ms. Natasha's pie was big and round, and Lu Feng did not hesitate to draw pie to fight back. Mom, relax. You know my talent. I am now concentrating on studying pharmacy. I have already mastered 80 to 90% of the first-level potions. Give me some more time. It won't be long before I can break through to the second-level pharmacist. At that time, I will be in charge of the Wizard Tower's medicine factory. I will work at full capacity to refine potions. Magic stones will definitely come in large quantities. Luo Kei, who had just finished her work, listened to the two people's exciting encouragement to each other, and felt that countless delicious cakes fell from the sky. Luo Kei also knew about the Wizard Tower's medicine factory. She was also an apprentice in the medicine factory and had a little knowledge of the production level of the Wizard Tower's medicine factory. Once it started, the potions flowed out of the factory like water. What flowed out of the factory was not just bottles of potions, but also round and shiny magic stones. You know, Luo Kei is now a first-level wizard in the Green Tower. Although the share is small, if the potion production of the medicine factory is increased, the magic stones she can get will also be a considerable amount. So many magic stones. Enjoying the beauty of the future, Luo Kei was also hit by the magic stones and felt dizzy. After encouraging each other with Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng returned to his residence. As soon as he returned to his residence, Lu Feng laughed happily. The harvest month is indeed a good omen. There are harvest scenes everywhere. My Kinglian Bao's flag has finally changed. It can be regarded as a great harvest in Qingmu Lingjing. Lu Feng usually slacked off at work. After completing his daily work, he devoted himself to studying the method of changing the kingly and Bao's flag. Today, he finally completed the practice. Stepping through the teleportation array, Lu Feng came to the red leaf tower of the Trendy subcontinent. It's still quiet here, don't worry. Walking up to the top of the red leaf tower, Lu Feng looked calm, stretched out his hand, and endless grass and wood green air gathered in his hand, as if turning it into a bottomless pit. About 10 minutes later, the grass and wood green air stopped, and a green-faced brown pole flag appeared in Lu Feng's hand. The flag was as tall as a person, and there was a saying, "The kingly and Bao's flag is fluttering, white air is suspended in the air, and golden light is shining. What a treasure!" Flying out of the red leaf tower and coming to a remote place in the nearby forest, Lu Feng shook the kingly and Bao's flag in his hand. The flags fluttered, and thousands of green lights burst out from the flags, turning into a green canopy that enveloped Lu Feng's body and protected the surroundings. The powerful vitality of the plants and trees was displayed. Just by breathing, Lu Feng felt that the vitality in his body was slowly growing with the help of the Blue Lotus treasure color flag. The plants and trees within a radius of thousands of meters moved with the flag. Lu Feng could control them freely with just a thought and command all the trees. Just this one Blue Lotus treasure color flag has such power. It can control plants and trees and enhance itself. It is more powerful than the effect of the wood spirit vein. When I refine the other 4 treasure flags and form the 5 directions 5 elements formation, what will it be like? Lu Feng was looking forward to it. Moreover, Lu Feng felt that the Blue Lotus treasure color flag not only had these functions, but should have some other magical uses, but his strength was still weak and he had not yet discovered them. After practicing the Blue Lotus treasure color flag, Lu Feng accidentally let some of the plant energy from the flag slip, which made the forest, which had already entered the harvest month, enter a new spring and burst into vitality. Even the upcoming bitter winter would not be able to extinguish their vitality. After getting familiar with the Blue Lotus treasure color flag, Lu Feng sent the treasure flag back to the Kingmu spirit realm and got up to return. 6,000 words today. Chapter 196 5 Elements Array, 5 Colored Canopy. The Green Lotus treasure color flag was placed in the Green Wood spiritual realm, and naturally fell to the east of the spiritual realm. The trees fell to the east, the flags fluttered, and the grass and trees were full of green energy. Under the effect of the Green Lotus treasure color flag, the spiritual energy of the grass and trees in the Green Wood spiritual realm was soft and peaceful, full of vitality. Under the seedling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, the tree demons summoned by Lu Feng using the wizard, natural call, sensitively sensed the changes in the spiritual realm, and each of them was in high spirits, and their daily practice became a little easier. In the medicine garden, the medicinal herbs and demonized plants growing on this oil of vitality also became more lively under the influence of the Green Lotus treasure color flag. The Green Lotus treasure color flag was transformed from the wood spirit vein. Each has its own strengths, but it is better than before in terms of harmonizing spiritual energy. Wait for me to practice the remaining 5 elements flags for a few months and arrange them into a 5-element formation. What will the scene be like then? Lu Feng experienced the effect of the Green Lotus treasure color flag in the spiritual realm and had a vision in his heart. However, the meal must be eaten bite by bite. It will take some time to complete the 5-sided 5-element flags, and Lu Feng can't be impatient. After testing the power of the Blue Lotus Bao's flag, Lu Feng went to the earthly immortal world. In Chuan City, in the Red Leaf Society, Lu Feng listened to Luo Zuking's report. In the past few months, Day Temple has not made much movement and has not sent strong men to trouble our Red Leaf Society. They have just sent many monks to various places to restart the incense collection plan. In the whole Liangzhou, except for the land near the Red Leaf Society, other places are now the land of Day Temple, and the incense is flourishing, just like a Buddhist country on earth. With the Emerald Forest formation, Day Temple really dare not attack the Red Leaf Society. If they come with fewer people, they will just be sent away. Without the Heartsea Mage, they have no chance to break the formation at all. Day Temple chose to lie dormant and develop peacefully with the Red Leaf Society, which Lu Feng was happy to see. Lu Feng was too lazy to care about the large amount of incense power collected in the land of Liangzhou. Lu Feng collected a lot of incense power on the Trendy subcontinent and used it frequently, so he knew the use of this thing best. With such a small area in Liangzhou and such poor quality of the people, the Day Temple worked so hard to collect incense and wish power for a month, which could only be comparable to the harvest of 3 to 5 days in the trendy secondary continent. For the poor people in the earthly immortal world, it could be considered a good cultivation resource, but for Lu Feng, such a small amount of resources was not worth his attention. Day Temple, let's compare and see whether you can collect resources faster in the earthly immortal world, or I can earn more magic stones by working in the Green Tower. Lu Feng said secretly in his heart, with some expectations. I have more than 100,000 magic stones a month, and what can you get from Day Temple compared to me? Although the cultivation of the spiritual realm consumes a lot of energy, as long as he is given time, it won't take many years for Lu Feng's Kingmu spiritual realm to catch up with the spiritual realm of Day Temple. With the wizard world, the promotion to the Blessed Land is at most a rest stop for Lu Feng to seek the Tao, but it will definitely not be his end. The world is different, and the gap between them is something that Day Temple will never understand. Send more people to keep an eye on Day Temple. If Day Temple really has any unusual movements, or is ready to break through the spiritual realm to the Blessed Land, tell me in time, and I will teach them a lesson. Lu Feng solemnly instructed Luo Zuking, Songdorn and others. Although Day Temple's spiritual realm is unlikely to be promoted to the Blessed Land, neither Lu Feng nor Luo Zuking dared to relax in the Red Leaf Club. Even the smallest hope is still hope. For gamblers, there are only two options, success and failure. What if Day Temple is a European emperor and seizes the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to succeed? Even if the Red Leaf Club regrets it, it must give up this foundation and move as soon as possible. Even if Lu Feng has the Emerald Forest formation, he can't beat Day Temple, which has a blessed land. Understood. President. Luo Zuking and others kept Lu Feng's instructions in mind, with a stern look, and dared not forget it. It is related to everyone's life and death, foundation. Paying attention to the news of Day Temple has become their daily top priority. Although Songdoran and others were not strong enough and did not have the ability to bravely break into Day Temple, they also showed their magical powers and vigorously collected information about Day Temple for their own lives and the future of the sect. They paid attention all the time and did not dare to slack off. After returning from the Red Leaf Club, Lu Feng returned to the Green Tower to continue working. Time passed, and in the last month of the Wizard Era 4043, the Green Tower was happy to get a first-level wizard. Gender, male, name, John. It's just a pity that this newly promoted first-level wizard is a bit old, and he was already 81 years old when he broke through. The physical fitness and mental strength of the third-level wizard apprentices of this age have begun to decline, and the success rate of breaking through to become a formal wizard has greatly reduced. John, who was originally discouraged, unexpectedly completed the mental transformation required for promotion to a formal wizard during an adventure. I am too old and my potential has been exhausted. If there is no treasure to improve my potential, I guess I can only be in the first-level wizard realm for the rest of my life. Ms. Natasha saw John after the transformation and told Lu Feng. This sad conclusion would naturally not be told to John. The current Verdant Tower was in need of people. John had worked in the Verdant Tower for half his life and was happy to join the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng received instructions from Ms. Natasha and took John to learn the intermediate meditation method. He also allocated him a batch of secret medicines to assist in the practice of meditation. Wait for him for a year or so. When he has learned the intermediate meditation method, you can train John and bring him into the sequence of working for the Wizard Tower, which will just reduce some of Luo K's workload. Wizard John accepted the inheritance of the meditation method and received the materials for the secret medicine from Lu Feng. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. Looking back, he saw only the gentle and elegant Senior Rest, which was very strange. Seeing that it was Senior Rest, Wizard John, who was immersed in the joy of becoming a formal wizard, did not think much and left happily. Little did he know that under Lu Feng's premeditation, his future had already taken shape as a social animal. John had just been promoted, and it would take some time for him to stabilize his realm. Lu Feng couldn't force John to take up his post ahead of time. He had to work harder for a while, continuing to deal with the affairs of the Green Tower, and taking a break at work. The refining of the 5 Elements flag was carried out in an orderly manner. Lu Feng could basically refine a 5 Elements treasure flag in 3 months. In the 4044th year of the Wizard Era, at the end of the primordial month, Lu Feng refined the Flame Light flag, which was a change in the Fire Spirit vein. At the end of the Green Grass month, Lu Feng refined the Apricot Yellow flag, which was a change in the Earth Spirit vein. At the end of the Flowing Fire month, Lu Feng refined the plain Cloud Realm flag, which was a change in the gold spirit vein. After more than half a year, Wizard John finally became proficient in the practice of the intermediate meditation method and condensed the soul seed. The only thing left was to solidify the first-level witchcraft that matched the meditation method, and he could be completely considered a first-level wizard. The remaining solidification of the innate witchcraft is to slowly study the innate witchcraft, which requires a lot of time. Under the temptation of a generous salary in magic stones, Wizard John decisively became a colleague with Lu Ok and began a hard-working life. With Wizard John sharing part of the work pressure, Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha both smiled happily. Ms. Natasha finally had time to take a break from her busy schedule and do more of her own things. Lu Feng was also able to take time to study pharmacy while refining the 5 elements flag of the 5 directions, and began the more difficult refining of potions. In the refining laboratory of the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng was in a trance, and the gray-brown potion bubbling in the entire crucible changed its properties drastically, and in an instant it turned into smelly smoke rising up. Materials worth hundreds of magic stones were all scrapped in a mistake, and Lu Feng was very distressed. The potion he was refining was called Politzhal, which could increase the meditation speed of a first-level wizard by 50%. It was a bestseller among first-level wizards. The cost of a bottle of potion alone required hundreds of magic stones, and it would cost at least 700 to 800 magic stones to sell. Unfortunately, the difficulty of refining Politzhal was not small. During the past few days of learning, Lu Feng had wasted more than a dozen materials. Although these materials for practice were provided by the Green Tower, Lu Feng felt distressed by the wasted magic stones. If the refining was successful, the magic stones sold could be directly put into his own pocket. For Lu Feng, if he didn't make any money, he would lose money. A huge loss. Compared with the apprentice stage of alchemy, the first level potion is really fucking difficult. The first level is so difficult, and the second level is even better. Alice, my life is really too difficult. Lu Feng was filled with emotion. After disposing of the waste generated by the failed refining of the Politzhal potion, Lu Feng summarized the reasons for the mistakes, and repeated them in his mind several times before taking out another potion material and carefully starting the next potion refining. Through repeated refining and trial and error, Lu Feng's potion skills continued to improve. In the month of harvest, at the end of the month, Lu Feng refined the Zuinun water control flag, which was a change in the water spirit vein. Wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, the 5 elements flags of the 5 directions have all been refined. After asking for leave from Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng put down the potion refining and came to the trendy secondary continent. In the Red Leaf Tower, Lu Feng's eyes were cast into the Qingmu spirit realm. Under an ancient energy-absorbing tree that supported the sky, the 5 directions of the Qingmu spirit realm, east, south, west, north, and center, now have a treasure flag each. Center Wu Earth Apricot Yellow Flag, East Kinglian Treasure Color Flag, South Lidi Yanguang Flag, West Plain Cloud Realm Flag, North Zuinun Water Control Flag. The flags fluttered, mobilizing the power of the 5 elements, and running endlessly. Lu Feng savored it carefully and felt that the power of the 5 elements in the Qingmu spirit realm was smooth and gentle, and in the harmony of the 5 elements treasure flags, it reached an unprecedented balance. It took another 7 or 8 days. Lu Feng used the 5 element flags of the 5 directions to arrange the 5 element formation in the Qingmu spirit realm, according to the records of the 5 elements divine weapon secret. The formation was activated, with the 5 element treasure flags as the basis, and the power of the 5 elements circulated. Lu Feng's heart moved, and the power of the 5 elements condensed above his head, turning into a 5-color canopy, hanging down all kinds of divine light, covering his body. The divine light was brilliant, giving people a feeling of indestructibility. 5-color canopy. The first change of the 5-element formation, protecting the body and life, has extremely high defense against the 5-element spells and magical powers. Lu Feng experimented with the defensive ability of the 5-color canopy and was very surprised. It basically allowed Lu Feng to be invincible in the second-level wizard realm. Compared with the single Wu Earth body protection aura in Lu Feng's hand, the defense is better. In the world of earthly immortals, it can also be regarded as a good defensive magical power. If I had the defense of this 5-color canopy when facing Master Xinhe, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Lu Feng used the 5-color canopy many times until he practiced this change of the 5 elements formation thoroughly. The five-colored canopy is the first transformation of the five elements array. The human-level intermediate spiritual vein can only support the consumption of this transformation. If it reaches the human-level upper grade, it may be able to obtain another transformation, called the five elements thunder. Thunder magic is extremely yang and powerful. If the five elements array can be transformed into the five elements thunder, I estimate that Master Xinhe can be beaten. Unfortunately, it is difficult to cultivate a human-level upper-grade spiritual vein. Even at my speed of collecting resources, it is estimated that it will take many years. After experiencing the safe defense of the five-colored canopy, Lu Feng envied the power of the five elements thunder, the second transformation of the five elements array. Unfortunately, due to the quality of the spiritual vein, he can only watch for the time being. Now that the five elements flags have been made, what I have to do next is to study the skills of pharmacy and strive to reach the level of a second-level pharmacist as soon as possible. At that time, I will be in charge of the medicine refining factory of the Green Tower. Refining medicine with the ability of the entire Wizard Tower will be an efficient way for me to earn magic stones. With sufficient magic stones, I can improve the quality of the spirit veins as soon as possible, and I can also experience the powerful power of the five elements thunder more quickly. Lu Feng thought about it and set a plan for the future. In the past year, when he was busy refining the five elements flags and studying pharmacy, Lu Feng often returned to the Red Leaf Club to learn about the information of Day Temple. Now Day Temple is still steadily collecting the incense and wishes of Liang Zhao and various resources of heaven and earth. I don't know when they will have enough resources they need. As long as Day Temple exists, it will be like a sword hanging over Lu Feng's head, urging him to work hard. If you don't work hard, you will be chopped by the bald donkeys in Day Temple. Lu Feng didn't dare to neglect it at all. In the following days, Lu Feng devoted himself to the study of pharmacy skills. Ms. Natasha knew Lu Feng's idea and took over his work directly. She gave part of it to John and Luo K, and she handled part of it herself, saving Lu Feng the trouble of working part-time. This allowed him to devote himself to the study of pharmacy skills. Without other distractions, Lu Feng stayed in the pharmaceutical laboratory all day and night, practicing hard. Failure, success. In Lu Feng's hands, each potion material was either refined into waste slag or made into bottles of potions, playing their due role. In repeated practice, Lu Feng's pharmacy skills improved rapidly, and various first-level potions were refined by Lu Feng. If there was a proficiency panel, Lu Feng would have a lot of +1 pharmacy experience points constantly popping up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, 36 Countries in the Western Regions, Second-Level Pharmacist Qualification Certificate. There is a saying, if you persuade people to study medicine, God will strike you with lightning. Although pharmacy has little to do with medicine, Lu Feng still wants to hang up Ms. Natasha who persuaded him to study pharmacy and beat her up. Pharmacy, it's so damn hard. The more you study, the harder it gets. Forget it, I study pharmacy to get more magic stones to cultivate my precious spiritual realm. I'm tired, but I can't make King Mu's spiritual realm suffer. Lu Feng comforted himself, and felt more and more chilly on his head. Touching his still dark and thick hair, Lu Feng put down a worry in his heart. At least with my current physique, no matter how tired I am, there is no danger of hair falling out. Wizard Era 4047, the month of budding. Time passed, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The 3-year period has arrived, and Day Temple still has not made much movement. It seems that Day Temple does not have the ability to be the son of destiny and explode against the sky. Listening to Luo Zuking's report, Lu Feng shook his head, feeling quite regretful. In this era of the earthly immortal world, the spiritual realm is promoted to a blessed land, which is as difficult as crossing a natural chasm. The resources required are huge. It seems that Day Temple needs some time to accumulate if it wants to succeed by relying on the land of Liang Zhao alone. President Luo, our spies recently discovered that Day Temple seems to be unable to hold back its tendency to expand outward. It seems that they are really short of resources. Taoist Song reminded. Expansion, in which direction? Lu Feng was refreshed and asked with concern. Liang Zhao's small land is a little small after all. If Day Temple does not have enough resources, it can only plunder from outside. President Luo, please look. The map of the Great Zhuan Dynasty is here, and our Liangzhou is located in the northwest of the Great Zhuan Dynasty. The terrain is rugged and the resources are poor. Taoist Song walked to the map of the Great Zhuan Dynasty in the Red Leaf Club Hall and pointed to the location of Liangzhou on it. Everyone looked at it as he guided. On the map of the Great Zhuan Dynasty, the location of Liangzhou is really bad. It is worthy of being the most barren state in the Great Zhuan Dynasty. Taoist Song pointed to the map and continued to explain to everyone, the barrenness of Liangzhou is well known. Even if Day Temple scrapes out shit in this place, it can't get much resources. Judging from the current movements of Day Temple is probably not ready to go to war with our Hongye club. After all, there is only President Luo. If Day Temple does not have Master Xinhe accompanying him, it will lose a lot of manpower if it moves a little. In this era, the existence of the Master has a huge impact on the war situation. After listening to this, everyone nodded with empathy. There are 10 Taoists in the Hongye club who have cultivated into the spiritual realm, including Luo Zuking who barely refined the sapling spiritual realm. But if Lu Feng is merciless, it will take less than half an hour to slaughter all 10 people. How many magic stones did Lu Feng put into the Qingmu spiritual realm? Even if he smashed it, he could kill Taoist Song and others. Day Temple now has more Taoists who have reached the spiritual realm than Hongye society, but under the influence of the plan to build a blessed land, the only master in the temple who can compete with Lu Feng is Master Xinhe. In addition, due to the constraints of the Day Temple's sealing of the Blood River Rift Array, Master Xinhe also has difficulty in moving freely. This is also the reason why Day Temple is now doing things with its hands tied. According to the information obtained by the spies in the society, Day Temple may now be planning to move westward and plan the 36 countries in the western regions. The land of the western regions is more barren than Liangzhou, mostly in the harsh environment of Desert Gobi. A large number of foreign races live on the small oasis. Because of geographical reasons, many foreign countries have been formed. Day Temple cannot move Hongye society, nor does it have the ability to invade the neighboring Bingzhou and Yizhou. It can only find soft persimmons in the western regions to pinch. It seems that we should not think that Day Temple is too strong. One day, our Hongye society will also surpass Day Temple and hold the revenge of the day. Taoist Song explained. After seeing the plan of Day Temple, he was relieved. The current Day Temple did not look too powerful. After learning about Lu Feng's powerful money ability, Taoist Song felt that Hongye would be able to surpass Day Temple one day. Although they lost the mountain gate, Taoist Song and his people now have a golden thigh. A blessing in disguise. On the map, the boundaries of the 36 countries in the western regions are very rough. For various reasons, the Great Zhuan Dynasty did not explore the 36 countries in the western regions much. The 36 countries in the western regions are too poor. Compared with the poorest Liangzhou, they are all considered poor and remote. The 9 states of the Great Zhuan Dynasty are extremely rich, so naturally few forces look down on this poorer place in the western regions. Another more important reason is that the spiritual energy in the western regions is thin, and there are all kinds of strange phenomena in the world. Just 2 land sand seas as big as a state capital alone make ordinary forces stay away. If there is no special magic weapon to lead the way, even if a Taoist child walks into it, it is easy to get lost and die of hunger and thirst. With such a natural barrier, the difficulty of exploration is too great. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder, Master Song, I heard that there is a golden sand sea between Liangzhou and the western regions. Day Temple has found a way to cross the sand sea, otherwise how dare they attack the 36 countries in the western regions? In the past, this sand sea buried a famous ancient golden country. Lu Feng has read many books in the Red Leaf Club and has some understanding of the history and geography of the Great Zhuan Dynasty, so he asked these doubts. Hearing this, Master Song frowned slightly, thought for a while and replied, President Luo, please forgive me. The spies in the meeting have not yet discovered this matter. I really don't know what method Day Temple used. Let's explore it again. The matter of Day Temple needs to be closely monitored. If Day Temple takes this opportunity to seek promotion, none of us here will be in trouble. Lu Feng ordered with a cold expression, and Master Song and others were stunned when they heard it. President Luo's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Just a glance can make us feel quite pressured. It seems that the president's strength has improved again in the past few years. So terrifying. Yes, President. Songdorn and others responded with a serious look, and they were ready to put some pressure on their subordinates to find out the news after the meeting. If it still doesn't work, they may have to investigate it themselves. For the sake of the Red Leaf Society and their own lives, the actions of Day Temple must be in their own hands. Lu Feng discussed the affairs of the Red Leaf Society with Songdorn and others again, and then left the meeting. Let's leave these things to them for the time being. If they can't handle it, I'm afraid I have to do it myself. No. As a core figure of the Red Leaf Society, how can I take risks easily? The native alias has recovered his strength well recently. He will probably be able to return to the second-level wizard realm in the next 1 or 2 months. Let him go for a trip. It just so happens that he is practicing the Wu Tulai ancient Baoine method, and then find him a method of earth escape. Lu Feng calculated and thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. For my safety, I will have to bear with the native Urisis. He has been eating free food in the Kingmu spirit realm for so many years, and it is time for him to show his light and heat. As for himself, he should go back to the Green Tower to work honestly. It just so happened that he had finally honed his pharmacy skills to the second level in the past 3 years. Back to the Green Tower, Lu Feng came to the office lobby. Ms. Natasha, who had just sat down at the desk and was lazily lying on a recliner beside her, lifted the heavy book covering her face and said, "Rester, I have already found out the information about the second-level pharmacist assessment that you asked me to inquire about for you. The Botanical Garden will host a pharmacist assessment at the Pharmacist Guild in 7 days. I have already applied for a place for you. When the time comes, you can go directly to the Pharmacist Guild located on the trunk of the ancient tree for the assessment." Having said that, Ms. Natasha sat up from the recliner, leisurely picked up a drink from the table, sipped it comfortably, with a smile that she couldn't hide in the corners of her eyes. "Rester, you have brought honor to our Green Tower. When you pass the second-level pharmacist qualification, you will be the second wizard in our Green Tower to reach the second-level pharmacist level." After Tia left, the medicine factory in our Green Tower that has been shut down for decades can finally be restarted. Although your second-level pharmacist qualification can only make the medicine factory qualified to produce most of the first-level potions, this item alone, combined with the powerful medicinal material planting industry of the Wizard Tower, will definitely make the income of the Wizard Tower soar several times in a short period of time. Thinking of the days when she earned magic stones like flowing water, even Ms. Natasha couldn't suppress her joy. Luo and John, who were working hard next to her, were also excited when they heard the scene described by Ms. Natasha. The Wizard Tower's income increased, and the two of them could also follow behind to drink some soup. Those are all magic stones. Who cannot love it? Seeing Ms. Natasha happy for him, Lu Feng looked at her with resentment and said, "Madam, if you knew that pharmacy can make money, why don't you study more? With your qualifications, you should have passed the second-level pharmacist qualification certificate. The medicine factory in the Wizard Tower has been open for a long time. For the second-level pharmacist qualification certificate, I study medicine day and night. Now sometimes I smell the smell of medicine and feel uncomfortable from the bottom of my heart." The life of refining medicine in the past few years has made Lu Feng almost have some minor mental illnesses. Fortunately, Lu Feng has a strong physical fitness, otherwise he would vomit the food he ate yesterday if he smelled the smell of medicine now. Feeling Lu Feng's resentment, the smile on Ms. Natasha's face froze. However, Ms. Natasha, who had rich life experience, quickly adjusted her facial expression. She said earnestly, "Rester, to be honest, do you know why I joined the Verdant Tower founded by Tia? It was because Tia was a second-level pharmacist at the time, and he had as many potions as T. As a result, he tricked me into coming to the Verdant Tower, and I have been working day and night for most of my life. Rest, it's not easy for me, sister." As she spoke, Ms. Natasha seemed to be possessed by a drama spirit, and began to complain to Lu Feng about the unreliability of his teacher Tia. Lu Feng found it interesting, so he let Ms. Natasha talk, changing his mood and just killing time at work. Luo and John, the wizard next to him, listened to the pile of documents with their ears perked up. On the other side, Tia, a wizard far away in the Norton Plain, crushed a flesh and blood deformed monster riding a giant horse, holding a golden shield in one hand and a golden halberd in the other. Then he cast a spell to extract some golden light from the monster's body. Is this the origin of these monsters, the soul? When Tia was about to study it, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He frowned and then showed a happy expression. Is this the realm that a 4th level wizard pursues? Who said bad things about me behind my back, and I could sense it? I'm a familiar person. Forget it, I won't pursue you this time. If you do it again, don't blame me for being rude, hehe. Tia glanced at Apela, who was fighting with a monster on the side, and said with a sly smile. Apela, who was fighting with a monster, felt an inexplicable chill in his heart and moved a little slower. The monster seized the opportunity and hit him with a club. He climbed up from the pit in a mess. Apela was angry. Die, dirty monster. Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha didn't know that their casual chat had brought some trouble to Tia and Apela, who were far away in the Norton Plain. After the conversation, Ms. Natasha also helped Lu Feng calculate the magic stone income after he restarted the alchemy factory. After Lu Feng obtained the 2nd level pharmacist qualification certificate, he will serve as the director of the alchemy factory and be in charge of the operation of the alchemy factory. After spending a lot of energy and time, he will also get the bulk of the profits of the alchemy factory. The Green Tower provides most of the potion materials to the alchemy factory at cost price, and then provides a large number of wizard apprentices to help and process the potion materials. Lu Feng only needs to rely on his superb alchemy skills to control the final potion. This is the most technical step, and it is also the most mentally exhausting step. The alchemy factory only refines 1st level potions in large quantities, and it also needs the powerful mental power of 2nd level wizards to control the last step. 3rd level wizard apprentices and 1st level wizards cannot meet the needs of the alchemy factory. In addition to the cost of materials and the wages of wizard apprentices, there is also a part of the selling cost. Lu Feng can get 50% of the profit earned from selling potions, and the remaining 50% will be the income of the Green Tower. From this income, Lu Feng can also get another share according to his tower dividend. When the factory is opened and the magic stones come rolling in, King Mu's spirit realm will surely develop rapidly. Day Temple, Master Xinhe, it's not just you who are making progress. You are preparing to plan the Western region, and I am also preparing to be the factory director. Lu Feng thought happily. Compared with the miserable development of Day Temple, Lu Feng felt that his career in the Green Tower was developing more prosperously. After a short 7 days, Ms. Natasha, Lu Ok and others stood in front of the Green Tower to see Lu Feng off. Come on, rest, we all believe in you, and you will definitely pass the 2nd level pharmacist qualification certificate. At the time of parting, they all wished him well. Chapter 198, Energy Absorbing Ancient Tree Realm, Tons of Test Questions. With the sincere blessings of Ms. Natasha and others, Lu Feng flew into the air and headed for the Apothecary Guild located on the trunk of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. Lu Feng walked along the branches of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree all the way to the trunk. The territory of the verted tower behind him became smaller and smaller, and the world Lu Feng saw became wider and wider. The territory of the verted tower is very broad, but for the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree of the botanical garden, it is just an insignificant leaf. Leaves of this size are as numerous as stars on the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. The botanical garden has a long history, and has cultivated many powerful wizards. Over generations, a huge wizard organization has long evolved on this supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. Formal wizards, wizard apprentices, night fighters trained by wizards, captive extraordinary magic beasts, alien servants from other planes, and ordinary people living in the territory outside the wizard tower. According to the official statistics of the botanical garden, last time, there are now 400 billion creatures living on the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. For ordinary creatures with low strength, the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree is no longer just a tree, but a whole world. That is to say, Lu Feng's strength has been upgraded to a 2nd level wizard, and he has the ability to fly, and his speed is not slow. Otherwise, it would take an ordinary person several months or even a year just to go from the Green Tower to the trunk where the Apothecary Guild is located. Fortunately, the botanical garden has strong capital and has opened special flight routes between the territories of many wizard towers for giant raptors to transport personnel. Otherwise, ordinary creatures would have difficulty moving on the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. As for the teleportation array, even a large wizard organization like the botanical garden does not have the financial resources to lay out the teleportation array in every wizard tower. Only some large wizard towers or special buildings on some branches will have the official teleportation array laid by the botanical garden. The rest are some private teleportation arrays built by some wizard towers with money in their pockets. Unfortunately, there is no teleportation array leading to the Apothecary Guild in the Verdant Tower. Before leaving the Verdant Tower, Wizard Tia was planning to build a teleportation array. As a result, the plan did not keep up with the changes. Before the teleportation array was delivered to the Verdant Tower, Wizard Tia took the people in the Wizard Tower to the Norton Plain to participate in the Plain War. Without Wizard Tia's authorization, even if Ms. Natasha bought the teleportation array back, she would not be able to incorporate it into the teleportation network of the botanical garden. The teleportation array that Lu Feng got came from this. After hearing this nonsense from Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng couldn't help but sweat a lot on his forehead, and his face was speechless. Teacher Tia, you are too unreliable. Flying in the air, the scenery passed by quickly in front of his eyes. The branches under his feet gradually became thicker, and gradually a dark brown high wall with no visible edge appeared in Lu Feng's field of vision. High wall. It seems that the location of the Pharmacist Guild is approaching. Seeing the high wall, Lu Feng was refreshed and couldn't help but speed up a bit. The high wall that appeared in front of Lu Feng was actually not a high wall built with any building materials, but the trunk of a supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. This is a wonder that appears when the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree is huge to a certain extent. With Lu Feng's current eyesight, he can't see the main trunk of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. It can be seen that the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree, which can be called a treasure in the botanical garden, is huge. While sighing, Lu Feng also set his sights on the Kingmu spirit realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree in his spiritual realm is even bigger than the difference between Mount Everest and a hair. One day, you will grow to this level. Lu Feng looked at the sapling in the spiritual realm, and he didn't have much confidence. Botanical garden, such a large wizard organization, how many generations have devoted their efforts to cultivate the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree? How can he, a second-level wizard, easily surpass it? After flying for another 2.5 hours, the dark trunk gradually became layered, showing a magnificent building attached to the trunk of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. Passing through a barrier like a space barrier, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became dense. Lu Feng looked forward again and saw a vast continent under his feet that could not be seen at a glance. It's a bit strange. I was parallel to the trunk just now, but now after passing through that special area, it suddenly became vertical. This area near the trunk seems to involve some changes in space. Lu Feng observed it with some surprise, but unfortunately his realm was not enough, and he didn't find anything special after looking around. Respected Green Tower, Rest Wizard, hello. Welcome to the core area of the botanical garden. I am the guide elf Ella 084341. May I ask if you need a guide service? At the moment when Lu Feng lost consciousness due to the space change, a palm-sized blue-haired elf with wings on its back appeared out of thin air beside Lu Feng and greeted him sweetly. Guide elf. Oh, it turns out to be a tower spirit clone. Lu Feng's eyes swept over the guide elf Ella, and soon understood that Ella's existence was similar to the tower spirit Irene 334 of the Green Tower. The Green Tower where Lu Feng was located had magic stones to purchase and regulate the tower spirits that managed the Wizard Tower. As the botanical garden ranked first on the Trudeau continent, it was of course very reasonable to place a tower spirit in its core area. Looking at the intelligence of the guide elf Ella 084341, Lu Feng knew that the tower spirits here were far more capable than Irene of the Green Tower. The tower spirit manages the Wizard Tower in the core area. If I also buy a tower spirit in my Kingmu spirit realm to help me manage the spiritual space, would that be possible? Looking at the guide elf, Lu Feng suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. However, the tower spirit is a bit expensive. Even his teacher Tia, after entering the 3rd level, accumulated magic stones for a long time before spending a lot of money to buy the tower spirit Irene, who controls the Wizard Tower. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I have money. After touching his pocket, Lu Feng temporarily suppressed this tempting thought, and then instructed the guide elf Ella beside him, take me to the Pharmacist Guild. I have an appointment for the 2nd level pharmacist qualification certificate examination today. Okay, Master Rest, I have planned the best route for you. It is estimated to take 30 minutes to reach the destination. The second-level pharmacist qualification certificate examination you have scheduled is expected to start in 2 hours. You have plenty of time to go to the destination. While the guide elf was speaking, he waved the tiny staff in his hand, and dots of emerald green starlight fell, projecting a map to the pharmacist guild in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng glanced at the projected map and memorized the location of the pharmacist guild in his mind. Then, under the guidance of the guide elf, he flew all the way to the pharmacist guild along the flight area in the air. There was not much time left before the examination began, and Lu Feng had no intention of wandering around. He planned to go to the guild first, register his information, and then make some preparations before the exam. Lu Feng was flying at a fast speed, and the guiding elf did not seem to fall behind at all, always keeping pace with Lu Feng. The elf did not seem to be very powerful, and must have used some technique that Lu Feng did not know to maintain this state. Half an hour later, a magnificent building with a smell of potions appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. It was the Apothecary Guild. Lu Feng landed in front of the Apothecary Guild and looked around. There were many wizards like him flying down and entering the Apothecary Guild. A quick look showed that most of them were second-level wizards, or even former wizards of higher levels. There were only a few first-level wizards, and there was not a single wizard apprentice. The Apothecary Guild was located in the core area of the Botanical Garden, but not many wizard apprentices were qualified to enter here. The Botanical Garden had a unique advantage in planting medicinal herbs and magical plants because of the presence of supergiant energy-absorbing ancient trees and a large number of natural school wizards. But planting medicinal herbs and magical plants is only a producer of raw materials. The finished potions with a certain technical content are what can really earn a lot of magic stones. With the hard work of the pharmacists, the raw materials produced by the Botanical Garden are processed into best-selling potion products and sold to various places in the wizard world, earning a lot of magic stones. Pharmacists who grow up from the bottom of the Botanical Garden often have a lot of cheap medicinal materials and magic plants to practice, and the cost of growth is much lower than those who are not Botanical Garden pharmacists. The accumulation of various advantages has created the current glory of Botanical Garden. Walking into the Pharmacist Guild, Lu Feng, under the guidance of the guide elf, registered his information in front of a witchcraft array. In the Pharmacist Guild, there are not many service personnel except for the busy wizards. The guide elves replaced ordinary waiters and waiters. With the assistance of the tower spirit, the guide elves can do better than waiters. Number 5888. It's quite auspicious. After determining the detailed time and room for the next exam, Lu Feng, under the guidance of the guide elf, took a rest in a quiet room and made some preparations before the exam. Breathing in the rich energy of heaven and earth around him, Lu Feng was calm and neither arrogant nor impatient. Since learning the earthly immortal method and building the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng felt that his talents were improving in a balanced manner in the transformation of the spirit realm. Simply put, his mind was slowly getting smarter and his body was slowly getting stronger. In a few years, Lu Feng had learned all the first-level potions within the scope of the Botanical Garden, Chinese Pharmacist Qualification Examination, and practiced the refining skills to perfection. This was something Lu Feng never dared to think about before, but now, Lu Feng really did it. Under the transformation of the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng can proudly say that he has really become a little genius now. Lu Feng is very confident about this exam. Tasting the drink brought by the guide elf, time passed quickly, and soon it was time for Lu Feng to take the exam. Entering the examination room number 5888, the room was extremely empty, and there was no laboratory table or medicinal materials for refining potions. At this time, the guide elf flew in front of Lu Feng, and the light and shadow flickered. The guide elf's appearance changed drastically. The palm-sized body quickly grew and turned into a serious lady in black clothes, holding a pointer in hand, and wearing black-framed glasses. Ahem. Wizard Rest, the Invigilator L588 is officially online. Are you ready? The guide elf's transformation into a living person made Lu Feng's eyes light up. He chuckled and answered seriously, ready. Let's start. Okay. Lord Rest. Invigilator L588 flicked the pointer lightly to remind Lu Feng, and then began to recite the examination rules verbatim. Next, I will invigilate your second-level pharmacist qualification examination, Wizard Rest. Any cheating is strictly prohibited during the examination. Once discovered, the pharmacist examination qualification will be permanently revoked, and the sale of potions will be banned for life, and you will be expelled from the botanical garden. The examination rules of the botanical garden are quite strict. Although it sounded like a joke, Lu Feng didn't dare to offend. In the past, any pharmacist who dared to challenge the authority of the botanical garden was punished by the botanical garden. The botanical garden always keeps its word. Don't resist. The exam will be held in a special space in the Emerald Dream, which perfectly simulates everything. After informing Lu Feng of the exam rules, the invigilator Ellen number 588 waved the teaching stick in his hand, and an emerald green light bloomed from the top of the teaching stick, covering Lu Feng. The botanical garden can save money, and the Emerald Dream is completely used as a virtual space. Lu Feng complained in his heart. Without resistance, his spirit, under the guidance of Ellen number 588, took the initiative to enter the Emerald Dream space. The scenery in front of him changed, and it was still an empty room. The invigilator Ellen number 588 was still standing in front of Lu Feng. Wizard Rest, your second-level pharmacist qualification exam is divided into two parts. One is the theoretical knowledge test of first-level potions, and the other is the actual refining operation of first-level potions. First, we will conduct a theoretical test. This is a test paper with 126,436 theoretical questions. Please complete the answers within 3 hours. Ellen number 588 waved the teaching stick in his hand lightly, and a large number of light screens appeared in front of Lu Feng. On each light screen, there were densely packed theoretical questions. It's really a headache. If I had seen such an exam in my previous life, I would probably faint from fear, but now I am no longer an ordinary person, but a second-level wizard. Lu Feng shook his head and sighed. Then, he used his mental power as a pen and hurried to answer the theoretical test questions. Lines of text and theoretical questions flashed before Lu Feng's eyes like a waterfall. With his solid knowledge of pharmacy, Lu Feng easily answered the theoretical knowledge questions one by one without having to think. Time passed by minute, and the 106,436 theoretical questions decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. 126,436. Lu Feng made the last stroke and answered the last theoretical question. The time stopped at 2 hours and 47 minutes. Finally finished. After answering the last question, Lu Feng looked at Ellen number 588 in front of him with a sense of relief. Chapter 199, Difficult Exam, Badge Obtained. Under Lu Feng's gaze, the invigilator Ella 588's eyes flashed with a lot of data, and he corrected Lu Feng's answer sheet in just a few breaths. Congratulations to Wizard Rest, you have completed the pharmacy theory test within the specified time, with a completion rate of 100% and an accuracy rate of 99.8%, reaching the passing standard. Congratulations on passing the theoretical part of the first-level pharmacy theory qualification certificate. Next, you have an hour to rest. The actual pharmacy refining operation test will begin later. Invigilator Ella 588 pointed with his pointer, and the test paper beside Lu Feng disappeared, replaced by a comfortable lounge. Lu Feng found a suitable place to sit down, then closed his eyes and meditated, recovering the mental energy consumed by answering the questions just now. The examination room is in the special space of Emerald Dream. Lu Feng and Invigilator Ella 588 are both special spiritual forms. It is a bit difficult to complete more than 120,000 theoretical test questions with high quality in a short period of time, even if Lu Feng is strong. No wonder a first-level pharmacist qualification certificate requires a second-level official wizard to take the exam. How can an ordinary first-level wizard have the ability to answer so many questions so quickly? Lu Feng muttered to himself. The lounge transformed by Ella has a special effect of restoring mental power. With the support provided by Lu Feng's own body, his mental power is recovering rapidly. Half an hour later, Lu Feng was full of energy again. Ella, I'm recovered. I can start the practical test of potion refining. After his mental power was restored, Lu Feng didn't waste much time and spoke directly. Okay. Please get ready. The invigilator Ellen number 588 waved the teaching stick in his hand, and the lounge suddenly changed its appearance. The experimental table, auxiliary instruments for refining potions, and a wide variety of medicinal materials appeared in front of Lu Feng. The second part of the practical test of potion refining is about to begin. Please refine all 164 potions in the first level potion catalog. There is no time limit. The Pharmacist Guild will score you based on your refining time and potion refining quality. Invigilator Ellen number 588 smiled and stated the test requirements. Okay. Got it. Lu Feng nodded, with no surprise on his face. The first level pharmacist qualification certificate exam is like this. The huge number of theoretical exams and hands-on theoretical practice are all things that are widely advertised. The desperate difficulty of the exam has excluded a large number of pharmacists who do not have real skills. It has raised the threshold for the pharmacist industry, and at the same time, it also reflects the gold content of the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate officially certified by the Botanical Garden. Like Ms. Natasha, as a second-level wizard, she also has 1 or 2 skills in refining potions, but passing the Botanical Garden Pharmacist qualification certificate is something she has never dared to dream of, because it is too difficult. Lu Feng dared to take the exam, and he already knew the difficulty of the qualification exam and was well prepared. Walking to the experimental table, Lu Feng glanced at the catalog of more than 100 first-level potions that needed to be refined. They were all potions that he had practiced proficiently, so he had a bottom line in his heart. Skillfully clicking on the light screen beside him, the materials for refining potions appeared in front of Lu Feng one by one. The first potion, the Water of Vitality. Required materials, extraordinary monster blood. Refining process, first extraction. One by one, the medicinal materials flew in Lu Feng's hands. He extracted the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials and prepared the liquid medicine. Step by step, in an orderly manner, Lu Feng had refined the first-level entry-level potion, the Water of Vitality, countless times. The refining skills had long been integrated into his body instincts. After a moment, a large bottle of freshly baked Water of Vitality was placed in a fixed area on the laboratory table by Lu Feng, which was considered a finished product. After refining the Water of Vitality, Lu Feng immediately began to refine the second potion. There are still 163 kinds, and there is a long way to go. Lu Feng sighed and continued to refine the potion in the dark. As time passed, there were more and more crystal bottles filled with potions in the fixed area on the laboratory table in front of Lu Feng. The potion catalog on the light screen beside him disappeared one by one, and one potion after another was refined by Lu Feng. Refining potions is a skill that consumes a lot of mental power and energy. The more potions he refines continuously, the more mental power Lu Feng consumes. Even with Lu Feng's mental power, after refining 30 or 40 different potions in a row, he had to pause and rest for a while to recover his mental power. In other words, there is no time limit for the step of the potion refining practical assessment, otherwise Lu Feng would have to squeeze his mental power desperately to maintain fast and long-lasting potion refining. After 3 days and 2 nights, when Lu Feng put a bottle of freshly baked potion in the designated area with a tired face and finished the lesson, he finally heard the kind voice of the invigilator Ellen number 588, Wizard Rest. Congratulations on refining the 164th first-level potion required by the assessment. The quality of the potion is being tested for you. Please wait. Lu Feng put down the tools in his hands, forced his tired spirit, and looked at the invigilator in front of him. A burst of data flashed in Ella 588's eyes. After only a moment, she waved her teaching stick and spoke again. Congratulations to Wizard Rest. In your practical assessment of potion refining, you successfully refined 164 first-level potions in the prescribed catalog, with a 100% completion rate and a potion quality compliance rate of 99.8%. Congratulations on passing the practical assessment of potion refining. Also congratulations to you on completing the assessment of the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate. Your first-level pharmacist qualification certificate is being printed. Please take a rest. Later, the Vice President of our Pharmacist Guild, Wizard Denton, will issue you the qualification certificate. Ella 588 congratulated Lu Feng with a smile on her face. With a wave of the teaching stick in her hand, the examination venue constructed by the Emerald Dream suddenly dissipated, and Lu Feng's spirit body returned to his body under the drive of Ella 588. As soon as he returned to his body from the Emerald Dream space, a warm vitality suddenly rose in the Kingmu spirit realm, nourishing Lu Feng's excessive mental energy during the examination. Too much mental energy is really a tormenting thing. This kind of intensity of examination is really life-threatening. Lu Feng sighed as he rubbed his swollen temples. In the examination room, the invigilator Ellen number 588 completed his mission, and the next moment he returned to his original cute palm-sized appearance. Master Wizard Rest, please follow me to the lounge. Under the guidance of the elf Ella, Lu Feng came to the lounge near the examination room to restore the mental energy he had just consumed. After Lu Feng recovered his mental strength, not long after, a middle-aged wizard with a kind face walked into the lounge with a smile on his face. As soon as he came in, he spoke familiarly. "Hello, Lord Rest. I am Denton, the vice president of this alchemist guild. Congratulations on your successful examination for the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate. Now I will personally issue the qualification certificate to you." "Hello, Lord Denton." Lu Feng stood up and greeted politely. Although Wizard Denton looked amiable, Lu Feng felt from him a powerful mental power that was not inferior to that of his teacher Tia. Obviously, the vice president of the Pharmacist Guild was also a third-level wizard. After Lu Feng chatted with Wizard Denton for a few words, Wizard Denton took out a palm-sized badge from his space pocket and handed it to Lu Feng. "This is your first-level pharmacist badge, which represents your alchemy skills. Once you brand this badge with your spirit, you can use it freely." Taking the first-level pharmacist badge handed over by Wizard Denton, the badge is made of wood. A towering tree is carved on the front, and a crystal bottle representing the potion is carved on the trunk. It is surrounded by a circle of grass rings woven from hundreds of medicinal herbs, representing that Lu Feng is a first-level pharmacist. From the badge, Lu Feng felt the smell of an energy-absorbing ancient tree. Obviously, this wooden badge was taken from the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree in the botanical garden. Under the guidance of Wizard Denton, Lu Feng used his mental power to brand the badge and completely control it. When branding the mental power, Lu Feng discovered that this badge was actually a wizard's secret treasure, about the first-level top grade. Although it has no attack ability, it has strengthened its defense ability and has reached a certain level of indestructibility. At least ordinary witchcraft attacks cannot easily damage this precious badge. At the same time, this badge is also endowed with the ability to imprint, project, and mark. It is intended to facilitate pharmacists to put their own marks on the medicines they have made after refining them. The badge with the endorsement of the botanical garden has a very high gold content, which can be sold better in the market, and the buyers are more assured. In order to protect the medicine market, the botanical garden Pharmacist Guild has already made a lot of efforts. Any wizard who dares to forge the botanical garden pharmacist's mark, and dares to use the mark to sell fake medicine, will be issued a recovery order by the botanical garden. Even if they escape to another plane, they will be arrested and brought to justice by the wizards affiliated with a botanical garden. The reputation and gold content of the botanical garden are built on corpses. After successfully obtaining the badge, Wizard Denton politely invited Lu Feng to take a good tour of the Pharmacist Guild and introduced the various benefits of the Pharmacist Guild. During the tour, Wizard Denton also tactfully stated that as long as Lu Feng is willing to stay here, he can give him good treatment. As the vice president of the Pharmacist Guild, Wizard Denton personally reviewed Lu Feng's examination process in the Emerald Dream Space. Lu Feng's performance was already quite outstanding at the stage of a second-level wizard. The theoretical knowledge of alchemy and pharmaceutical operation are extremely solid. With a little training, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a second-level or even third-level alchemist. As the vice president of this Pharmacist Guild, Wizard Denton naturally wanted to recruit talents for the guild. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not interested in this, so he had to politely reject Wizard Denton's invitation. After a round of greetings, Lu Feng said goodbye. Wizard Denton tried to persuade him to stay for a few words, but seeing that Lu Feng was determined to leave, he said no more. Hanging the first-level alchemist badge on his chest, Lu Feng walked out of the Alchemy Guild, feeling comfortable all over. After getting the first-level alchemist's qualification certificate and returning to the Green Tower, I can ask Ms. Natasha to give me the permission to open the alchemy factory, and the magic stones will soon roll in. Just thinking about that scene, Lu Feng felt sweet in his heart. For him, magic stone is strength. On the way back, Lu Feng was in a good mood, and his flying speed could not help but increase a few points. Verdant's High Tower, in front of the tower. Under the order of Ms. Natasha, Wizard John served as a gatekeeper in front of the gate of the Wizard Tower, waiting for Lu Feng's return. "John, is Rest back?" A crisp voice came from the secret treasure of the communication at hand. Wizard John frowned, looked around casually, and said, "My aunt, Lord Rest hasn't come back yet." "He's back. Lord Rest is back. He still has the badge of a first-level pharmacist on his chest. Damn. Lord Rest succeeded." Wizard John had just said half of his words when he suddenly saw a black shadow in the distance rapidly enlarged in his sight. As a first-level wizard, Wizard John's vision was far superior to that of ordinary people. He could see the appearance of the black shadow at a glance. It was the returning Lu Feng. As Lu Feng flew closer, Wizard John saw the badge of a first-level pharmacist hanging on Lu Feng's chest. Seeing Lu Feng's triumphant return, Wizard John exclaimed excitedly. Plop. On the other side of the secret treasure of communication, Wizard Luo K, who was leaning on a chair to correct documents, was stunned for a moment after hearing Wizard John's exclamation, and then immediately reacted and excitedly put down the documents in his hand. Luo K grabbed the secret treasure of communication beside him and shouted to Wizard John, "John, quickly prepare the celebration ceremony for us in advance. When Ms. Natasha and I arrive, we will cheer for Rest together." After Luo K finished speaking, he looked aside and saw that Ms. Natasha, who was lying on the recliner just now, had disappeared without a trace. The lady ran so fast, it seems that she is really excited. Luo K muttered and hurried to catch up. Entering the territory of the Green Tower, Lu Feng deliberately slowed down to give Luo K and the others some time to prepare. Long before leaving, Luo K and the others had prepared some celebration ceremonies in advance. Lu Feng knew this and naturally paid more attention to it. He passed the first-level pharmacist qualification exam, which was a cause for celebration for the entire Green Tower, and everyone in the Wizard Tower should be happy together. When Lu Feng slowly flew to the Green Tower, Luo K and the others had already prepared the welcome ceremony. Boom boom boom. A series of brilliant fire trucks rose from the Wizard Tower, leaving brilliant fireworks trails in the sky, and the colorful light shone on the smiling faces of a group of familiar faces under the Wizard Tower. Ms. Natasha, Luo K, John, Jepus, and a large number of wizard apprentices in the Wizard Tower. At this moment, under the brilliant fireworks, everyone was cheering for Lu Feng, who passed the first-level wizard qualification exam. Congratulations to Wizard Rest for passing the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate. Amidst warm cheers, Lu Feng landed in front of the crowd. Under everyone's fiery gazes, he took off the badge on his chest, held it high in front of him, smiled and said loudly to everyone, "I'm back, I did it." At this moment, Lu Feng became the hero of the Green Tower. Chapter 200, The Factory Restarts, and the era of large-scale potion making is coming. Under the warm welcome of the people in the Green Tower, Lu Feng enjoyed the treatment like a hero. After a lively celebration, Lu Feng returned to his room and had a good rest for the night. The next morning, Lu Feng woke up early. When he came to the office hall where he usually worked, Ms. Natasha and others were waiting for him here early. It seemed that they were excited all night and did not close their eyes. Of course, not resting for a night had no effect on several formal wizards. Formal wizards have strong mental power. Sometimes they are busy with experiments and cultivation. Not sleeping for several days is a basic skill. "Lester, how is it? Have you rested well?" Ms. Natasha asked with concern. She knew the assessment process of the pharmacist qualification certificate. It was boring and long, and it was so difficult that it was outrageous. To complete an exam, even a second-level formal wizard like Lu Feng would have to use up all his mental power. It is not pleasant to have all your mental power used up, and you need to rest for a while to make up for it. "It's okay, I'm in good health and I will recover in one night." Feeling Ms. Natasha's concern, Lu Feng smiled and said. As he said, Lu Feng has the function of King Mu's spirit realm in his body, nourishing, restoring and replenishing mental power much faster than ordinary second-level wizards. One night is enough. Ms. Natasha's worries are actually not a big deal for Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng's ruddy face and high spirits, Ms. Natasha knew that Lu Feng was not talking nonsense. "Then let's go first. When we celebrated last night, I told you about restarting the medicine factory. Today our task is to slowly restart the factory. As long as the medicine factory is started, it is equivalent to a continuous magic stone manufacturing machine," Ms. Natasha said impatiently. Thinking of the beautiful scenery of magic stones rolling in, even Ms. Natasha could not escape the common sense. Seeing this scene, several people in the hall smiled at each other. Magic stones are always everyone's favorite things. "No problem, let's go." I have long wanted to turn the medicine factory around. After all, I am the core of the medicine factory and I get most of the profits. Now it is my loss if the medicine factory stops for a while. Lu Feng laughed. Let's go, my factory boss. Everyone followed Lu Feng and cheered, and the hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Thinking about the large amount of magic stone income that Lu Feng could get, none of Lu Ok and others in the field had any jealous thoughts. Lu Feng was able to get this magic stone income, all of which was earned by his sweat. It was also completely what he deserved. Lu Ok and others had also seen the examination content of the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate of the Pharmacist Guild. The difficulty was so difficult that they began to back off and stay away from it after just one look. Under the clamor of several people, Lu Feng came to the medicine refining factory of the Wizard Tower. The medicine refining factory was also in the Green Tower. It was a huge factory space composed of several floors of wizard towers, using advanced space expansion technology. As soon as he entered the medicine refining factory, Lu Feng saw huge tanks and reactors standing in the center of the factory, surrounded by various large-scale medicinal material processing equipment. Many wizard apprentices were cleaning and maintaining various equipment under the guidance of the clone of Tower Ling Irene. This medicine factory was completely shut down after the wizard Tia went to the Norton Plain to participate in the war. Without a pharmacist who has obtained a pharmacist qualification certificate, these huge medicine-making machines cannot operate completely independently. The key steps of refining medicines mostly require the intervention and adjustment of the wizard's mental power. The medicine factory is missing a pharmacist, just like a wizard's secret treasure is missing energy, and it can only stop. These medicine-making machines, when Tia purchased them, they were all good things of excellent quality. Even after more than 20 years, they are still not outdated. You should first get familiar with these medicine-making machines. If there are any that don't work well, tell me directly, and we will buy new ones directly. Anyway, it's the money spent by the Wizard Tower. Ms. Natasha told Lu Feng generously. Understood. Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled and nodded, walked into the medicine factory, called Tower Spirit Irene, and carefully checked each medicine-making machine. These machines are related to Lu Feng's future income from magic stones, so it is not too careful for him to be careful. The first-level pharmacist qualification certificate that Lu Feng obtained also includes a lot of knowledge about factory-based refining of medicines, and he has also studied various refining machines. The amount required for the exam is small, so this kind of factory-based refining is not necessary, but there are many such questions in the theoretical exam. Now that it is applied in practice, Lu Feng can get started quickly. After a busy day, when Lu Feng finished checking these refining machines, most of the day had passed. Madam, these refining machines are well maintained, and the quality and performance are also okay. After these apprentices have maintained them, I will test the machines tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It will be stable in about 3 to 5 days, and we can refine medicines on a large scale. Lu Feng told Ms. Natasha the results of his inspection. That's great. This factory will make a lot of magic stone soon. In this way, you don't have to deal with official business anymore, you can just focus on this medicine factory. As for your original salary, I will keep it for you. By the way, Lu Feng, have you thought about what kind of potions our factory is going to make? Ms. Natasha was very happy after hearing this, and directly let Lu Feng get a magic stone salary for free. Free magic stones are very good. Thank you, Mom. Lu Feng smiled and said, I checked the reactor in the factory, and I can start refining 3 kinds of potions at the same time. I plan to refine the Water of Vitality, the Cold Moon and Cold Light potion, and the Pilot's Howling potion. The Water of Vitality potion can replenish a lot of nutrition and vitality. It is one of the daily essential potions for formal wizards. The potion has the largest sales volume and the profit is lower, but the factory refines a large amount of potions, and the selling of the Water of Vitality is long-lasting and stable. The Cold Moon and Cold Light potion is a potion that can quickly replenish mental power. It is one of the common little blue bottle potions among formal wizards. The materials for all the Cold Moon potions happen to be planted in the Verdant Tower. It happens to be a one-stop production and processing, safe and stable. As for the Pilot's Howling potion, it is an excellent potion to assist meditation. The cost is not low and the selling price is also high. With the stability of the first 2 potions, the riskier Pilot's Howling potion can be used to try to reach the upper limit of the potion refining factory. After Lu Feng had the confidence of the research, He did some research on the medicine market when purchasing materials for King Lulingjing, and screened out a lot of suitable medicines. Today, combined with the actual situation of the medicine factory, Lu Feng quickly selected the appropriate medicine from the list he prepared. Okay. Let's do it as you say. Ms. Natasha thought for a while and supported Lu Feng. The lady was in charge of the financial expenditure of the Green Tower, and she had a certain understanding of the popular things in the market. She could not find any problems with Lu Feng's arrangement of 3 medicines. Lu Feng discussed the details of the medicine factory with Ms. Natasha. After all, such a large factory could not be run by Lu Feng alone. If he pulled out the Taoist soldiers and captive creatures in King Lulingjing, he could run it, but it was obviously impossible. Therefore, Lu Feng also needed to coordinate with Ms. Natasha on the issue of workers in the medicine factory. He needed to recruit some wizard apprentices with some medicine-making skills from the large number of wizard apprentices in the wizard tower to come and work for Lu Feng. However, this is not a difficult task. Under the leadership of Tia Wizard, a certified pharmacist, the Green Tower has a strong atmosphere of refining medicine among the apprentices, and the refining factory was in operation for a long time, more than 20 years ago. Before Lu Feng returned to the Trandy subcontinent, he worked in the factory with his excellent apprentice-level refining skills and earned magic stones. Therefore, when Ms. Natasha posts the recruitment notice on the notice board of the Wizard Tower, it is estimated that Lu Feng will be able to recruit a group of qualified wizard apprentices to work as workers soon. In addition, the refining factory also consumes a lot of refining materials, which require Ms. Natasha to help coordinate. There are also some other complicated issues. In short, running a refining factory is never an easy task. The next day, the day after, seeing the recruitment notice, a large number of wizard apprentices came to apply. Lu Feng took Lu OK to carefully select suitable workers and gave them some basic on-the-job training. The Green Tower offered a good salary in magic stones, and they could also learn regular alchemy skills at work, which attracted many wizard apprentices to sign up. In just one day, Lu Feng recruited enough people. On the 4th day, after a short training, Lu Feng led the wizard apprentices to debug the alchemy machine. On the 5th day, Ms. Natasha delivered the first batch of potion materials to the warehouse of the alchemy factory. In the afternoon of the same day, Lu Feng led the wizard apprentices to start the alchemy machinery and began the first batch of potion refining after the restart of the alchemy factory. For the first refining, Lu Feng chose the simplest of the 3 potions, the water of vitality. The factory version of the water of vitality potion is much more complicated than the small dose of the water of vitality in the laboratory. After all, the number of materials used is not at the same level. Various materials were carefully selected and concocted by the wizard apprentices, and the essence needed for the water of vitality was extracted through various machines. Finally, Lu Feng put the essence of all the materials into the large reactor according to the refining order, and fused them with the help of his powerful mental power to fully react. At noon on the 8th day, boom! With a roar, the lid of the large reactor in front of Lu Feng opened, and a burst of hot mist sprayed out from the opening above the large reactor. Suddenly, the large reactor was filled with a strong smell of water of vitality. The wizard apprentice next to him felt like he was full after just a few sniffs of the escaping mist. What a strong medicine! It should be successful. I have smelled the water of vitality before. The vitality in the water of vitality is too strong for us wizard apprentices. One sniff is enough for us to be full. A wizard apprentice with good experience next to Lu Feng sniffed the mist and said with light in his eyes. Lu Feng ignored the pharmacy apprentice who was talking, took a mouthful of water of vitality from the large reactor, and tasted it carefully. Yes, it's still this taste. It seems that his strength is really at home. After drinking a mouthful of water of vitality, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Then he took out a professional wizard's secret treasure and conducted a detailed test of the water of vitality in the reactor. Water of vitality, first level potion, quality rating 7.5. After factory-based refining, with a large number of products, I can't achieve the ultimate refinement with my current mental strength, but this quality of water of vitality is already considered good in the market. But it can be put on the shelves for sale. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, not very satisfied with his results this time. Usually, the quality rating of the water of vitality he refined himself can reach the level of 9 or so, and occasionally he can refine a perfect quality potion close to full marks. However, this is barely enough. After all, This is a factory-based refining and a small amount of personal refining, which is not at the same level after all. After measuring the rating, Lu Feng ordered the pharmacist apprentice to start filling. A large-scale reactor refining can refine 8,000 to 9,000 bottles of standard doses of water of vitality, which takes 3 days and a certain amount of manpower. Excluding the cost of water of vitality and the manpower, material and energy consumption of the factory, a bottle of water of vitality can earn more than a dozen magic stones, and the profit of a pot of potion alone is 120,000 magic stones. It was equal to Lu Feng's monthly income at the Verdant Tower, a second-level wizard. Sure enough, refining medicine is a business that can earn magic stones. After passing the pharmacist qualification certificate, factory-style refining medicine has become a business that makes magic stones as easy as drinking water. No wonder teacher Tia can build a Verdant Tower. Lu Feng did a little calculation and saw the bright future of the medicine factory. After the wizard apprentice filled the water of vitality, Lu Feng took out a badge awarded to him by the Pharmacist Guild, infused his mental power, and stamped his own pharmacist certification on each potion bottle. After completing this step, these waters of vitality are qualified products. After packaging the branded water of vitality and handing it over to Ms. Natasha, Lu Feng's task was completely completed, and the rest of the sales were left to Ms. Natasha, who specialized in this field. Lu Feng only needed to wait for the money. You performed well today. Each of you will receive a bottle of life water as a reward. Go back and have a good rest. Next, our Green Towers Potion Factory will officially start. Lu Feng waved his hand and rewarded each wizard apprentice who worked today with a bottle of life water. Long live Lord Drest. Hearing Lu Feng's reward, the wizard apprentices cheered immediately. A bottle of life water is sold for 50 or 60 magic stones outside, which is their income for 2 or 3 months. Whether it is sold or diluted with water and used slowly, it is a good extra income for wizard apprentices. Next, the medicine factory in charge of Lu Feng officially started to operate remotely. Pots of life water were continuously refined. Lu Feng refined the factory-like refining process, so that the quality score of life water was stabilized at around 8.1 points, and then he started to refine the Cold Moon Cold Light Potion. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.